Damn it! Damn it! With a trembling body, Xianxia cursed furiously beneath his breath. He had performed beyond his usual limits in the examination, and he thought that it would allow him to soar through the ranks. Yet, contrary to all of his expectations, he still failed to get into the top 50. Not only that, as if adding insult to his injury, it was that Xianxia bastard who took the final position, squeezing him out of the elite division. He had been thinking that, with the authority he would gain from getting into the elite division, he would be able to teach that fellow a lesson. But as if the heavens were playing tricks on him, the situation somehow evolved to this point. Brother Yunfeng, it's that Xianxia fellow who made a move against me. He was also the one who squeezed me out of the top 50 as well. With clenched fists, Xianxia complained indignantly to a young man not too far away. Zhang Yunfeng was another candidate from the Zhang clan who managed to qualify for the elite division. He was ranked in the 46th place in the examination. I know, but you brought it upon yourself. Zhang Yunfeng glanced at Xianxia and harumphed indifferently. Even I would hesitate to approach those from the Glacier Plain court carelessly. But you eagerly rushed up to them as soon as you arrived, wanting to fawn on them. You are really courting trouble. I admit that I was too arrogant and deserved to be humiliated. But that fellow showed blatant contempt for the Zhang clan in public, saying that those from the Zhang clan would put a leg into any affairs that concern a beautiful lady. And you really can't begin to imagine the haughty tone he took when he said those words too. We can't allow him to get away with defaming the Zhang clan so easily. Xianxia exclaimed indignantly. Don't even try using those little ploys of yours on me. Nevertheless, regardless of whether he has shown blatant contempt for the Zhang clan or not, he was indeed rather arrogant to make a move on you even after you had expressed your identity. Don't worry. I'll teach him a lesson later on and make him learn that just that bit of talent he has won't be enough for him to act so smugly in the sanctum of sages. Thank you, Brother Yunfeng. Hearing that the other party was willing to step up for him, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. Zhang Yunfeng's bloodline was far purer than his, reaching the level of Tier 11. On top of that, the other party's cultivation was also significantly higher than his, reaching Grand Dominion Realm primary stage. If the other party was willing to make a move in his stead, that Xianxia fellow would surely be thrashed. Zhang Yunfeng replied impassively. To him, a fellow who had originated from humble lands was just a short disturbance to his cultivation. It wasn't a problem worthy of his note. Moving on. These are the people who have qualified for the ordinary division. Ignoring the crowd's astonishment, Elder Lu waved his hand grandly once more. Silver lights gathered in the sky, and one by one, names flickered into existence. It didn't take too long for all 450 names of the candidates who had made it into the ordinary division to appear. After confirming that Zhang Juxiao's name was amidst them too, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Juxiao's ranking wasn't too high, ranging in the 460s, but nevertheless what was important was that he had cleared the entrance examination and successfully became a student of the Sanctum of Sages too. As for the others who had journeyed here with them from Qianchong Empire, Ma Minghai and 4 others had managed to clear the examination too. Their rankings weren't too good, but on the whole, their group did fairly decent in terms of passing rate. After revealing the list of students who had made it into the ordinary division, Elder Lu continued, Now, I'll be announcing those who are qualified as listening-in students. Then, with a wave of his hand, another list of 500 names appeared. All in all, the Sanctum of Sages accepted 500 normal students, inclusive of both the elite division and ordinary division, and 500 listening-in students each intake. Soon after the list of 500 listening-in students was revealed, excited and disappointed murmurings swiftly rippled across the crowd. Xianxia took a swift look at the list of listening-in students and noted that 4 of them were from their Qianchong Empire Group 2. All in all, 11 out of the 33 of them had got into the Sanctum of Sages, so it was a passing rate of 1/3. As compared to the results of the previous years, this could be said to be not too bad. Waving his hand casually, Elder Lu said with a firm voice, Those whose names are in any of the lists, please remain in the area for a while longer. As for the rest, do head down to take a rest. Despite Elder Lu's polite choice of words, The authoritative undertone in his voice showed that it was a command instead of a request. No matter how indignant those disqualified candidates felt, they knew that it would be utter foolishness to question Elder Lu's judgment. Thus, they could only depart in dejection. In the end, the Sanctum of Sages wasn't a charity organization, and the true nature of the entrance examinations was to sieve out the proficient from the non-proficient. An inevitable result of that, there were bound to be those who would be left behind or eliminated. Unfortunately, their failure here would set them behind by a great deal. If they wanted to make a comeback, they would have to pay a far higher price than the others. In less than 10 minutes, only 1,000 people were left standing on the square. First and foremost, allow me to welcome all of you into the Sanctum of Sages. Elder Lu tapped his finger in the air, and identity tokens immediately appeared in the hands of each and every one of the qualified candidates. These are the jade tokens representing your identity. They will be automatically updated to reflect your respective roles as a student in the Sanctum of Sages. Xianxia glanced at his jade token before glancing at the others around him. The jade tokens for listening in students were light blue color, those in the ordinary divisions had light yellow tokens, and those in the elite division like him had black tokens. Taking a closer examination at his jade token, he noted that there was a character Sung Sage, carved in seal script on it, and it emanated an air of ancient yet grand history. There were also some miscellaneous inscriptions by the side of the jade token resembled the eyes of a human, as if signifying that the predecessors were looking over one. With a flick of his finger, Xianxia dripped a droplet of blood onto the jade token, and it immediately fused into it. Instinctively, he sensed that as long as he had the jade token with him, he would be able to freely walk through the protective formations surrounding the Sanctum of Sages without triggering them. At the same time, Zhang Jiuxiao had also claimed ownership of the jade token in his hand, and the elation on his face was impossible to miss. As an offspring from the Side family, he wasn't a highly regarded member of the Zhang clan. However, with his successful enrollment into the Sanctum of Sages, there would be a vast change in his standing. Perhaps, I might even be able to attend the annual assembly this year, Zhang Jiuxiao thought with his eyes glowing with excitement. The Zhang clan would organize an annual assembly each year, and only the inner clan members and accomplished members of the Side family would be invited to participate. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Jiuxiao wouldn't have been worthy of receiving an invitation, but now that he had become a student of the Sanctum of Sages, his standing within the Zhang clan would surely ascend to new heights. With his newfound status, he was already qualified to attend such high-tier clan assemblies. This is all thanks to Zhang Shi. Knowing that he would have never been able to achieve so much without Zhang Xian's help, Zhang Jiuxiao instinctively shot a grateful glance toward the latter. While he was an offspring of the Zhang clan hadn't offered him much help in his cultivation and development as a master teacher at all. On the other hand, it was Zhang Xian who tirelessly guided him along, not spurning him despite the hostility he had directed toward the other party previously. He had nothing but deep respect toward the young man's character and depth of knowledge. At this moment, Elder Lu's voice sounded once more. The entrance examination might have ended, but I can still see disappointment and regret in many of your eyes. So, the Sanctum of Sages will be conducting a challenge of the defeated, so as to give you one last opportunity to rise through the ranks. That's wonderful. All I need is just an opportunity like that. Is this for real? The challenge of the defeated is rarely conducted, so who could have thought that we would actually encounter one here? This time, I shall become an official student of the Sanctum of Sages by hook or by crook. Upon hearing the announcement, the eyes of the candidates immediately lit up in excitement. While it wasn't common for a challenge of the defeated to be conducted, it did occur a couple of times in history, so most candidates were still aware of its existence. The rules of the challenge of the defeated are simple. Listening-in students will get an opportunity to challenge a student of the ordinary division, and if they were to emerge victorious, they will be able to claim that student's position. Similarly, students of the ordinary division will be able to challenge a student of the elite division, and they will be able to claim that student's position if they win. Everyone will only get one opportunity to choose and challenge an opponent, and those who fail the challenge will have to suffer a penalty. Elder Lu announced. I believe most of you should be familiar with these rules, so I shall not elaborate too much on it for those who are still a little unsure. Feel free to refer to the identity token you have just received. Refer to the identity token? Xianxia extended his spiritual perception into the jade token in his hand, and the many rules of the Sanctum of Sages immediately appeared before him. There was indeed a portion regarding the challenge of the defeated. This challenge was established for the sake of equity. The strong would rise through the ranks whereas the weak would be eliminated and cast away. In other words, survival of the fittest. However, the act of challenging someone who was more senior to one could be considered as a highly disrespectful act, so failure would mean incurring a penalty. There were various different types of penalties possible, ranging from paying compensation, physical punishment, to issuing a public apology. This was up to the winner to choose. In other words, while it was an opportunity for weaker candidates to rise through the ranks, they had to make sure to work within the limits of their strength. Begin! With a resounding bellow, Elder Lu waved his hand, and a round dueling ring gradually emerged from the ground. On the other hand, the crowd swiftly went through the names they had seen on the name lists earlier in their minds so as to decide on whom they should challenge. I want to challenge the candidate who is ranked 500th in the entrance examination, Xuening. A voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. It was from one of the listening-in students. I recognize him. He's Zhao Qi, the first place amongst the listening-in students, ranked 501th in the examination. I knew that he would want to challenge the candidate that is one rank above him. That's to be expected. Considering how there is only a rank difference between the two of them, the disparity in their capabilities shouldn't be too great. No matter what, he would have to give it a shot, or else he would regret it for life. Indeed, anyone in his position would be reluctant to give up without a try. The crowd remarked as they saw someone amongst them standing out to issue a challenge. It was just a single rank of difference, but it made an entire world of difference of being a listening-in student and being an official student in the Sanctum of Sages. No matter who was in Zhao Qi's shoes, he would have to at least give it a shot. After all, how could one possibly be content to retire just like that when they were only a single step away from reaching the peak? Hula! After issuing the challenge, Zhao Qi leaped onto the ring. As you wish. A young man also walked out from the crowd and stepped onto the ring as well. Taking a closer look, Xianxia realized that the young man was no other than the person who had fought with him over the Tianqian Brubac at Chenchong Empire, only to lose 15 concentrated high-tier spirit stones to him in a bet, the third young master of the Shui clan, Xuening. In that battle back then, the latter ended up vomiting for a long while due to moving too quickly, and he had been mocked by many due to that incident as well. But over the past few days, perhaps motivated by the experience with Xianxia, he actually managed to take his cultivation a step further, reaching quasi-leaving aperture realm. While that kind of strength might not mean much against the ridiculously talented geniuses of the Sanctum of Sages, there was no denying that he was also amidst the cream of the crop of mankind. Xuening, what were the tests you have faced in the Mountain Gate examination? What kind of duel do you want to accept Zhao Qi's challenge with? Elder Han Zhu asked. The Sanctum of Sages didn't just select its students on the grounds of strength but an overall evaluation of capability. For this reason, the challenger would have to surpass the challenged in the latter's field of specialty in order to prove that he was worthy of taking the latter's place. The reason why I was able to clear the selection is due to my attacking speed and might. As long as he can defeat me while his cultivation is suppressed down to my level, I'll admit my loss. Xuening declared confidently with his head raised up high. Even though the Shui clan was only a Tier 3 sage clan, its ultimate technique, golden silk thread, was not to be underestimated. Had he not met with an anomaly like Xianxia, the battle technique would have very well made him nigh invincible in his power class. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to clear the Mountain Gate examination to become a student of the Sanctum of Sages either. A fight? Very well. Zhao Qi nodded. With a ferocious howl, his cultivation realm swiftly plummeted down to quasi-leaving aperture realm as well. Hong Long. A moment later, the duo was already clashing with one another. The both of them were indeed worthy of their titles as geniuses. Ingenious maneuvers were dashed out one after another, and powerful shockwaves rippled relentlessly into the surroundings. For the time being, the both of them seemed to be equally matched, making it difficult to discern who wielded the upper hand. Xianxia, who do you think will win? Zhang Juxiao asked curiously. Xuening seems to be in an advantageous position in terms of his skills. Zhang Xian replied. My thoughts exactly, Zhang Juxiao remarked. Then, with a curious gaze, he turned to face Zhang Xian and asked, Right, Xianxia, what kind of test did you encounter in the Mountain Gate examination? I'm curious to know how you were able to get into the elite division. The young man before him seemed to be a master in every art, be it in terms of cultivation, master-teacher, appraising, painting. It was as if there was nothing he didn't know, nothing he didn't specialize in. As such, Zhang Juxiao simply couldn't help but wonder what capability did Zhang Xian rely on to get into the elite division. How I got into the elite division? A look of rumination appeared on Zhang Xian's face before he replied. Well, I guess I slept my way through? You slept your way through? Zhang Juxiao widened his eyes, flabbergasted, unable to comprehend what was going on. He asked how Zhang Xian became a student of the elite division, hoping to learn from his experiences, but the latter told him that he slept the way through. Indeed, not everyone will be able to handle 3 whole days of it straight. Zhang Xian continued with a tone reminiscent of a forlorn expert who was unable to find a single person who could rival him. To be honest, he never thought that he would actually be able to sleep for 3 days in a single go, and he was truly shocked when he woke up. But thinking back, it was really well worth it. Even if he were to remain awake, there was also nothing much he could do. There were too many flaws in the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld, so it was impossible for him to continue cultivating it. On the other hand, Sage Kuei, for some inexplicable reason to him, seemed to be overly traumatized by what he had said as well. Rather than being placed in an awkward position for 3 whole days, it was really a much wiser decision to use this time to refresh himself for his future journey in the Sanctum of Sages. After all, having the time to sleep his fill was a luxury that he might not be able to afford anymore later on. 3 whole days straight? Zhang Juxiao had an expression that looked as if he had seen a ghost. Xianxia, you mean to say that while we were busy clearing tests in the Mountain Gate, not daring to rest for an instant for fear of being overtaken, you were actually sleeping for 3 days straight? Indeed. I didn't think that I would be able to sleep for so long either, Zhang Xian replied with a bitter smile. Despite sleeping for 3 days, you were still able to qualify as a student of the elite division. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, Zhang Juxiao felt that he was going mad. From the moment he entered the Mountain Gate, he had been doing everything he could to showcase his talents, fearing that a second of rest would mean the difference between success and failure. Yet, the young man before him actually slept the 3 days through, and even so, he was still able to make it into the elite division. Could the world be any more unfair than this? Wonderful. Splendid. Third young Master Shui. Beautifully done. While Zhang Juxiao was about to explode from shock, a wave of cheering suddenly broke out in the surroundings. Raising his gaze, he saw that the duel on the stage had already concluded. The challenger, Zhao Qi, had been tightly bound by the golden silk thread like a cocoon. No matter how hard he struggled, he found himself unable to move at all. Xuaning's golden silk thread might have been ineffective against Zhang Xian, but it was still a formidable weapon against most other cultivators. Zhao Qi wasn't weak either, but he was still eventually cornered by it. I admit defeat. With dejection glooming between his brows, Zhao Qi sighed deeply and conceded defeat. He thought that since the difference in score between the both of them wasn't too big, with a little bit of luck, he should be able to emerge victorious. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed like the Mountain Gate examination was indeed fair and impartial. Its ability to accurately gauge the capability of each candidate was unquestionable. I'm willing to accept the punishment. After being freed, Zhao Qi left behind these words before walking down the ring quietly. Seeing that the first duel had concluded, Elder Lu asked once more with a smile, Is there anyone else who wishes to issue a challenge? I wish to issue a challenge. The person I want to challenge is the person in the 50th rank, Zhang Xian. A loud bellow boomed across the square, and a figure leaped onto the stage. It's the 52nd rank Meng Fanqing. He's the offspring of the Sage clan, Meng clan. Even though his bloodline is only at Tier 2, his cultivation has reached half-grand Dominion realm. How could someone like him possibly tolerate having the primordial spirit realm pinnacle Xianxia getting into the elite division when he couldn't qualify for it? Indeed, as soon as the challenge of the defeated was announced, I knew that there would surely be plenty of people who would want to challenge Xianxia. Not only is his cultivation realm low, more importantly, he's taking up the very last seat to the elite division. There's bound to be many people eyeing his position. That reminds me, I just heard news from a friend of mine in the Sanctum of Sages. I can't verify whether it's true or not, but it said that Xianxia had never gotten into the top 500 throughout the course of the examination. It was only when the Jade Tablet of Trials refreshed for the final time that his name suddenly appeared in the 50th place, taking up the very last slot for the elite division. In other words, his score just increased by more than 10,000 points all of a sudden. His score increased by more than 10,000 points all of a sudden? Isn't that obviously cheating? Well, we can't really say for sure at this point yet. If he has really cheated, the Sanctum of Sages would have dealt with him. Hearing that someone had challenged Xianxia, a huge commotion immediately broke out in the surroundings. Amidst the crowd, Xianxia's eyes also reddened in excitement. The happenings in the Hall of Result had begun spreading amidst the crowd, and quite a few people were already aware of the peculiarity in Xianxia's results. Every single one of them was interested to see just what kind of unique ability did that master teacher named Xianxia possess to be able to qualify as a student of the elite division. Elder Lu and Elder Hanju also turned their gazes over. They wanted to see the young man's performance so as to have the doubts they had been harboring answered. You want to challenge me? Sure. On the other hand, Xianxia didn't think that someone would challenge him, and he shook his head helplessly. With a leap, he headed up the dueling ring as well. As much as he wanted to keep a low profile and stay out of trouble, he wasn't someone who was afraid to stir the pot. If someone wanted to take his place, the other party would do well to show strength worthy of doing so. May I know what kind of test did Xianxia undergo in the Mountain Gate examination? I'll just compete with you on whatever you faced in there. Meng Fanqing harumphed with a slight hint of disdain in his voice. What kind of a test I just underwent? But I just woke up and I don't feel like sleeping anymore. Forget it, let's not waste our time then. Why don't we just settle it with a normal duel? Xianxia thought about the previous examination he had and shook his head. He had just slept for 3 days straight, and it hadn't been even an hour since he had woken up. If he were to compete with the other party right now in who could sleep for a longer period of time, he would definitely be in a disadvantageous position. Besides, the crowd wouldn't be interested in watching such a duel either. All in all, it would be much more convenient to settle it with a fight, just like what Xuanning did earlier. It would be swift, trouble-free, and more importantly, effective. You want to have a duel with me? Are you serious? Meng Fanqing stared at Xianxia as if he was looking right at a fool. I am a half-grand Dominion realm expert, whereas you are just at primordial spirit realm pinnacle. Are you certain that you want to have a match with me? You aren't daydreaming at the moment, are you? Xianxia nodded affirmatively. Very well. I'll suppress my cultivation to the same level as you then. Meng Fanqing nodded before swiftly suppressing his cultivation down to primordial spirit realm pinnacle. After which, he got into an offensive stance and said, Let's begin then. Very well, Xianxia replied. In truth, it didn't matter much to him whether Meng Fanqing suppressed his cultivation or not. However, since the other party had already done so, he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath either. It was not like there would have been a difference in the outcome anyway. With a swift dash, Xianxia's figure suddenly appeared right before Meng Fanqing, and his hand darted forward to strike the latter. You? In the face of the palm strike, Meng Fanqing felt as if the world was crushing down on him. He found that the space around him had been completely sealed, be it his front, back, left, or right, rendering it completely impossible for him to flee. In an instant, Meng Fanqing's breathing rapidly hastened to the point where he was wheezing for air, and his face turned completely red. But before the palm strike could land, Xianxia abruptly withdrew his hand. Due to the strike and the withdrawal of the palm happening in quick succession, to the eyes of most spectators, it would appear that he was only carrying out a particularly crude feint. But it was such a move that caused Meng Fanqing's head to turn completely blank in an instant, almost as if someone had used a sword to sever his flow of thoughts. His body staggered in a manner reminiscent of a drunk man for a moment before collapsing to the ground with a resounding pada. Meng Fanqing had fainted. What happened? I didn't even sense the slightest disturbance in the spiritual energy in the air. So why would Meng Fanqing faint all of a sudden? I'm not too sure either. All I saw was Xianxia's faint. The crowd stared at one another in bewilderment, unable to make sense of the situation before them. The movements of Xianxia's previous palm strike was extremely simple, consisting of just a forward thrust and a withdrawal. There didn't seem to be anything particularly ingenious about it, and there wasn't even any jinqi infused into the strike. Yet such an attack actually left Meng Fanqing fixated on the spot, not attempting to dodge it at all, and even though the attack didn't land, he still fainted on the spot. What was going on? Even though the square was filled with 7-star master teachers, each and every single one of them were confounded by what they were seeing. What a formidable palm strike! In contrast to the looks of incomprehension from the crowd, Elder Lu remarked with narrowed eyes. As a Saint 8 Dan expert, he was able to notice what was wrong with the palm strike in an instant. The imposing momentum behind the palm makes one believe that it's a physical attack, but the truth is that it's an attack directed right at the soul instead. It aims to wedge in overwhelming pressure and helplessness into its target's mind, forcing it into a state of extreme tension. Then, when the pressure abruptly vanishes, the instinctive relaxation of the mind results in a massive amount of blood leaving the brain, thus bringing about a faint spell. Elder Hanju also nodded in agreement to Elder Lu's analysis. Indeed, while the mind and body may seem separate, huge fluctuations in emotions can affect a person's physical state tremendously. What this palm utilizes is fear tactic. But still, to be able to make his opponent faint with just a casual strike devoid of any surge of jinqi or powerful emanation of aura, just how precise is his control over his soul energy? As simple as it may seem in theory, carrying it out in practice was fraught with difficulties. Putting all aside, even he would find it difficult to achieve such a feat if he were to suppress his cultivation down to primordial spirit realm pinnacle. It seems like there's indeed something extraordinary about Xianxia after all. Looks like there's nothing wrong with the results in the Mountain Gate examination. Elder Lu nodded. While it was unlikely for there to be any problems with the point allocation system of the Jade Tablet of Trials, he had wondered if the young man had received his results through sheer luck. However, from the looks of it now, it was apparent that there was no such thing as luck in the outcome of the Mountain Gate examination. It was either one had the capability or one didn't. When Meng Fanqing finally roused to once more, his dazed look swiftly turned into a face reddened in embarrassment as it dawned upon him what had just happened, and he muttered in disbelief, "I've lost." He had no idea how it happened, but he actually fainted from a single blow. How embarrassing. "It's fine," Xianxia replied. "I'm willing to accept my punishment." Knowing that he had failed the challenge, Meng Fanqing gritted his teeth tightly. "There's no need for that. We are all students from the Sanctum of Sages, so it's nothing much for us to have a casual duel with one another." Xianxia replied with a smile. To be honest, he only received this placing due to Sage Kuei tampering with the score, so it was normal that the other party would harbor some doubts toward his strength. Xianxia is really a magnanimous person. It's no wonder why you were able to become a student of the elite division. I'm impressed. Meng Fanqing clasped his fist and bowed respectfully. To be able to keep an open heart before the skepticism and doubts of others, he was really still lacking in his cultivation of the mind as compared to the young man before him. "You're too polite," Xianxia replied with a nod as he began making his way down the stage. However, a voice suddenly sounded at this moment. "Hold it for a moment. I also wish to try out Xiangxi's hand too." Turning his head over, Xianxia saw a familiar face walking up. It was the man whom he had smacked to the ground with a single palm prior to the start of the mountain gate examination. Xianxia. Did that fellow fail to see through my strength? Seeing that the other party was still intent on challenging him despite all that had happened, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. It was one thing if Xianxia had never challenged him before, but the fact that the other party couldn't even withstand a simple palm strike from him should be sufficient to highlight the vast disparity in strength between the both of them. Yet, to challenge him at this moment, did he think that he hadn't been humiliated enough yet? It's Xianxia. Wasn't he defeated already? I don't get it either. Why would he challenge Xianxia again at this point? Could he have some kind of trump card which he hasn't used yet? Well, he's placed in the 51st place after all. How could he give up without a fight? Most of those in the crowd were also aware that the both of them had traded blows in the past, and looks of bewilderment surfaced on their faces. It was just 3 days ago that Xianxia was utterly defeated by Xianxia. So wasn't it just pure foolishness to challenge him once more at this point? You want to have a duel with me? Xianxia shot a glance toward Xianxia and asked. That's right. However, since you are from the elite division, surely you wouldn't make me fight you with my cultivation suppressed, would you? Xianxia harumphed. Xianxia shrugged. You can choose not to suppress your cultivation if you want to. Very well, let's begin then. Xianxia's smile curled up triumphantly as a powerful aura burst forth from him. Half-grand Dominion Realm? No wonder. Feeling the strength emanated by the other party, Xianxia nodded in realization. That would explain why Xianxia still dared to challenge him despite the humiliating defeat he had suffered the previous time around. It seemed like he had managed to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation over the past 3 days. Hong Long. While Xianxia was still in deep thoughts, Xianxia was already dashing toward him while gathering might in his palm. He had chosen to drive his half-grand Dominion realm cultivation to its very limits from the very start, and the overwhelming energy that was emanating from him caused the surrounding air to turn viscous. It felt as if the entire dueling ring had turned into his dominion, and anyone who stepped into the area would be completely under his control. Not bad, Xianxia remarked leisurely, as expected of one of the geniuses of the Zhang clan. Even though it was just an advancement by a cultivation stage, Xianxia's strength had grown significantly as compared to 3 days ago. If he were to continue taking the other party lightly, he might really lose the duel. With a slight tap of his finger, Xianxia shot a brilliant burst of sword chi straight toward to the other party's palm strike. He was only at primordial spirit realm at the moment, and due to his lacking cultivation, he could only rely on his comprehension of swordsmanship to rival the other party. Sila! The surge of sword chi emanated a chill which seemed to pierce right into one's bones, and it felt as if it would be able to slice through anything that stood in its path. What? Xianxia didn't expect Xianxia to have such a deep comprehension of swordsmanship. He realized that if he were to clash with the sword chi directly with his palm, he could very well be sliced into two. Thus, he quickly clenched his remaining free hand into a fist and threw it forward. Hong Long. Even though this punch was hurled forward all of a sudden, that didn't hinder the fluidity and agility of his movements. At its current speed, it would be able to strike Xianxia and severely wound him before the sword chi could reach him. He's indeed much more powerful than Zhang Zhouxiao, Xianxia noted. 3 days ago, he was able to subdue Xianxia with just a single palm strike, so he thought that it should be a walk in the park for him to defeat the latter once more. However, considering the current circumstances, he would really be underestimating his opponent if he were to continue fighting with such a mindset. Just the speed of the transformation in Xianxia's maneuver meant that his comprehension of combat had already achieved an extremely high level, considerably higher than an average combat master. Nevertheless, despite Xianxia's immense growth, he would still require a lot more work before he would be a match for him. Lines of insight rippled in Xianxia's eyes as he gazed at Xianxia's movements once more. This time around, it seemed like the latter's movements had slowed down, slowly displaying before his eyes. Jinqi telepathy? Through his eye of insight, Xianxia also swiftly noticed that something was amiss. There was a thin thread extending from afar, connected right to Xianxia's ear. Clearly, Someone was offering pointers to Xianxia for this duel. It seemed like this line of communication was established using a sort of unique secret art, making it far more difficult to notice than ordinary Jinchi telepathy. Had it not been for Xianxia's eye of insight, it would be doubtful whether he would have been able to notice it or not. Most likely, this was a mean to hide the matter from the eyes of Elder Lu and the others. But still, to possess means capable of deceiving even a Saint 8 Dan expert. It seemed like the Zhang clan was really not to be underestimated. Fortunately, the Eye of Insight had the ability to track down even the faintest of traces. As discreet as the matter was carried out, it was still incapable of fooling his eyes. Tracing the line, Xianxia's gaze was soon led to a young man beneath the stage. That's the candidate in the 46th rank, Zhang Yunfeng? Xianxia recognized the young man as the person who had been sitting with Xianxia all this while. It's no wonder why this fellow dares to challenge me, and his grasp over combat also seemed to have abruptly improved by leaps and bounds. No doubt about it. Zhang Yunfeng must be offering him pointers from the back. Processing all of these in an instant, a smile crept onto Xianxia's lips as he stood calmly before Xianxia's punch. Instead of dodging, he raised his other hand and tapped forward. Who? The space ahead of him suddenly began twisting together, causing Xianxia to feel as if he had been plunged into a bog. No matter how he pushed his fist forward, he found that he was unable to advance his punch any further. Dominion. Ever since leaving Chenchong Empire, other than guiding Zhang Jiuxiao along with his cultivation and swordsmanship, he hadn't been idling on his personal growth either. At this point, he had already fully assimilated the use of his 1-meter dominion into his fighting style. In the past, his dominion took a form reminiscent of a light barrier, surrounding his entire body. However, with his enhanced grasp over the technique, he was able to cast a miniaturized dominion around him at will. This way, not only would he be able to alleviate the frightening consumption of Jinchi, the presence of his dominion would also be almost indiscernible as well, making it more difficult to guard against it. With his fist locked in place, Xianxia's punch fell flat, and Xianxia's sword chi continued flying for his other palm. Sila! A spray of blood splattered into the sky as the Jinchi gathered in Xianxia's palm dissipated under the severance of the sword chi. Ah! There was a scream of agony as Xianxia's palm was pierced through by the sword chi, and a walnut-sized hole appeared on his hand. You have lost. Having subdued the other party with a single strike, Xianxia took a step back and halted his offense. This single strike should be more than enough to show the disparity in the strength between the both of them. Besides, considering that Xianxia wasn't a match for him while he was still at full strength, he would stand even less of a chance now that there was a hole in his palm. I have lost? No way. There's no way I would lose. Xianxia quickly took out several medicinal herbs to halt the bleeding of his palm before glaring at Xianxia with eyes reddened in frenzy. Hong Long. A rampaging aura burst forth from Xianxia, and astonishingly, it felt like he was growing stronger at a rapid pace. In the sky, Elder Hanju was overlooking the duel when he saw this sight, and his face turned livid with graveness. Xianxia is tapping into the power of his bloodline. Should we intervene in the battle? It was only a friendly duel, but Xianxia actually went to the extent of tapping into the power of his bloodline. This could potentially be dangerous for both Xianxia and Xianxia. Take a look at Xianxia. Instead of responding to Elder Hanju's question straight, Elder Lu pointed at the area ahead of him. Perplexed, Elder Hanju turned his gaze over, and what he saw left his eyebrow shooting up in surprise. On the stage, there was not the slightest hint of nervousness or anxiety to be seen on Xianxia's face. It was almost as if he knew that Xianxia would make such a move. A primordial spirit realm pinnacle defeating a half-grand dominion realm. I'm really interested to see what other miracles can Xianxia bring us. Elder Lu chuckled softly. It was simply too astounding for a single candidate to earn 12,700 points within 2 minutes that Elder Lu thought that there might have been an error in the Mountain Gate examination. However, the sight before him had proved his initial assumptions to be completely wrong. The young man before him was really just that fearsome. I understand. Elder Hanju nodded. I'll make a move only when he's really in danger. Considering the composed attitude Zhang Xian held toward Zhang Qian's outburst, it was likely that he was confident of neutralizing the latter's offense. Since that was the case, it might be worth waiting a little to see what would happen. Boom! While the two elders of the Sanctum of Sages were chatting with one another, on the stage, Zhang Qian had finally fully activated his bloodline. Even though his cultivation was still capped at half-grand Dominion realm, his aura had turned far more violent than before, a little reminiscent of a ravenous ancient beast awakening from its long sleep. Who? With a swift charge, Zhang Qian threw his fist toward Zhang Xian once more. Zhang Xian frowned. He thought that Zhang Qian's moves would change after his bloodline had been activated, perhaps utilizing a more powerful battle technique or that sort. He didn't think that the latter would attack him with just a straightforward jab. Surely such a move would be beneath even the most basic of battle techniques? Could it be that the activation of his bloodline had enhanced his strength but limited the flexibility in the type of attacks he could utilize? If that was the case, was there any point to activating his bloodline? Forget it, I should be able to know the answer soon enough. This will be a good opportunity for me to find out just what is so special about the Zhang clan's bloodline. Knowing that it was pointless to think about such matters at this point, Zhang Xian raised his palm to meet Zhang Qian's punch. This time, he didn't use any battle technique either. He was intending to clash straight on with Zhang Qian. Hoo-la! The palm and the punch swiftly closed in on one another. But just as when they were about to meet, Zhang Xian suddenly saw something blur across his field of vision, and cold sweat immediately broke out all over this body. Eye of Insight. Sensing that something was wrong, he swiftly activated his Eye of Insight, and only then did he realize that the other party's punch had, at some point, arrived right before his chest, just a split instant away from striking him. How can this be? Can a fist even be teleported? Zhang Xian's eyes widened in horror. There was no way he would have made such a fatal calculation error in battle. Given the trajectory of Zhang Qian's punch, it would have to collide with his palm first before getting to him. Yet, to actually bypass his defense and arrive before his chest in an instant, could it really be teleportation? But, as one who had practiced the heavenly art of dimension unravel, even if Zhang Xian couldn't bend space according to his will yet, he would still have noticed the warping in space if Zhang Qian had really teleported. It was apparent that Zhang Qian's punch hadn't resulted in any disturbance in the surrounding space, so it would be safe to assume that it was a perfectly ordinary attack. The situation was truly inconceivable. However, at this current moment, Zhang Xian didn't have the luxury to think any deeper into the matter either. Dominion. With a deep exhalation, Zhang Xian immediately pressed his chest backward as he swiftly retreated back with a powerful leap as well. At the same time, a meter of dominion appeared around him. Wang! But before Zhang Xian's dominion could be formed, a sharp ache struck his chest. Pong! His body was sent flying backward, but fortunately, he managed to ward off the momentum of the strike and regain his balance in midair. Nevertheless, the strike had still dealt considerable damage to him, and his face turned pale. How swift! Zhang Xian clenched his fists in disbelief. This was the first time he had suffered such a huge setback fighting against others. His dominion could be activated at will, which meant that he was able to trigger it in an instant. Logically speaking, the other party's fist should still have been a distance away from him, so why would it strike him all of a sudden? Fortunately, his dominion still managed to impede Zhang Qian's fist significantly at the crucial juncture, or else if that punch were to land squarely on him, even if he didn't sustain grievous injuries, his fighting ability would have been severely compromised too. Who? Zhang Xian swiftly drove his Heaven's Path Xianxia to recover his energy while he assessed Zhang Qian with narrowed eyes. All along, he didn't think that Zhang Qian was a formidable adversary, so he didn't think much of the latter either. However, this setback had taught him that those who had the bloodline of the sage clans running through their veins were more frightening than he had imagined them to be. With Zhang Qian's current strength, even ordinary Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivators wouldn't be a match for him. Where do you think you are running off to? With his first strike landing effectively on his foe, a hint of cruel glee surfaced in Zhang Qian's eyes. With a swift leap, he dashed forward once more. He had only taken a single step, but for some reason, He appeared before Xianxia in the next instant with a fist charged with power. Voila! A deafening sonic boom exploded in the air, and it felt as if even space would be torn down by the sheer might of the fist. Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm. Knowing that he would stand no chance against Xianxia through ordinary means, especially given the bizarre sight that had happened earlier, Xianxia raised his palm and executed ancient sage Qiu Wu's battle technique, Hong Long. Using the might of his palm, Xianxia sealed the space around Xianxia, intending TP prevent the latter from making any abrupt actions. But once again, before his palm could land, Xianxia's fist had already bypassed his attack once more, appearing right before his chest. Just what's going on? Xianxia's face turned awfully ugly. Under normal circumstances, his heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm should have been able to overcome the other party's attack with ease. It was as if the other party had known that he would make that move and launched a series of countermeasures before he could even react, bringing the punch to somewhere his palm couldn't affect. Just what in the world was going on? Sword Quintessence, Sea of Blades. With a furious roar, Xianxia opened up all of his acupoints and ejected sword qi into his surroundings. Ding 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 ding. Under the furious onslaught of the sword qi, Xianxia had no choice but to withdraw his attack. At this moment, Xianxia's face had also turned slightly pale, and he was panting heavily. It seemed like the two punches earlier had drained him greatly as well. That was a close one. With a livid face, Xianxia swiftly retreated several steps back to create some distance between him and Xianxia. At this moment, an anxious voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Xianxia. That's the ability of the Zhang clan's bloodline, time compression. It was Chun Liao's face. Time compression? A deep frown emerged on Xianxia's face. He knew that the ability of the Luo clan's bloodline had something to do with space. As the little princess of the Luo clan, Ruoxin wielded the dimension silencer in her hand as well, which granted her fearsome might. As for the Zhang clan, thinking back, he had never asked Zhang Juxiao about their bloodline ability either, so he didn't know what it was. But never in his dreams could he have imagined that it would be related to the secrets of time. Time and space, these were the two fundamental building blocks of the world. Without a doubt, a person who could grasp time would have the world in his grasp too. This would explain why, despite his timely reflexes, the enemy still managed to bypass his defenses to land his attacks. Most likely, through burning his bloodline, Xianxia's fist had affected his perception of time, thus resulting in his attacks appearing to be teleporting to him. In a clash between experts, the difference between life and death banked on a fraction of an instant. If one could compress time, even if it was just 1/100th of a breath, it could play a crucial role in the midst of a tight battle. With such a powerful bloodline ability, it was no wonder why the Zhang clan was able to remain as the #1 sage clan on the master-teacher continent over the years. However, it appears that burning his bloodline to tap into the power of time drains him swiftly as well. It doesn't seem like he will be able to maintain that state for too long, Xianxia analyzed. As one who had cultivated the heavenly art of dimension unravel, he knew very well that tapping into abilities that exceeded one's cultivation would drain one's life force or even potential. It's fortunate that I have the Eye of Insight, or else those two punches would have surely left me severely wounded at the very least. Xianxia thought as a terrified shudder ran through his body. It was due to the Eye of Insight that he was able to clearly perceive the other party's punch trajectory in the nick of the moment and react accordingly. Otherwise, he would have surely suffered severe injuries. I'll defeat you. While Xianxia was still immersed in his thoughts, Xianxia had already managed to catch his breath, and with a furious roar, he charged forward once more. He won't be able to sustain that ability for too long. As long as I were to avoid his attacks and put some distance between the both of us, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to defeat him. Xianxia swiftly came up with a countermeasure. So far, it appeared that there was a limit to the range of Xianxia's time compression. So, if Xianxia were to resort to long-range attacks instead, he should be able to overcome the other party's attacks easily. And everything else would be easy. Who? With a step, Xianxia executed the Unbounded Voyager, and reminiscent to teleportation, he abruptly appeared at the other end of the dueling ring. Pada. Barely an instant after Xianxia left, Xianxia's punch fell heavily on the area where he was standing previously. Had he been a split second slower, that punch could have very well landed on him. Now, knowing that this was the ideal opportunity to launch an attack, Xianxia tapped his finger in Xianxia's direction. Woo 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 woo. For surges of sword chi burst forth, and they whizzed across the dueling ring to arrive before Xianxia in less than a fraction of a second. Puha! 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 Those 4 sword chi stabbed right into Xianxia's feet and palms, pinning him firmly onto the dueling stage with their momentum. Who? After doing all of that, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Chun Liao had given him a timely reminder of the matter, or else it would have been difficult for him to turn the tables around on Xianxia without using his library of Heaven's Path. You have lost. Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia gazed down on Xianxia coldly. Xianxia's eyes were filled with craze, but just as he wanted to speak, the complete exhaustion of his strength and the severe injuries he had sustained finally took a toll on him, and he caved in and fainted. He had exerted himself too much by burning his bloodline. He had gone all out in hopes of exacting vengeance and acquiring the final slot into the elite division, but his efforts ended up in futility. While the cultivation of the young man before him wasn't too high, his fighting prowess was nothing short of terrifying. Who? A light breeze swept across the square, and a figure suddenly appeared on top of the stage. Zhang Yunfeng. He took a glance at Xianxia on the ground, and after confirming that the sword chi hadn't struck any of the vitals, he heaved an inconspicuous sigh of relief, following which, he waved his hand toward the bottom of the dueling ring. Noting the gesture, Zhang Yu hurriedly rushed onto the dueling ring and fed Zhang Qian several recovery pills before carrying him down. Zhang Yunfeng finally turned his attention to Xianxia, and with a face devoid of expression, he remarked, "It seems like you are quite powerful after all. To offer pointers to Xianxia remotely such that he could at least take a blow or two from me, you aren't too weak yourself either." Xianxia replied composedly. Offer pointers to Xianxia remotely? Isn't that flouting the rules? The Zhang clan is really getting arrogant. This is too much. Just because they wield great influence in the sanctum of sages doesn't mean they can blatantly disregard the rules like that. A huge commotion broke out amidst the crowd. The challenge of the defeated was a fight to vie for the precious and limited slots in the sanctum of sages, so fairness was extremely important. It was one thing for Xianxia to burn his bloodline, but to think that he would have another person guiding him from behind. This was a clear infringement of the rules. Not expecting the other party to be able to see through his little moves and even expose them publicly, Zhang Yunfeng's impassive expression immediately darkened a little. "Do you dare to face me in a duel?" "Sure, it'll be my pleasure," Xianxia replied calmly. He had been rather pissed off at how the other party had been playing little tricks behind his back. Since the other party had come knocking on his door, he didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Good. Seeing that Xianxia had agreed to it, Zhang Yunfeng smirked. He stood unmovingly on the spot, but for some reason, his figure suddenly seemed to tower. His aura swiftly intensified, to the point that it seemed as though he would tear apart the seals around the dueling ring. Wang! In the next moment, a faint light barrier of roughly 5 meters in radius materialized around Zhang Yunfeng. And standing in the middle of the light, Zhang Yunfeng felt like an indomitable existence. This is a true dominion? Xianxia's face turned grim. This was the first time he was seeing a Grand Dominion realm expert casting a dominion. Not only did it cover an area greater than his, the power pulsating within it was also even purer and more profound. The difference in the fighting prowess between each realm grows progressively larger as one advances further up the Saint Realm. Xianxia might be powerful, but against a Grand Dominion realm cultivator of Zhang Yunfeng's caliber, it's unlikely that he would stand much of a chance. Elder Han Zhu frowned. From leaving Aperture Realm onward, the gap of a single realm could possibly mean a difference in fighting prowess by several-fold. It was for this reason that while Xianxia could easily defeat opponent 8 to 9 cultivation stages stronger than him at Transcendent Mortal, but beyond Saint Realm most of the time, Challenging an opponent that was even 6 to 7 cultivation stages higher than him was already difficult for him. It was not that Xianxia was getting weaker, but the gap between each cultivation stage was simply increasing exponentially. This was similar to how even though the differences between 1 and 2 and 1 billion and 2 billion were both by a factor of 2, their differences in terms of absolute values were immense. Such was the case for Primordial Spirit Realm and Grand Dominion Realm too. The 4 lightning tribulations in between created a vast gap that was nearly unbridgeable between the two realms. In the first place, it was already a huge surprise to see Xianxia defeating the half-Grand Dominion Realm Xianxia. Now that he was faced against the Grand Dominion Realm primary stage Zhang Yunfeng, no matter how Elder Hanzhu looked at it, there was just no way Xianxia could win. Based on the situation in the previous battle, he would indeed be no match for Zhang Yunfeng. Elder Lu nodded. As a Saint 8 Dan master teacher, he possessed a keen, discerning eye. From the earlier fight, he could roughly gauge Xianxia's strength. Against normal Grand Dominion Realm experts, Xianxia might still stand a chance. However, faced with a genius from the Zhang clan, the odds were that he would lose. Then, Elder Hanzhu was taken aback. Since the outcome of the battle is already clear, why are we still allowing them to fight? As geniuses, they have their own pride. Even if we manage to stop them here, Zhang Yunfeng will just find another way to challenge Xianxia. Since that is the case, it would be much better to settle everything here. Elder Lu replied. More importantly, I'm interested to see just how much potential does Xianxia harness within him. If they didn't settle the matter today, the Zhang clan would just continue to find other reasons to harass Xianxia in the future. It was probably in view of this that Xianxia accepted Zhang Yunfeng's duel without any hesitation too. All right then. Hearing those words, Elder Hanzhu nodded before falling silent. At the very least, if they were to settle their scores in the challenge of the defeated, should any life-threatening circumstances arise out of the duel, they would be able to intervene immediately, so Xianxia's life wouldn't be in danger. You can go first. While the two elders were conversing with one another, Zhang Yunfeng was finally done with his preparation. He raised his hand and gestured for Xianxia to make the first move. On the other hand, knowing that Zhang Yunfeng wouldn't be an easy opponent, Xianxia had no intention of holding back either. With a flick of his left hand, the furious might of the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm rushed toward Zhang Yunfeng. At the same time, he also lifted his right hand and tapped forward. Grand Constellation Finger. Executing 2 Saint intermediate tier battle techniques simultaneously, Xianxia had gone all out from the start. Who? Standing before the 2 attacks, Zhang Yunfeng leisurely took a step forward. Wang. As soon as the palm strike and the finger art came into contact with his dominion, they were immediately deflected just like how a river flow parted before a massive boulder. It didn't seem to have caused the slightest bit of effect on Zhang Yunfeng at all. This? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. As expected of a Grand Dominion Realm expert of the Zhang clan, the other party was much more frightening than he had thought. What about this? With a furious roar, all kinds of attack burst forth from Xianxia. Palm strikes, punches, finger arts, and many more. In the blink of an eye, the entire dueling ring seemed to have been plunged into an ocean of jinqi. Boom, boom, boom. The furious assault caused sonic booms to explode relentlessly in the air. Even if it was Xianxia who had tapped into the power of his bloodline, he would have surely been sent into a fluster from this overwhelming barrage of attacks. But Zhang Yunfeng simply chuckled lightly and waved his hand lightly. Hula! Upon contact with his dominion, the barrage of attacks was deflected to his back as well, inducing countless ripples to diffuse on the seal around the dueling ring. He's still perfectly fine even after all that? Xianxia felt as if his mind was going to explode. That was really way too overpowered. He thought that, with that barrage of attacks, he would at least be able to tear open the other party's defenses. Yet it barely did a thing at all. Was he really completely helpless before the other party without a sword in hand? I have already given you a chance to attack me, so it should be my turn now. After deflecting all of Xianxia's attacks, Zhang Yunfeng spoke up before tapping his finger forward. Tzila. A surge of pure energy immediately shot forth from the tip of his finger. Accelerated by Zhang Yunfeng's dominion, the surge of pure energy appeared right before Zhang Xian's chest in an instant. Realizing that he would have no time to dodge at all, he could only hurriedly raise his palm to defend himself. Tzzzz. The powerful momentum of the finger art traveled through Zhang Xian's palm and struck his body like a comet, forcefully pushing him back. As a result, a massive gorge was dragged out on the dueling ring. Took a great deal of effort before Zhang Xian was able to regain his balance once more. He felt his jinqi running erratically in his body, and as if someone had scalded with palm with blazing inferno, an indescribable pain assaulted his hand. Even a simple finger art of his wields so much strength? Zhang Xian was alarmed. He might have successfully withstood the finger art, but if this were to go on, the duel would surely end with his loss. Not too bad. The fact that you were able to withstand my attack shows that you do have some capability. Zhang Yunfeng remarked as he raised his palm, preparing for the next attack. At this moment, however, the young man before him abruptly raised his hand up high. What's wrong? Are you going to surrender? Zhang Yunfeng asked with a contemptuous smile on his lips. That's not it. I just would like 10 breaths to myself. Zhang Xian replied. 10 breaths. I admit that I am not a match for you with my current strength. In any case, it's already unfair that a Grand Dominion Realm cultivator like you is facing a Primordial Spirit Realm cultivator like me at your full strength. So, I want 10 seconds to sort out my thoughts. Exhaling deeply, a smile emerged on Zhang Xian's lips as he continued. As well as to make a breakthrough while I'm at it. Make a breakthrough while he's at it? Is it possible to make a breakthrough as and when you like? What can he possibly do in just 10 breaths? It won't even be sufficient for a short toilet break. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, a huge commotion broke out beneath the stage. The various elders in the sky also looked at one another in confusion, uncomprehending of what the young man was up to. A typical cultivator would have to find an isolated chamber, prepare all kinds of cultivation resources, and condition his body for many days before attempting for a breakthrough. And yet, this fellow actually asked for a 10 breaths break from the battle in order to make a breakthrough. Do you think that making a breakthrough is as easy as breathing, able to do it as and when you like? Fine, I'll give you 10 seconds then. Let's see if you have the ability to make a breakthrough within this period of time. Zhang Yunfeng was startled for a moment before he nearly burst out laughing. He had seen plenty of eccentric people in his life, but the young man before him sure was one of a kind. To ask for a 10 breaths break in the midst of a battle in order to make a breakthrough. Can you come up with something any more ridiculous than that? And even if you did manage to achieve a breakthrough, you would only be at half-leaving Aperture Realm. Do you think that you would be a match for me like that? Fine. I'll give you the time that you desire so much then. Let's see what you can do with it. Great. Zhang Xian nodded. Flicking his wrist, he took out the wintry spirit essence, uncorked the bottle, and swallowed it whole. That isn't for drinking. At the bottom of the dueling ring, Chun Liao saw that sight and nearly keeled over. The wintry spirit essence was a cold attribute spirit essence capable of freezing one's very blood and bones. Even the members of the Glacier Plain Court would just dab a little bit of it on their fingers and slowly absorb it over a very long period of time each time they cultivated. That bottle of wintry spirit essence was intended for several years of use, and yet, he actually swallowed it whole. While it was true that the wintry spirit essence was rich in spiritual energy, it was simply too cold. Swallowing it directly was worse than ingesting lethal poison directly. Putting aside a primordial spirit realm cultivator like you, even Grand Dominion realm experts would die from having their innards freezing over. Just what in the world are you doing? It was in view that the young man was her benefactor and the teacher of their young court chief that Chun Liao gave him a bottle of wintry spirit essence. If he were to die because of that, there was no way she would be able to escape responsibility. Go. Just as Chun Liao was scared out of her wits, she saw that not only did the young man on the stage not turn into a sculpture of ice, the aura he emanated was even growing stronger by the moment. It felt almost as if a dam which had accumulated several decades' worth of water was beginning to shatter, ready to let loose a furious flood upon the world. Following which, with a resounding buzz, the young man successfully overcame the bottleneck of primordial spirit realm pinnacle and reached half-leaving aperture realm. Despite so, the advancement in his cultivation didn't stop just there. It continued surging forward furiously. 2 breaths later, he reached quasi-leaving aperture realm. This? Chun Liao's face paled, and her throat turned dry. Her eyes were bulging so much that it seemed as if they would plop out to the ground anytime soon. She was certain that the young man would be frozen to death by the cold energy of the wintry spirit essence. But not only was he fine, he even managed to swiftly assimilate the spirit essence into his body and advance his cultivation swiftly. Just what kind of constitution did he have? That was really frightening. Amidst her shock, Xianxia's advancement in cultivation finally slowed to a halt. It seemed like he had finished devouring all of the spiritual energy contained within the wintry spirit essence. This, to achieve a breakthrough of 2 cultivation stages within 3 breaths? Isn't this a little too fast? Everyone stared at the sight before them in a daze. In the sky, Elder Lu and the others also nearly plummeted to the ground from shock. They thought that the young man asking for a break of 10 breaths was just a joke. But in just 3 breaths, he had already managed to advance his cultivation by 2 cultivation stages. And furthermore, from the looks of it, if not for the insufficient spiritual energy from the wintry spirit essence, he could have very well pushed for even higher realms. Zhang Yunfeng was also dumbfounded by how Xianxia actually succeeded in achieving a breakthrough so swiftly, and a deep frown emerged on his forehead. But a short moment later, the frown gave way to a cold chuckle. You are merely at quasi-leaving aperture realm. Even if you did succeed in achieving a breakthrough, you still won't be able to defeat me with such strength. Even with 2 consecutive breakthroughs, that fellow would only be a mere quasi-leaving aperture realm. There was still a huge gap between the other party and a true Grand Dominion realm expert like him. Boom! All of a sudden, the deep rumbling of thunder abruptly bellowed in the sky above, and it took only a short moment for the clear skies to be covered in darkness. Raising his head anxiously, Zhang Yunfeng saw ominous clouds looming above the square. He can't be thinking of challenging the lightning ordeal here, could he? Zhang Yunfeng's body shuddered involuntarily upon that realization. To dare to draw out the lightning ordeal a moment right after you have reached quasi-leaving aperture realm. Do you know how frightening the lightning ordeal is? Primordial spirits were of the Yin attribute, and they needed to be nourished by the lightning ordeal before they could make the transformation into the Yang attribute. Only then would they be able to travel freely without being limited by their bodies. However, lightning was the natural nemesis to all beings of the Yin attribute. Even Zhang Yunfeng had to reinforce his cultivation for more than half a year before daring to challenge the lightning ordeal. But even so, he still sustained grave injuries from it, nearly crippling himself for good. He had to rest for 3 whole months before he was able to recover back to full health. It was one thing for that fellow to rush his breakthroughs, but to actually draw in the lightning ordeal on top of that. Are you really that intent to die? That's too reckless, Zhao Xingma exclaimed in horror. To be honest, it was no big deal for Xianxia to lose the duel. After all, Zhang Yunfeng was ranked higher than him, so it wouldn't affect his status and prestige as a student of the elite division. There was really no need to take the risk and rush for a breakthrough at all. This was really a foolish action. Perhaps noticing Zhao Xingma's worry, Zhang Zhouxiao consoled, "Don't worry, Zhang sure will be fine." Zhao Xingma might not be aware of how monstrous Xianxia was, but he had experienced it firsthand. So many times, he had worked hard to reinforce his cultivation so as to push for a breakthrough in hopes to surpassing Xianxia. But in the end, the latter would just casually say, "I have accumulated enough," and easily achieve breakthrough after breakthrough, steadily widening the gap between the both of them. After all the traumas he had been through, there was no longer anything Xianxia could do that would surprise him anymore. Admittedly, the situation occurring before him was inconceivable to him too. But considering that it was Xianxia who stood at the eye of the storm, everything didn't seem as unbelievable anymore. After all, that young man was a celestial master teacher like Kong Shi. How could an existence like that be gauged using the common sense of ordinary men? Fine? How could he be fine? Do you know that the very first leaving aperture ordeal is the most dangerous to a cultivator? There are countless geniuses in history who had died because of it. Just look at the dense congregation of storm clouds in the sky. I know that he's a person of great capability, but it takes only a moment of complacency to make an irreversible mistake. Zhao Xingma bellowed anxiously. Besides, even if he were to survive the lightning ordeal, he would surely suffer grievous injuries too. Given so, how is he going to continue fighting against Zhang Yunfeng? Considering how powerful the leaving aperture ordeal was, it was inevitable that one would suffer great damage to one's primordial spirit. And considering how he was already outmatched when fighting at his full strength, how could he possibly be a match for a Grand Dominion realm expert when he was in a severely wounded state? Even without looking at the outcome, it was obvious what the conclusion of the duel would be. This time, even Zhang Zhouxiao was stumped. He had deep confidence in Zhang Xin, but given how disadvantageous the circumstances were to the latter, even he couldn't help but waver at this point in time. My heavens, has Zhang Xin gone mad? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or is Zhang Shi trying to draw his primordial spirit out from his body? All of a sudden, a loud exclamation echoed through the square. Alarmed, Zhang Zhouxiao turned his head toward the sky and saw that Zhang Xian had drawn his primordial spirit out of his glabella. And in this very moment, his primordial spirit was charging right into the congregation of storm clouds. Is Zhang Shi intending to face the leaving aperture ordeal with his primordial spirit? But that would only put him in greater danger. Zhang Zhouxiao widened his eyes in shock. Considering that the primordial spirit was weak against lightning, a cultivator would stand a better chance at surviving the leaving aperture ordeal if he were to face the lightning tribulation with his primordial spirit housed within his body. This way, the body would at least help to block out a fair bit of the lightning. Back at the marshlands of the northern meadows, he had seen the deep agony that Hall Master Xing was put through from facing the lightning tribulation directly with his primordial spirit. Zhang Xian was present then as well, so he should be aware of the dangers of his actions. Why was he still taking such a risk then? While Zhang Zhouxiao was wondering if Zhang Xian had gone bonkers, the latter's primordial spirit had already charged right into the storm clouds. Countless streaks of lightning flashed within the clouds, fully displaying the treacherous environment within. Kacha! Kacha! Under the relentless lightning strike, Zhang Xian's primordial spirit began moving in a bizarre fashion, as if the lightning strike had caused him to lose control of himself. The leaving aperture ordeal is the first hurdle that Saint Realm experts would face. The violent energy harnessed within the lightning tribulation is simply too great such that most primordial spirits would end up succumbing it, resulting in dissipation. Yet, that fellow actually dashed right in complete unprepared. He really shouldn't have done that. Having gotten into the elite division, he had such a bright future lying before him. But now, recklessness is really the bane for all cultivators. Look at how he's convulsing uncontrollably. This is his very first lightning tribulation, so his primordial spirit wouldn't have the slightest resistance to lightning at all. Even if his primordial spirit doesn't dissipate from this, it's likely that his sanity would be wiped away by the violent force of the lightning ordeal. That fellow is really too hasty for success. Wait a moment, are you sure he's convulsing? Why doesn't it seem that way to me? Long sighs of lamentation sounded one after another from the crowd, but all of a sudden, the sudden exclamation left the entire crowd stunned for a moment. You're right. His primordial spirit isn't convulsing. It's more like. Half a breath later, another master teacher finished the sentence with a shrill voice. More like he's bathing. Bathing? Bewildered by that perplexing remark, everyone quickly turned their gazes over, and indeed, there was something really amiss with the situation. The primordial spirit amidst the lightning clouds was moving around, but it wasn't a spasmodic movement. Rather, if they really had to describe it, it would be more of a rhythmic scrubbing movement, as if he was trying to spread the lightning equally throughout his body. As if he was trying to scrub it into the depths of his primordial spirit. Primordial spirits are naturally averse to lightning, but not only is he unfrightened, he's even heartily bathing in it. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? How could something like this possibly happen? Madness. This was truly madness. 3 breaths to push from primordial spirit pinnacle to quasi-leaving aperture realm, and even challenging the lightning tribulation face on straight afterward. Their minds could still accept it if Xianxia managed to survive the leaving aperture ordeal by a close shot. But to be bathing so joyfully amidst it, no words could even begin to describe the emotions they were feeling at this very instant. This? Elder Lu gulped down a mouthful of saliva as his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. As an elder of the Sanctum of Sages, he had seen plenty of outstanding geniuses over the past several hundred years, such as the current head of the Zhang clan, the little princess of the Luo clan. They were all the most outstanding figures of the master-teacher continent, the stars that shone the brightest in the night sky. But not even they dared to play with the leaving aperture ordeal like that. Elder Lu clawed at his hair frenziedly, tearing out huge patches of it. Zhang Yunfeng had frozen in shock from what he was seeing. He thought that it was utter foolishness of the young man to bring forth the lightning tribulation so casually, and that he was simply courting death. Yet, as if a resilient cockroach, the lightning ordeal didn't seem to faze him in the least. On the contrary, he was even having plenty of fun bathing. 10 breaths are up. This daze continued for quite a while before Zhang Yunfeng suddenly remembered the situation he was in and bellowed loudly. Who? The primordial spirit in the sky seemed to have heard his voice and immediately stopped his scrubbing. He opened his mouth wide and devoured the entire sky of lightning through his mouth before dashing right back into his body. In the next moment, Xianxia opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Yunfeng apologetically. Pardon me. It was my first time experiencing the lightning tribulation, and I had a little too much fun that I accidentally took another additional breath. To make up to you, why don't I give you a 3 moves advantage? From the moment he said those words to his breakthrough and the lightning tribulation, a total of 11 breaths had passed. It was a single breath more than what he had promised earlier, and the fact that the other party didn't try to assault him within this period of time was honestly praiseworthy. No matter what, he must return the favor. What did you say? Zhang Yunfeng gritted his teeth so tightly as it felt as if they would chip under the immense force. It was just a moment ago that he thrashed Xianxia upside down, but all of a sudden, Xianxia was actually offering to give him a 3 moves advantage? That was blatantly underestimating him. Make your move. I promise you that I won't retaliate in the next 3 moves you make. Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and smiled. You're really seeking death. Zhang Yunfeng couldn't suppress his rage any longer. While he wasn't one of the most talented individuals in the Zhang clan, he had a composed and steady personality. It was for this reason that he didn't rush into agreeing to help Xianxia exact his vengeance. But Xianxia's words had really struck the thorn in his heart this time around. For the longest of time, he had been extremely concerned about the widening gap between him and the other geniuses of the Zhang clan. And Xianxia's casual attitude and words of underestimation only served to further remind him of the matter. In an instant, rage consumed his entirety, and he couldn't help but want to tear the young man before him into shreds. Zzzzzzzzz. Zhang Yunfeng began walking forward slowly. Even though he was walking atop the smooth dueling ring, somehow, his movements felt as if he was riding upon a wave. Despite his slow speed, there was an imposing momentum behind his movement reminiscent of the choppy waters of a stormy sea. Previously, in view of his standing, he had decided to hold himself back a little. However, now that he had decided to go all out, his overwhelming strength immediately showed through. It's the Zhang clan's wave-treading stride. Rumors have it that the wave-treading stride was created by an elder in the Zhang clan while he was observing a water strider moving along the ripples in the water. Not only were its movements agile, it was also well poised for offense and defense, similar to a leaf floating atop the ocean. No matter how treacherous the waves get, it would still remain afloat. This technique is similar to shadow tracking, but it's much more profound and grander. Since Zhang Yunfeng has gone to the extent of using this technique, it seems like he has started getting serious. Xianxia is likely going to be defeated. His ability to withstand the lightning tribulation is indeed incredible, but a cultivation of leaving aperture realm primary stage is just too low. Discussions broke out amidst the crowd. While Zhang Xian's breakthroughs were shocking, in their view, it was likely that Zhang Xian had just reinforced his cultivation immensely over the months, thus allowing him to easily take this final step forward in this critical juncture. As formidable as Zhang Xian had performed in the lightning tribulation, his true strength was still bound to be lacking as compared to the genius of the Zhang clan, especially given the huge disparity in their cultivation realms. I shall make you regret looking down on me. Zhang Yunfeng raised his palm and forcefully pushed it down upon Zhang Xian. This palm may seem unimpressive on the surface, but as the one standing before it, Zhang Xian felt as if a torrential tsunami was towering before him, inducing a slight feeling of helplessness in him. Saint Intermediate Tier Battle Technique, Air Propulsion Palm. Completely overwhelmed with anger, Zhang Yunfeng didn't bother to hold back at all. In an instant, Zhang Yunfeng had turned the dueling ring reminiscent to the bottom of an ocean. Any movement made within the range of his attack would require his permission. Not bad, Zhang Xian remarked calmly with his hands still beneath his back. With an agile flit, he dodged Zhang Yunfeng's lethal attack and materialized at the other end of the dueling ring. After achieving a breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, his fighting prowess had increased by at least twofold. While he hadn't really tried out how powerful he was at the moment, he was confident that if he were to use his full strength, Zhang Yunfeng wouldn't stand a chance at all. It was for this very reason that Zhang Xian dared to give the other party a 3 moves advantage. While he only had the Primordial Spirit Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art with him at the moment, the Leaving Aperture Realm Cultivation Technique manual books he had collected back at Chenchong Empire's black market, along with those he had obtained from Jilingfeng's storage ring, had given him a deep insight leaving Aperture Realm. Even though they weren't sufficient to form the Leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art, he was still able to compile out a decently wholesome cultivation technique manual. Furthermore, his diligent cultivation over the past few days had firmly reinforced his cultivation. It was due to all of these factors that he was able to push for multiple breakthroughs so easily after ingesting the potent wintry spirit essence. As for the lightning tribulation, he had gone through the Saint Ascension ordeal, which granted him significant resistance toward lightning. On top of that, as he cultivated the Heaven's Path Soul Art, his primordial spirit was already young in nature. As a result, the lightning tribulation which all cultivators were so frightened of was actually nothing more than a walk in the park for him. This was also the reason why the bathing scene earlier occurred. He wasn't showing off but attempting to spread the lightning over his primordial spirit in the shortest time possible, so as to best temper his primordial spirit. Even so, he still exceeded the time by a single breath. How embarrassing! As for his massive soul, he had used the heavenly art of Dimension Unravel to compress it into a smaller form so that it wouldn't stand out too much. Otherwise, if a 10 meters large primordial spirit were to slip out of his body, there was no saying that the lightning tribulation might even be scared into escaping. Do you think that I would let you run away? Seeing that Zhang Xian had dodged his first attack, Zhang Yunfeng narrowed his eyes and flicked his finger toward the sky. Tizila! A powerful sword chi burst into the heavens. From this move, it could be seen that his comprehension of swordsmanship had reached a decent level as well. Upper Sword Heart. Woo woo woo. Halfway through its trajectory, the sword chi abruptly burst into several hundred surges of smaller sword chi, scattered all around the area as they surged for Zhang Xian. A battle technique? Zhang Xian was slightly surprised. He thought that it was only a casual flick of sword chi, but the move turned out to be a battle technique too. While the splitting of the sword chi would result in each of them harnessing significantly weaker might, such a barrage of attack was more effective in inducing panic in the opponent. In a fight between experts, one's state of mind was extremely important too. As soon as the opponent started to lose his composure, one would be able to drag him into one's momentum and influence his movements, thus gaining full control over the flow of the battle. But while such a move might have incredible effects when directed toward other opponents, it wasn't too effective against Zhang Xian. With another flit, Zhang Xian arrived at the other end of the dueling ring, evading every single one of those mini-sword chi cleanly. Is dodging the only thing you are capable of? Zhang Yunfeng harumphed coldly. 2 moves had already passed, but he didn't even come close to catching the young man's shadow. This had borne some feelings of frustration within him. I said that I would give you a 3 moves advantage, so of course, I won't back down on my words. Xianxia said with a soft chuckle. You? Zhang Yunfeng's face reddened in rage. Unable to take it anymore, he charged forth once more. This time, his speed was several-fold faster than before. It was still far from a match against Zhang Xian's unbounded treader in terms of speed, but it was definitely far faster than ordinary movement techniques. What incredible speed! What movement technique is that? It's the highest level of mastery of the wave-treading stride, rippleless treading. He actually cultivated the wave-treading stride to the highest level, as expected of a genius from the Zhang clan. A few amongst the crowd recognized the movement technique that Zhang Yunfeng was using, and shock surfaced on their faces. Wave-treading stride. This was an extremely difficult movement technique to master. Not only was it highly demanding on one's talent, it also took many experimentation and practice before one could grasp the feeling of it. Yet, to be able to reach rippleless treading, the highest level of the technique at such a young age, it must be said that Zhang Yunfeng was truly an outstanding individual. Hula! Amidst shocked gazes, Zhang Yunfeng had already arrived at an area less than 5 meters away from Zhang Xian. With a shrill buzz, he activated his dominion, and it swiftly engulfed Zhang Xian as well. In an instant, Zhang Xian felt immense pressure crushing him from all directions. It was as if he was grasped in the palm of another, unable to move at all. He's indeed formidable. Zhang Xian's face turned livid. Typically speaking, at St. Sixdan primary stage, a cultivator would have just formed his dominion, and it would assume a form reminiscent of flowing water, so the pressure it could exert wouldn't be as great. At later stages, it would take a form reminiscent of a bog, followed by mercury, and finally lead. As one progressed through the various cultivation stages of St. Sixdan, the prowess of one's dominion would grow significantly stronger. As such, even though the radius of one's dominion would barely change at all, it was rather easy to classify its strength. While Zhang Yunfeng was only at St. Sixdan primary stage, his dominion was already extremely compact and dense, such that even Zhang Xian would have some trouble trying to blast it apart. It was a grave mistake to give me a 3 moves advantage. Since that's the case, you need not dream about making a move at all. Zhang Yunfeng bellowed coldly as he struck his palm down upon Zhang Xian. Augmented by the strength of his dominion, this palm strike was at least 2 times as powerful as before. Even before it reached its target, its sheer might would have already suppressed one's soul and physical body, destroying any thoughts of retaliation in one's mind. Raising his head, all Zhang Xian could see was a dark shadow looming above him. His movements were restricted by Zhang Yunfeng's dominion, preventing him from escaping at all. If it had been a moment before, there is no way I'll be able to withstand that palm strike without counterattacking. But now, there wasn't any hint of nervousness to be seen on Zhang Xian's face, and he showed no signs of counterattacking either. Instead, he simply hugged his body together to protect the vitals of his body. He can't be dreaming of facing the attack head-on like that, can he? Even Grand Dominion Realm cultivators would be unable to withstand that blow from Zhang Yunfeng. To attempt to withstand it without putting up any significant defenses at all, is he courting death? I really don't know whether to say that the fellow is fearless or plain dumb. Upon seeing Zhang Xian's actions, the crowd fell into a daze. If one were to execute a battle technique within one's dominion, the might of the battle technique could be easily enhanced to 2-fold stronger than before. Zhang Yunfeng's air propulsion palm wielded devastating might even without his dominion, and yet Zhang Xian was actually intending on taking it face-on. If things were to go wrong, he might even be smacked to his death. Should we intervene in the duel? Elder Hanju watched on the situation in jitters. There's no need for that. Zhang Yunfeng isn't a reckless person. He won't kill another candidate right before us. Elder Lu's fists were also tightly clenched despite his words, and there was a contemplative gleam in his eyes which made one wonder what he was thinking about. Voila! Amidst shocked gazes, Zhang Yunfeng's palm landed squarely on Zhang Xian's back, and amidst a resounding sonic boom, a powerful blast of shockwaves swept into the surroundings. It's over. seeing that the young man who had just achieved consecutive breakthroughs really didn't attempt to dodge at all. Many amongst the crowd couldn't help but cover their eyes with a cringe, not daring to see what had just happened. However, before they could hear an anticipated cry of agony from the young man, another explosion abruptly sounded, and a deep groan escaped from Zhang Yunfeng's throat instead. Quickly turning their eyes over once more, they saw the genius of the Zhang clan retreating in a fluster with a pale face. His hands were trembling non-stop, and his eyes were marked with horror. What happened? Those who had covered their eyes before didn't see what had happened previously, and they were baffled by the abrupt change in circumstances. "It's the lightning tribulation!" a master teacher amidst the crowd exclaimed in agitation. "Lightning tribulation? That's right. Just a moment ago, Xianxia's primordial spirit devoured the entire sky of lightning, but instead of assimilating it, he allowed it to wrap itself all over his body instead. Not only was Zhang Yunfeng's palm strike neutralized by that very lightning, he even suffered a backlash from his attack. Just look at his pale face. I reckon that his primordial spirit has suffered significant damage from that previous move," the master teacher remarked excitedly. "You said that he allowed the lightning tribulation to wrap itself all around his body, so as to use it to protect himself?" The crowd staggered on the spot. It was true to devouring lightning would help to temper one's physical body and primordial spirit, but there was a huge problem in that course of action. It was extremely difficult to release the accumulated lightning within one's body. Over time, it could slowly wear down one's body, causing significant damage to one. But when Zhang Yunfeng's palm strike fell on Zhang Xian, he ended up drawing away the lightning within the latter's body, thus sparing the latter from the agony of the lightning while significantly injuring himself. It was two birds in a stone for Zhang Xian. Could it be that Zhang Xian had guessed that Zhang Yunfeng would utilize this palm strike, so he intentionally gave the latter a 3 moves advantage in hopes of using the latter's strength to draw out the lightning within his body after tempering his body and soul? Someone suddenly shouted out. In an instant, looks of disbelief and horror appeared on the faces of every single expert in the square. If that was really an intentional act on Zhang Xian's part, that would really be terrifying. That would mean that not only did he grasp the might of the lightning tribulation well, he had also seen right through Zhang Yunfeng's strength and personality as well. Otherwise, if anything were to go wrong, the one who would be severely injured would be Zhang Xian himself. Can he still be considered a human? Upon realizing what was going on, the crowd gulped down a mouthful of saliva as they glanced at one another. A deep fear rose from the depths of their souls. It was one thing to be highly talented, but to be able to keenly see right through others as well. If they were to face Zhang Xian in a battle as well, would they stand a chance at all? This is exactly the aspect about Zhang Shi that amazes others without fear. No matter how inconceivable a feat is, he's able to pull it off with perfect ease using unconventional methods. Zhang Jiuxiao's eyes gleamed in admiration. As an offspring of the Zhang clan, he had grown up hearing about the greatness of the young prodigy. As a result, he had grown up admiring the talents of the young prodigy. But in this moment, there was no one else in his eyes but Zhang Xian. No matter how formidable the young prodigy was, it was all based on the purity of his bloodline. How could he possibly compare to Zhang Xian? With sufficient time, Zhang Jiuxiao had no doubt that Zhang Xian would be able to exceed the young prodigy and reach the very pinnacle of the world. He's indeed exceptional, Zhao Xingma muttered in a daze. From the moment Zhang Xian managed to defeat him easily during the preliminary selection, he had already known that the young man was anything but normal. He couldn't have imagined that the young man would be so abnormal. From the current looks of it, he would be able to forge a legend for himself even in the sanctum of sages, where geniuses were aplenty. You have had your 3 moves. It's my turn. Zhang Xian loosened his huddled body and stretched his neck before speaking with a grin. The attack from the lightning tribulation was indeed within his calculations. He had compiled a book on Zhang Yunfeng through the Library of Heaven's Path, and there were several hundred flaws reflected there. Picking one of them out and designing a scheme to do him in was, honestly, not that difficult. So, with a swift movement reminiscent of a streak of lightning, He dashed right up to Zhang Yunfeng and stabbed his finger forward. Voila! A brilliant burst of sword chi reminiscent of a shooting star shot forth, and upon contact with the latter's dominion, it easily creating an opening and pushed ahead. Back when he was still at primordial spirit realm pinnacle, his strength was still too weak to overcome Zhang Yunfeng's dominion. However, after the consecutive breakthroughs, his strength had already surpassed the limits of the latter's dominion, such that it couldn't impede him any longer. Break! Seeing how the sword chi actually managed to breach the defenses of his dominion, cold sweat immediately rained down Zhang Yunfeng's forehead. With a flick of his palm, he hurriedly took out a sheathed sword to fend against the sword chi. Ding ding ding! The sword chi collided with the sword sheath and produced a resounding sonic boom before dissipating entirely. On the other hand, Zhang Yunfeng was forced to retreat 2 steps before he was able to ward off the might of the sword chi. He used a weapon? Considering that it's supposed to be a fair duel, his act of drawing a weapon should suffice for this duel to be ruled as his loss. Those of the sage clans possess innumerable powerful artifacts in their possession. If artifacts were to be allowed in the duel, it would become a battle of wealth instead of a battle of strength. Even though Zhang Yunfeng didn't draw his sword out of his sheath, his very act of taking out a weapon still induced a wave of disapproval from the crowd. Offspring of the sage clans had no lack of good artifacts. Any single one of them could easily drive others into despair. For this reason, even though there was no explicit rules banning the usage of artifacts in the challenge of the defeated, there was a tacit agreement amongst the candidates against it. On the dueling ring, Zhang Yunfeng paid no heed to the commotion of the crowd beneath, and quickly popped a pill into his mouth in order to recover from the injuries he had sustained from the lightning tribulation. After which, he turned to Xianxia and said, "I must admit, you are indeed a formidable adversary. I might have drawn my weapon, but you don't have to worry. I know that you are a cultivator from Qingyuan Empire, so I won't bully you either. This sword of mine is known as Glacial Frost, and it's a half-saint high-tier artifact. It would be indeed unfair for me to fight you with it, but its sheath is only at saint intermediate tier. I'll just use this sheath, but you can use any weapon you want." After which, Zhang Yunfeng pulled out his sheath and wielded it. A surge of concentrated sword intent flowed forth from him, emanating a great pressure on those standing before it. Even though he was armed with a sheath instead of a sword, his sheer mastery in swordsmanship enhanced his fighting prowess by more than 2-fold. He's only going to use his sheath? Well, considering that his sheath is a saint intermediate tier artifact, I guess that it would still be acceptable since he won't be relying on the superior strength of his weapon to achieve victory. On top of being a talented sword practitioner himself, he practices the profound sword arts of the Zhang clan too. If Zhang Xian were to accept the duel, there was no way he would be a match. I've heard of how frightening the Zhang clan swordsmanship is as well. Zhang Xian won't stand much of a chance against it. Such mutterings could be heard from the crowd. As a half-saint high-tier artifact, once the Glacial Frost Sword was drawn, there would be no cultivator of the same cultivation realm as Zhang Yunfeng who could match him, much less Zhang Xian. Naturally, the circumstances would be extremely unfair to Zhang Xian. However, if Zhang Yunfeng were to wield only the sheath of his sword whereas Zhang Xian could choose to use any weapon of the same tier, the duel could still be considered to be fair. How about it? Do you dare to fight me? Zhang Yunfeng looked at Zhang Xian with a hint of provocation in his eyes. You're only going to use your sword sheath? Zhang Xian frowned. That's right. You don't have to feel restrained by me. You can use any weapon you want. Zhang Yunfeng replied, heaping even more pressure on Zhang Xian to accept the duel. We have already competed on movement techniques and battle techniques, so shouldn't we compete on our weapon mastery as well? After all, only with a weapon in hand can a cultivator display his true fighting prowess. Besides, what I specialize in isn't barehanded combat either. This? Zhang Xian revealed a hint of hesitation. Indeed, with a weapon in hand, a person's fighting prowess could potentially rise exponentially. Take Zhang Yang for example, without his spear in hand, there was no way he could have cleared the Dragon Gate formation and become the progeny of combat. Personally speaking, Zhang Xian rarely used any weapons because his opponent tended to be too weak. After all, why go through the trouble of holding a weapon when a punch was sufficient to resolve the problem? May I first take a look at your prowess with the sheath before deciding whether I should use one or not? Xianxia pondered for a moment before asking. If Zhang Yunfeng's prowess with a weapon was formidable, he could still consider wielding a weapon. Otherwise, there was really no need to take out the Lingshu sword for something as minor as this. After all, it wasn't really his hobby to bully the weak. You want to take a look at my prowess with a weapon? All right then, I'll grant your wish. With a light chuckle, Zhang Yunfeng pushed his palm forward, and his sheath immediately flew forth like a prowling snake pouncing upon its prey. This was a rather peculiar move, carrying distinctive traits of both swordsmanship and spearmanship. It was ingeniously angled in a manner that aimed to seal multiple acupoints at once. If the strike were to really land on its target, the target would surely be incapacitated, losing all fighting prowess and even sustaining severe injuries. Not bad, Xianxia remarked as he flicked his fingers forward. Multiple sword chi sprung forth, blocking the way of Zhang Yunfeng's sheath. Ding 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 ding. It was a melody similar to a torrential shower raining down upon a roof. Watching as the sword chi clashed against his sheath, Zhang Yunfeng's eyebrows shot up as he pushed his palm up. Voila! With a powerful sweeping movement, the sheath forcefully deflected the sword chi on it back toward Xianxia. Facing this sight, Xianxia narrowed his eyes and quickly retreated. It was no wonder why Zhang Yunfeng proposed fighting with their weapons. In just a single encounter, it was already apparent that he was extraordinarily gifted in weaponry. Even though he was only armed with a sheath, his pierce was as sharp as a spear. His sweep was as forceful as a pole, and every single maneuver was conducted with the agility and flexibility of a sword. With all these three coming together in a sword art, it became a technique nigh impossible to guard against. Despite cultivating the Heaven's Path battle techniques of numerous weapons, Xianxia still found himself in a fluster for a short moment there. It seemed like weapon battles were really where Zhang Yunfeng's true forte lay. Hula! However, despite how swiftly Xianxia was retreating, the sheath seemed to move at an even swifter speed, pursuing closely behind him. No matter how he attempted to swerve and dodge, he was unable to escape from the pursuit of the sheath. That is, wave-treading stride? He actually managed to infuse the movement technique into the manipulation of his weapon. Elder Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Wave-treading stride was a movement technique that made use of the momentum of the opponent in order to advance or retreat, reminiscent of how a water strider drifted along with the waves. As a movement technique, it was developed with the intention of facilitating the movement of a cultivator. Yet, who could have thought that Zhang Yunfeng would have actually integrated the technique into the manipulation of his weapon as well? If Xianxia couldn't find a way to knock away the sheath, it would continue following him as if a shadow. No matter where he escaped to or how fast he moved even, it would track his movements tightly, unable to be shaken off. Hoo-hoo! Over on the dueling ring, Xianxia had come to the same realization as well. Thus, he executed the unbounded treader and flitted away. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the other end of the stage. At the same, he raised his palm and thrust it forward. Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm. Due to the excessively swift movements of the unbounded treader, the sheath found itself unable to catch up for a moment when it was abruptly faced with the overwhelming strength of the palm strike. Colliding face-on with it, a resounding explosion sounded, following which, intense shockwaves rippled from the collision, causing the entire dueling ring to shake non-stop. With this abrupt intervention, the sheath was forcefully shook out of its previous state. How about it? Does my prowess with a weapon in hand satisfy your criteria? Retracting his sheath, Zhang Yunfeng asked with a hint of pride in between his brows. He had viewed his ability to integrate wave-treading stride into the utilization of weapons as one of his greatest pride, and indeed it was something worth being proud about as well. Not too bad. Xianxia nodded earnestly. Using just a mere sword sheath, Zhang Yunfeng was actually able to leave him in a fluster for a moment there, nearly trapping him. Truly, as expected of a genius of the Zhang clan, the means that he possessed were indeed formidable. Do you dare to fight against me for a round? You appear to be rather proficient in swordsmanship, so I presume that you are a powerful sword practitioner yourself too. Since that's the case, your fighting prowess should be much greater with a sword in hand, right? Zhang Yunfeng continued. I'm indeed more powerful with a sword in hand, but my weapon is a little too powerful. I'm afraid that it will be unfair for you, Zhang Xian said with a conflicted look. Why don't I use my sword sheath as well? You are going to use your sheath too? A disdainful sneer escaped Fro Zhang Yunfeng's lips. What I have shown you earlier is just the tip of the iceberg of my ability with a sword. In a real battle, I'll be far stronger than that. If you were to only wield a sheath as well, I fear that you might be severely injured in the battle. That won't happen, you don't have to worry about that. Even without drawing my sword, I'm still plenty formidable. Zhang Xian replied to Zhang Yunfeng's words with a leisurely smile. Oh? Very well. Let me witness the prowess you are able to bring forth with just your sheath then. Harumphing coldly, Zhang Yunfeng raised his arms, and a powerful aura burst forth from him. He had started practicing weaponry from a very young age. Be it saber, spear, sword, halberd, pole, he had some degree of mastery in every single one of these conventional weapons, which was also how he could give spirit to a seemingly ordinary sheath, granting it strength that would make it invincible in its power class. And yet, the other party actually wanted to face him with a sword sheath as well. Are you joking with me? Since you are that arrogant, let me put you back in your place then. You shall know that not everyone can be like me, Zhang Yunfeng, displaying superior prowess even with just a mere sword sheath equipped in hand. Are you certain that you want us to fight using sword sheaths? Zhang Xian asked hesitantly. Of course, you were the one who said you want to use a sword sheath too. Zhang Yunfeng sneered coldly. Why? Are you planning on backing down at this point? It's not that. I'm just a little worried. Well, look out then. I'll be taking out my sword sheath now. With a conflicted expression on his face, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist. Hoo-la! Zhang Yunfeng was startled for a moment before he felt a mighty gale gushing at him. Raising his head, he saw a round platform several meters in radius falling right for his head. Pada! Before he could even process what was going on, he was already smacked onto the ground in a tie shape. His feet, which were barely exposed at the end of the round platform, were twitching non-stop, at least a consoling indication that the poor man beneath was still alive. Nevertheless, this smack should have rendered him incapable of fighting anymore. Seeing that the other party wasn't even able to take a single one of his attacks, Zhang Xian scratched his head and said with a flat tone, Ah, I should have warned you beforehand. My sheath is a little bigger than the others. For many millenniums, the Lingshu sword had been sealed in a mechanical stone platform. Back when he took the Lingshu sword, Zhang Xian did not neglect to take the stone platform with him as well to serve as the sheath. As the stone platform was the work of a celestial designer, it was not ranked in the same manner as artifacts usually were. Nevertheless, if one really had to assign a tier to it, it was definitely insufficient to be considered a saint high-tier artifact. Thus, from such a perspective, Zhang Xian could not be considered to be cheating. Just that, the stone platform was exceptionally heavy, and even Grand Dominion realm experts would have trouble lifting it. Otherwise, there was no way it could have kept the Lingshu sword sealed in place for so many years either. The fact that Zhang Yunfeng was able to survive having it smacked over him was already a huge blessing in itself. That's his sword sheath? There's really a sword inserted on top of it. But why in the world does he have such a massive sword sheath? Poor Zhang Yunfeng. There was a brief moment of silence beneath the dueling ring, and everyone gulped subconsciously as they stared at the sight before them with twitching eyes. This is too shameless. The other party was holding a perfectly normal-sized sheath, but you took out such a massive one. Who in the world would be able to withstand that? At the same time, there were many candidates who heaved a huge sigh of relief as well. It was fortunate that they did not foolishly step forward to challenge Zhang Xian, or else the one lying beneath that slab of stone could have been them. In any case, while Zhang Xian's actions were unconventional, there was no questioning that it was within the scope of the rules that Zhang Yunfeng had come up with. Furthermore, Xianxia had even given a warning in advance. Ultimately, Zhang Yunfeng only had himself to blame for his tragic plight. Paying no heed to the shocked crowd, Zhang Xian casually flicked his hand and returned his sword sheath back to his storage ring, revealing the poor man crushed beneath. Zhang Yunfeng's tongue was stuck out, his eyes had rolled backward, and his body was twisted like a dough stick. The deep fear that he felt prior to being knocked out was still firmly etched on his face. His current state was truly wretched. Just as Zhang Xian was about to infuse a surge of heaven's path Xinqi into Zhang Yunfeng's body to heal his injuries, a powerful gust of wind suddenly blew, and a young man leaped onto the dueling ring. "Hold it right there!" the young man yelled with a livid expression on his face. After which, the young man walked over to Zhang Yunfeng and placed his fingers on the latter's acupoints. Upon realizing that the latter had only lost consciousness and that his wounds were not too severe, the young man heaved a sigh of relief. He fed a pill into Zhang Yunfeng's mouth before waving his hand, and Zhang Yunfeng's body slowly floated into the sky before drifting into the crowd below. "Thank you for going easy on Yunfeng. I am Zhang Zhua, Yunfeng's cousin. Allow me to apologize for Yunfeng's previous rashness." Zhang Zhua clasped his fist as he spoke. The impassive look on his face made it hard to discern whether it was an earnest apology or a threatening remark. Nevertheless, Zhang Xian still responded politely with a nod. He remembered seeing Zhang Zhua's name on the list of candidates who made it into the elite division. He had finished in 31st place. "It's impressive that you possess such strength at your age despite coming from the Qingyuan Empire. If there's an opportunity in the future, I would be delighted to trade blows with you. However, I think that most of our fellow peers here must be exhausted from the entrance examination and are eager to rest, so let's not keep them any longer. Farewell." After saying those words, Zhang Zhua turned around and leaped down from the dueling ring. His movements were exceptionally nimble, perhaps a sign that he possessed exceptional capability in movement techniques. Since Zhang Zhua had departed as well, Zhang Xian knew that there was no point in him remaining on the dueling ring any longer. Thus, he turned around and returned to his seat. With the current fight concluded, Elder Lu turned to the crowd and asked if there were any other challengers. A couple of candidates stood forward, unwilling to part with this hard-to-come-by opportunity to rise through the ranks. Even though Zhang Xian had used questionable methods to knock out Zhang Yunfeng previously, his ability to break through Zhang Yunfeng's dominion still bore testimony to his true strength. As such, there were no ordinary division students who were so foolish as to challenge him anymore. By the second hour, there were no more challengers. So, Elder Lu stepped forward with a smile and said, "All right, your accommodations have been prepared, and you can check them on your identity token. Lessons will officially start tomorrow, and you will be expected to report to your classes. So, take the chance to rest well today." The crowd swiftly nodded in response. Zhang Xian took out his identity token, and when he scanned it with his spiritual perception, a road leading to his accommodation appeared. "Let's go." Beckoning Zhang Zhuoxiao along, Zhang Xian began making his way over to the Sanctum of Sages. Across the square, there were a set of towering doors with the words Sanctum of Sages written on a plaque above. By the right side was the word Confucianism 1. Zhang Xian could not tell what level of painting it was, but the conception behind those words was extremely deep, to the point that it felt as if he was seeing an entire world through those words. These words were left behind by the first sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, Sage Kuei. Studying these characters will be highly beneficial to furthering one's comprehension of painting, Zhang Zhuoxiao told Zhang Xian with a hint of excitement in his voice. As a 7-star pinnacle painter himself, he knew how valuable these words were. Without a doubt, high-level paintings were definitely hard to come by. After all, there were only so many high-ranked painters on the master-teacher continent. Even though those words had been there for several dozen millenniums, there was not the slightest hint of damage on them. They still looked as wholesome and fresh as if they had just been written a moment ago. These words are able to absorb spiritual energy in order to heal any wear and tear on the ink, Zhang Xian noted. He could not have expected that the fellow who had been busy whittling a metal bar into a needle in the folded space would actually have such a deep comprehension of painting, capable of writing words with such deep conception. Had he known it in advance, he would not have spent his time sleeping. If he had spent that time learning painting from the other party, he might have been able to make significant advancements in that occupation. Knowing that those words would not escape from the entrance and he would have plenty of chances to study them in the future, Zhang Zhuxiao's gaze did not linger on them. Instead, eyes reddened in agitation, he looked at the tall doors before him and exclaimed, "So, this is the highest training institute on the master-teacher continent. Sanctum of sages. I'm finally here." Born in a side family of the Zhang clan, he had put in so much more effort than the members of the main family in order to obtain what came easily to them. Wanting to be recognized by the Zhang clan, he had traveled down to the Qingyuan Empire many years ago, just to vie for the slot that he would never obtain from the Zhang clan. For a very long time, he had viewed getting into the Sanctum of Sages as his dream, but he also knew too well how difficult it would be to do so. He had devoted his heart and soul to it, but not once did he dare bear too much hope, fearing that the disappointment upon failure would crush his soul. However, after going through so much, he had still finally accomplished his dream. Perhaps it was because he had seen through Zhang Zhuxiao's feelings. Zhang Xian suddenly spoke up. "A powerful bloodline will only put you at a starting line above others. Ultimately, to reach the top, you can only rely on yourself." There was no one in that world who did not desire a superior constitution, an overpowered bloodline, and outstanding talent. However, those would only put one at a higher starting point than others. In order to reach the very peak, what was more important was undying perseverance and unyielding diligence. Zhang Xian, for example, did not possess outstanding talent, a formidable teacher, or an overpowered bloodline. In fact, it would be no exaggeration to say that he had started from zero. Yet, he still managed to slowly take one step forward at a time from the Tianxian kingdom to the Sanctum of Sages. This was not because he possessed astounding talent that far surpassed the others or that he had exceptionally good luck that would get him out of every single quandary he faced. Rather, it was because he had an unyielding heart that pushed him forward relentlessly. Without such an intense desire to grow, it was impossible for one to become a true expert. "Yes," Zhang Zhuxiao nodded. As soon as they walked into the Sanctum of Sages, the first thing that they noticed was that the concentration of spiritual energy in the surroundings was many times higher compared to a moment prior. On top of that, there was a unique aura drifting in the area that seemed to refresh one's mind, granting greater clarity of thought. No wonder it can draw so many humans in. It's indeed a blessed land for cultivation, rich in spiritual energy, as long as Zhang Xian could gather the required Heaven's Path divine arts. Even if he did not go through the trouble to search for spirit stones, he would still be able to advance his cultivation swiftly. In 10 years, he would still be able to become a 9-star master teacher and stand at the peak of the world. The place where he was living was not located too far away from the entrance. Following the directions on the jade token, he soon arrived at a residence. The concentration of spiritual energy within the residence was even more impressive. Even a non-cultivating human would be able to enjoy an increased lifespan and gain immunity to all diseases by walking in the area. By this moment, Zhang Zhuxiao had already parted from him. As the latter was a student in the ordinary division, he could only live in the shared dormitory. Naturally, the privileges of the two could not be compared. In a sense, the system was rather similar to that of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. The top students were granted accommodation in manor-like residences, whereas ordinary students could only live in shared dormitories. However, while Zhang Xian's lodging was much better than most of the other students, as he was ranked at the very last in the entrance examination, the residence he was allocated was located at one of the more remote edges, and it was the worst one out of the many others. Walking up to the gates of the residence, Zhang Xian took out his jade token, and the seal immediately opened. Zhang Xian pushed the door open, and just as he was about to walk in, an elegant figure suddenly walked up to the residence beside him and stopped. It was the young lady from the Glacier Plain Court, Chun Liao. Zhang Xian clasped his fist and said, "Fairy Liao, thank you for your words of advice during the duel. If not for the other party informing him that the Zhang clan's bloodline ability was time compression, he would have taken a bit more effort to defeat Zhang Qian. Zhang Shi, you are too polite, Chen Liao quickly replied. I was only doing what I should do. The young man before her was the teacher of their young court chief, and she was also indebted to him due to his revision of the Yin formula. To be honest, she felt a little embarrassed that she had not stepped forward to help him when he was in a difficult position. Watching as the young lady unlocked the adjacent residence, Zhang Xian asked in puzzlement, "Is this where you are staying?" He was in the very last place of the elite division, so it was only given that he was allocated the residence at the very corner. However, he was certain that Chen Liao's ranking was in the 30s, so it did not make sense that they were living adjacent to one another. I heard that Zhang Shi was staying here, so I swapped with another person, Chen Liao said with a smile. Considering that the adjacent residence was the accommodation of the person ranked 49th, it went without saying that the person had been more than willing to make the swap with Chen Liao. Swap? Zhang Xian was slightly startled to hear that. Yes, you are the teacher of our young court chief, and you have resolved the most major problem of our cultivation techniques, so you are my benefactor too. If there's anything you need, feel free to request it of me. I'll rush over and have it done as soon as possible, Chen Liao said with a smile. Actually, a greater part of the reason was that she was worried that the Zhang clan would make things difficult for Zhang Xian. By living in the adjacent residence, she would be able to look out for him. No matter what, she was the one who had caused the conflict between them. You're too polite. At this point, Zhang Xian came to a realization. That explained why the young lady's attitude toward him had changed all of a sudden. She had realized that he was Zhao Ye's teacher. The reason he dared not say that Zhao Ye was his student was because he feared that an ordinary disciple of the Glacier Plain Court would not be aware of the matter, and it would only worsen the conflict between the both of them. However, since the young lady was aware of it, that made things much easier. Since you know of the relationship between Zhao Ye and me, may I ask if you have a long-distance jade communication token or something of the sort? I would like to speak a few words to her, if that isn't a problem. Zhang Xian immediately looked at Chen Liao expectantly. Back then, when Zhao Ye left, he still did not have a communication jade token to give her. Besides, even if he did, considering the vast distance that sat between them, there was no way his messages could have gotten to her. Since the young lady before him was a disciple of the Glacier Plain Court, she was bound to have a channel of communication to contact the headquarters. Perhaps she might just be able to put him in contact with Zhao Ye. After half a year apart, it would have been a lie if he said that he did not miss his student. I do have a long-distance jade communication token here, but from the Sanctum of Sages, it would have to be augmented by a supporting formation before it can reach our young court chief. This supporting formation isn't easy to set up, and due to my lacking cultivation, I will require 3 months at the minimum, Chen Liao said. 3 months. An inconspicuous hint of a frown emerged on Zhang Xian's forehead. May I know what grade the supporting formation is? I happen to know a thing or two about formations, so perhaps I might be able to offer some help. In view of the long lifespan that cultivators had, 3 months could not be considered a long period of time. A simple seclusion could easily take this amount of time. But to Zhang Xian it was a little too long. If it was a simpler formation, perhaps he would be able to help to set it up so as to save some time. It's a grade 8 formation, Chen Liao replied. Grade 8. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. As long as the formation isn't too complex, I should be able to set it up. May I take a look at the formation blueprint? While his comprehension of formations was still limited at 7-star, his foundations were firm because he had studied the Heaven's Path formation art. If required to, as long as he studied the formation blueprint carefully, he would be able to set up basic grade 8 primary formations with ease. All right. The supporting formation was a specialized formation to augment the transmission range of the Jade communication token, and it was not really a confidential secret or that sort, so Chen Liao did not have to hold it back from Zhang Xian. With a flick of her wrist, she passed a formation blueprint over. Zhang Xian took the blueprint and began studying it. To make an analogy to his previous world, if the Jade communication token could be viewed as a cell phone, the formation would be a cell towers, serving to strengthen the transmission signals so that the message would be able to travel a greater distance. As simple as it sounded in theory, it was not that easy to carry it out in practice. It's a grade 8 primary formation, and with my current comprehension of formations, I should be able to set it up easily. Xianxia frowned. However, I'll still take around 3 days, and the work required for that will be highly intensive. That'll be too troublesome. While his comprehension of formations was already on par with most 8-star low-tier formation masters, there were simply too many aspects that one had to take note of when setting up the formation. The slightest mistake in the amplification of the transmission signal could very well destroy the structure of the communication jade token, so it was imperative to be absolutely careful in every single one of the details. As a preliminary estimate, Xianxia deemed that it would take at least 3 days for him to finish setting it up. 3 days just to set up a formation? That was too extravagant. Knowing that he was limited by his understanding of formations, Xianxia pondered for a moment before coming up with a plan. Looks like it's time for me to take the 8-star formation master examination. It was due to his lack of understanding of formations that resulted in his inability to effectively set up the formation. However, as long as he could clear the 8-star formation master examination and access the books about grade 8 formations, he should be able to reduce the time required significantly. Noticing Xianxia's frown, Chen Liao asked, "Is Xianxia able to set up the formation? I'm still a little lacking." Xianxia shook his head before asking with a smile. "Right. Do you know where I can take the 8-star formation master examination in the Sanctum of Sages? I would like to first take the examination before studying how I can set up the supporting formation. I think it would be safer this way. As the highest training institute of the master-teacher continent, the Sanctum of Sages were bound to house branches of other occupations. Otherwise, how would the students of other occupations advance their skills here? Most importantly of all, master-teachers had to clear the prerequisite for their supporting occupations before they could take the master-teacher examination. Everything related to the examination of supporting occupations and the sort can be found in the Hall of Erudition. I have looked into the matter previously, so I know its rough location. Why don't I show you there?" Chen Liao answered with a smile. "I'll be troubling you then." Through the identity token, he had also gained a rough idea of how the Sanctum of Sages functioned. It was divided into multiple halls, each of them serving a different purpose. However, the structure still differed significantly from that of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and the Combat Master Hall. The Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and Combat Master Hall were divided into respective occupation schools or cultivation divisions, such as the Beast Tamer School and Apothecary School for the former, and Martial Arts Division and Soul Division for the latter. On the other hand, the Sanctum of Sages mainly consisted of 5 halls, and they had nothing to do with occupations or the sort. They were namely, Attainment, Solidarity, Propriety, Erudition, and Integrity. 1. Hall of Attainment 2. The place where teachers taught and student learned, as well as where the impartation of knowledge, learning of techniques, and inheritance of culture took place. Hall of Solidarity, a training ground with all kinds of trials in order to temper one against the otherworldly demonic tribe. It served to promote camaraderie and cooperation among fellow students. Hall of Propriety, the area where duels and battles were conducted. Hall of Erudition, where occupation examinations were conducted and cultivation technique manuals were stored, the place where students would unlock their wisdom. Hall of Integrity, the place where students reinforced their state of mind and tempered their character. Attainment, Solidarity, Propriety, Erudition, and Integrity. 3. Graciousness, Altruism, Respect, Frugality, and Tolerance. 4. These were the 5 pillars of the Sanctum of Sages. Students who had come here to cultivate not only had to be strong, more importantly, they had to be principled and cultured. Xianxia, you are too courteous. Chen Liao nodded before leading the way forward. The Hall of Erudition, despite being termed as a hall, was not an actual building. Rather, like the 10 schools of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, it referred to an entire branch of the academy. Just the type of occupational examination grounds numbered more than 100. The duo proceeded forward swiftly, and roughly 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance. The first thing that they saw was a massive wall that was crafted using some unknown material, and carved at the center was a massive character that induced warmth and tranquility in one. Erudition. This calligraphy looks very familiar. Xianxia unwittingly halted his footsteps. The calligraphy for the erudition character was vastly different from that of the Sanctum of Sages plaque at the entrance. Even though it did not emanate an overwhelming aura, it created a conception of vastness that was as high as the heavens, as broad as a seemingly endless plain. This reflected the broad-mindedness of the one who had left behind the calligraphy the great dreams that he harbored for the world. While Xianxia was still bewildered by the sense of familiarity he felt from the painting, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "This is Kong Shi's writing. Vicious, you are awake?" Xianxia's eyes lit up. The person was no one other than Vicious, who had fallen into a dormant state for nearly an entire month after consuming the other Vicious of the marshlands. "Yes, fortunately, I have managed to assimilate that fellow into me," Vicious replied with a slightly agitated voice. "How are you feeling? Is there any advancement in your cultivation?" Xianxia asked. Vicious was his trump card, so if the other party's strength grew, it would indubitably be beneficial to him. "Master, after fusing together with my head and my eyes, my strength has grown by leaps and bounds. In my current state, even Saint Seven Dan cultivators won't be a match for me," Vicious replied proudly. "Saint Seven Dan?" Xianxia was slightly astonished. Just a month ago, that fellow had only been at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, and yet, just by fusing together with his brain and eyes, he had managed to advance 2 cultivation realms. This sure was scary. Just what kind of people was he surrounded by? Each of them seemed to be even more monstrous than the other. How pressuring. There was nothing he needed to say about his clone, and judging from what Chen Liao had said earlier, Zhao Ye's cultivation was bound to be far higher than his at the moment. And now, even his subordinate had gained the ability to subdue Saint Seven Dan cultivators. After assimilating the head, I have received a more wholesome understanding of my heritage, especially in terms of soul cultivation. Currently, I have soul cultivation techniques all the way up to Saint Nine Dan, Vicious said. "That's great." Xianxia's eyes lit up. The soul cultivation technique manuals he had obtained from Mo Hunching only reached Transcendent Mortal. So after reaching Saint Realm, he had no choice but to stop his soul cultivation for quite a while. After which, he managed to compile the complete Heaven's Path soul art for the first 4 Dawn of Saint Realm, and he had also raised his soul cultivation up to Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle. With the soul cultivation techniques from Vicious, as long as he could find soul cultivation-related manuals in the future, he would be able to compile them together to form complete Heaven's Path soul art manuals and advance the might of his soul. Wait a moment. A doubt flashed across Xianxia's mind. Aren't soul cultivation techniques unique to the heritage of soul oracles? Why would Vicious possess them as well? According to what he had gathered from Mo Hunching, soul cultivation techniques were a unique heritage of the soul oracles, whereas Vicious was an otherworldly demon. So, why would Vicious possess such a deep understanding of soul cultivation techniques, possessing complete manuals of them even? Forget it, there's no point thinking about that at the moment. Knowing that it would be pointless to think too deep into matters that he did not have an answer to at the moment, Xianxia continued asking, "Other than soul cultivation techniques, do you have any Jinchi cultivation techniques?" Vicious was an expert who had rivaled Kong Shi many years ago, so the cultivation techniques that he practiced were bound to be incredibly profound. If he could learn them too, that would be deeply beneficial to furthering his fighting prowess. "I do have a few cultivation techniques, but those are intended for otherworldly demons, so I fear they might not be compatible with your constitution. Nevertheless, I'll just send them over to you." After hearing those words, Xianxia immediately felt a surge of knowledge shooting into his mind. Since even he was capable of transmitting knowledge, considering how Vicious had assimilated the knowledge of the other Vicious too, such a thing was bound to be even easier for him. After browsing through the knowledge he had just received, Xianxia shook his head. "Indeed, I won't be able to cultivate those cultivation techniques." He could still study the soul cultivation techniques, but the otherworldly demonic tribe's cultivation techniques were completely useless to him. There was a vast difference in the physique of a human and an otherworldly demon, and this was a fundamental problem that even the Library of Heaven's Path could not bridge. As a result, no matter how talented he was, there was simply no way he could practice those cultivation techniques. What a pity! Xianxia sighed deeply. If only he could practice those cultivation techniques, he would have been spared from a great deal of trouble, and it would have been more convenient for him to achieve breakthroughs. But from the looks of it, it seemed like it was all a pipe dream. After which, both of them continued chatting for a while. Even though the brain did possess most of Vicious' memories, the immense damage that it had suffered then and the passing of several millenniums had resulted in quite a few memories blurring out. For example, he could only remember the vague outlines of the affairs concerning Kong Shi. Knowing that there would be plenty of opportunities to interrogate Vicious in detail now that he was awake, Xianxia decided to get back on track for the time being. Recalling what Vicious had mentioned earlier, he could not help but ask, "Right? You said earlier that this character was left behind by Kong Shi. What do you mean by that?" "Exactly what it means. The Erudition character was written by Kong Shi, and it's of a much higher level than the writing he left at the Saint Ascension platform. If I could devour it, it would be able to call forth power far greater than before," Vicious remarked in excitement. "Devour?" Xianxia's face immediately darkened. This fellow sure knows how to dream. This is the Sanctum of Sages, the highest training institute of the master-teacher continent. You actually want to eat Kong Shi's writing here. Before you can even do the deed, you will be pummeled into the ground first. Perhaps even I would be implicated by you as well. You'd better wipe that thought out of your mind. Xianxia harumphed coldly before turning his gaze back to the calligraphy. It was no wonder it looked familiar to him. He had studied the writing he had obtained from Kong Shi back at the Saint Ascension platform many times, so he was already familiar with the latter's handwriting. Seeing that Xianxia had abruptly stopped before the calligraphy, Chun Liao explained with a chuckle, "This Erudition character is wholesome and well-connected, reminiscent of the sparks of inspiration within a person's mind. Frequent admiring of the calligraphy will help to enhance one's analytical ability, thus opening the doors to erudition." "I see." Xianxia nodded. This character was indeed far more profound than the words Kong Shi had left behind back at the Saint Ascension platform, be it in terms of conception or aesthetics. Even Xianxia felt like whatever turbidity was weighing down his mind would be cleansed if he observed it for prolonged periods of time, thus enhancing his thinking ability. As expected of a work from Kong Shi, in comparison it seemed like Sage Kuei's words still needed much more work. No wonder most powerful clans are intent on sending their offspring over to the Sanctum of Sages to study. Putting everything aside, just this calligraphy alone already has the ability to stabilize one's primordial spirit and reinforce one's cultivation. On top of that, it can also suppress any inner demons, granting peace and tranquility. Xianxia remarked in awe. With Kong Shi's massive character standing guard, even inner demons would not dare wreak havoc. Perhaps, this was the main reason most powerful clans would willingly send the most outstanding of their offspring to receive the heritage and guidance of the academy. After staring at the calligraphy for a little longer, Xianxia turned his head back to Chun Liao and said, "Let's go in." Chun Liao nodded, and the two of them headed into the Hall of Erudition. After passing several streets, Xianxia finally found the location where the Formation Master Examination was held. He pushed open the door and walked in. Its interiors were exceptionally cold and quiet, and there were only a couple of people inside. This formed a stark contrast to the bustle that the other Formation Master guilds outside enjoyed. There's a strict limit to the number of candidates that the Sanctum of Sages recruit each year, and only Formation Masters possessing extraordinary talents or capabilities would be able to get in. On the other hand, ordinary students would rarely come over here unless they had to take the Formation Master Examination. Chun Liao explained, "It's better this way. I like the quiet." Xianxia replied with a smile. Most of the examination he had undergone in the past were filled with people, such that regardless of what he did, he would have to queue up. It was terribly troublesome. This should be able to spare him a fair bit of trouble, and it was also aligned with his humble and quiet personality. Are the two of you here to challenge the Formation Master Examination? At the front reception, a receptionist who seemed to be in his early 30s stepped forward with a bright smile on his face. The emblem weaved into her robe reflected that he was a 6-star Formation Master. I would like to take the 8-star Formation Master Examination, Xianxia said. 8-star. The receptionist was stunned for a moment before asking, You? Yes. Xianxia nodded. The occupations of the master-teacher continent maintained a very strict hierarchy concerning the access to books. Only when one's mastery of the occupation had reached the required rank would one be able to read the books deemed to be corresponding in terms of profoundness. If he wished to browse through grade 8 formation books, he would have to become an 8-star Formation Master first. And with his current proficiency, it shouldn't be much of a trouble for him to clear the examination. Pardon me. It's just that you are so young, and I was slightly taken aback for a moment. An awkward smile flashed across the receptionist's face as he quickly continued on. May I know if you have brought your 7-star emblem with you here? I'll help you process your application. Here. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia passed the 7-star Formation Master emblem over. Guild leader Han of the Qingyuan Empire Formation Master Guild had helped him apply for it after witnessing his skills relating to formations back at the Qiuwu Palace. Catching it, the receptionist took a look at the name and flipped open a book. After checking for a moment, he suddenly raised her gaze to look at Xianxia doubtfully. According to the records, Xianxia, it has only been 2 months since you cleared the 7-star Formation Master Examination. Are you certain that you want to challenge the 8-star Formation Master Examination so quickly? Typically speaking, even the highly talented students of the Sanctum of Sages would require several decades of accumulated experience and knowledge before they would be ready to take the 8-star Formation Master. Yet, this fellow had just barely cleared the 7-star Formation Master Examination 2 months ago, and he was already challenged the 8-star examination? This was too fast. That's right. Xianxia nodded affirmatively. Noted. I have processed your application. All right, come with me. Seeing that the young man was certain on the matter, the receptionist quickly went through the administrative procedures before leading the way forward with a smile. Those who were able to enter the Sanctum of Sages were either from prestigious clans or possessed extraordinary talents. He was only an ordinary receptionist, so there was no way he would dare to show any disdain or disrespect toward them. Very soon they arrived in a room. The receptionist bowed to an elder standing in the midst of the room and said, Elder Su, Xianxia over here wishes to challenge the 8-star Formation Master Examination. Weaved before the elder's robe was a Formation Master emblem, and on it, 8 brilliant stars shimmered. At the same time, Xianxia felt a wholesome sensation from the elder's cultivation, and he found that he was unable to tell how strong the latter was without the latter making a move. Given so, it was likely that the elder's cultivation realm was at St. Seven Dan at the bare minimum. Kong Shi has once preached education without discrimination. Those who seek to learn can all become his students. As such, the Sanctum of Sages doesn't just have master teachers but those of other occupations as well. The elder is probably a pure formation master, Xianxia thought. Through reading the information contained in his identity token, he managed to gain quite an understanding of the Sanctum of Sages. While master teachers practiced supporting occupations as well, due to their time being divided over a wide span of occupations, it was inevitable that their mastery and depth of knowledge concerning specific occupations would be beneath that of those who specialized solely in it. Take Pavilion Master Wu of the Qingyuan Empire for example. While he possessed considerable mastery as a formation master, when put in comparison with guild leader Han who specialized as a formation master, his skills would be barely worth a mention. Every single unique occupation was profound and powerful, such that even the devotion of a lifetime wouldn't be sufficient to explore the depths of it, let alone for master teachers who regarded them as supporting occupations. And the disparity in proficiency would only grow larger and larger as one approached the top. For this reason, the teachers who taught supporting occupations in the Sanctum of Sages were those who specialized in the specific occupations instead of master teachers. This way, the students would be able to gain a better insight into what each of these occupations fully comprise and was capable of. You wish to take the 8-star Formation Master Examination? Elder Su took a look at the information which the receptionist had passed to him, and a deep frown emerged between his brows. To take the 8-star examination, your cultivation would have to reach Grand Dominion Realm at the very minimum, but you are only at leaving Aperture Realm primary stage at the moment. You won't be able to set up a Grade 8 formation due to your lacking cultivation. The difficulty in setting up higher-grade formations didn't just lie in their enhanced complexity, but the greater demand in terms of Xianxia purity and capacity as well. For such a reason, there was a strict requirement on cultivation for formation masters. Xianxia didn't attempt to conceal his cultivation, so Elder Su was able to see through it with a single look. Reporting to Elder Su, even though Xianxia's cultivation is only at leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, in terms of Xianxia, he pales nowhere in comparison to a Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator. Chun Liao interjected. If that's true, I guess I can consider making an exception for you. Alright, follow me. Elder Su nodded. Having resided in Sanctum of Sages for a very long time, he had seen all kinds of geniuses. If the young man did possess such capability, it would be fine to make an exception for him too. Thank you, Elder Su. If I may ask, how do you intend to assess my Xianxia? Seeing that he wasn't shut down on the basis of his lacking cultivation, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It would really be troublesome if he could only take the examination once his cultivation reached Grand Dominion Realm primary stage. He would have to find higher-tier spirit stones and the corresponding cultivation techniques for it too. By the time he was done, it would already be several days later. We do have a formation that's specially used to assess one's Xianxia, Elder Su said before shaking his head in exasperation. However, it was just destroyed by that King of Destruction when he came over earlier, and we haven't been able to fix it yet. King of Destruction? Xianxia was perplexed by that term. Indeed, he's a student who just got into the Sanctum of Sages a few years back. On his very first year, he challenged the examinations of 3 supporting occupations and brought about great devastation to all 3 examination grounds. This is already the 3rd time he's taking the 8-star Formation Master Examination. Hi! This is the reason why our branch appears so cold and quiet too. All of our elders have rushed over to supervise his examination, fearing that he would tear down our steps of formations. Elder Su rubbed his glabella in distress. Brought great devastation? Xianxia was intrigued by those words. What kind of devastation did he bring? In the past, he used to cause an upheaval each time he took an examination. But as the days went by, he eventually calmed down, becoming more dignified and mature. Putting everything aside, just look at how the mountain gate was still standing even after he had made his round through it. What kind of devastation did he bring? Those words left Elder Su snorting so angrily that even his beard flew into the air. I don't know for the other occupations, but in the 3 occasions that he had come over, he had destroyed at least an item each time. The first time, he destroyed the formation plate which I spent 2 months inscribing with difficulty. The second time, he destroyed an isolation chamber. And this time around, I thought that he just wanted to try out his strength, but he ended up destroying that strength-assessing formation of ours. Honestly, if it's possible, I would ban that King of Destruction from setting foot onto our branch ever again. To actually devastate the same location 3 times. He sure is too much. Xianxia widened his eyes in disbelief at what he was hearing. Even in times that he accidentally caused any damage to an examination facility or the sort, it would only be a one-time-off affair. Yet, that fellow actually caused destruction in the same place thrice. That was really going overboard. It was no wonder why the other party was addressed as the King of Destruction. Indeed, it's just an examination. Does he really have to cause some damage each time he comes? You really can't imagine how furious I get each time I see him. Elder Su slammed his palm on the table furiously. My sentiments exactly. I also find those who destroy public property and make themselves public nuisances abhorrent. But of course, if one were to do it unintentionally, that would be a different matter altogether. Xianxia remarked vehemently in agreement. It was one thing to do it unintentionally, but those who create destruction with malicious intentions sure were abominable. Forget it. Let's not talk about that fellow anymore. The more Elder Su spoke about the matter, the more furious he felt. If he hadn't felt so indignant regarding the matter, a person of his standing would have never nagged about the issue before a student like that either. After venting his frustrations, Elder Su turned to Xianxia and nodded in satisfaction. You aren't too bad. Normally, whenever he spoke bad things about the King of Destruction, the other students would fidget timidly on the spot, not daring to even breathe loudly. Yet, not only was this young man unafraid, he even unabashedly revealed his resentment for the King of Destruction as well. This made the goodwill he felt for the young man before him shooting furiously up the meter. All right, you should start making some preparations. I'll assess your strength right now. Elder Su contemplated for a moment before saying, Preparations? Elder Su, didn't you say that the strength assessing formation has been destroyed? How do you intend to assess my strength? Xianxia asked in intrigue. Simple. I'll suppress my cultivation to Grand Dominion Realm primary stage and cross blows with you. As long as you can withstand 3 blows from me, I'll consider it as your pass, Elder Su said with a smile. Under normal circumstances, he had the right to refuse a candidate if his cultivation was beneath the mark, not to mention that the strength assessing formation was destroyed too. But what could he do? The student before him just happened to meet his eye, so he decided to make a special exception. All right. Xianxia was still wondering what kind of examination he would face when he heard those words, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Good. Let's do it here then. Elder Su stood up and walked to the center of the hall. The hall was extremely spacious, so there were no problems having a fight here. Jai. Suppressing his cultivation down to Grand Dominion Realm primary stage, Elder Su waved his hand and said, Feel free to use your full strength. Even though this is an impromptu test to assess if you possess strength on par to a Grand Dominion Realm cultivator, it is still a formal test, so don't expect me to go easy on you. I'll try my best. Xianxia nodded grimly. Even though the elder had suppressed his cultivation, it was very likely that he was a Saint 7 Dan expert. Be it in terms of eye of discernment or reflexes, he was bound to be far stronger than Zhang Yunfeng. It would be foolish to hold back against such an opponent. Who? With a swift Z-step maneuver, Xianxia dashed for Elder Su. The movement technique he was utilizing was a Saint intermediate tier battle technique from the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall. It aimed to prevent one's opponent from launching any surprise attack through a constant change in positioning and movement trajectory. Due to the intricacies in the movement technique, there were very few who would use it in a real battle. However, Xianxia managed to integrate it perfectly into his attack, flitting swiftly from left to right as if a specter. Not bad. Elder Su's eyes lit up. Considering how the young man before him was only at leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, he had thought that it was an exaggeration to say that the young man possessed strength on par with a Grand Dominion Realm cultivator. However, looking at the swiftly moving silhouette before him, he realized that there might be some credence to those words after all. Wang. While harboring such thoughts, Elder Su released a powerful surge of energy from his body, forming a dominion of 5 meters radius around him. Tizila. Shrouded within a dominion, Xianxia's movements immediately slowed down, as if he had descended into a bog. I'm going to be making my move. The first attack will be Palm of the Elephant Dragon. It's a technique that harnesses the might of elephants and dragons, and further enhanced by my dominion, it won't be easy for you to overcome it. So, do be careful. The young man before him had heartily listened to his grumbles and even displayed enmity toward the King of Destructions as well. This had left him feeling deep feeling of goodwill for the young man. As such, even though he wasn't planning on going easy, his very warning showed his care and concern for the young man. I'll give it my all. Hearing that, Xianxia immediately felt an adrenaline rush through his body. With a swift flit, he executed the Unbounded Voyager. Fighting against Zhang Yunfeng had given him a deeper insight into how a dominion worked. In essence, being impeded by a dominion was somewhat equivalent to having a force acting against one. In a sense, it could be viewed as a rope pulling one back, hindering one from making any movement. However, while the rope was taut on one end, it would be relatively slackened on the other. The reason why Xianxia had used AZ movement earlier was to draw Elder Su's attention into impeding his sideward movement, so that the abrupt use of the unbounded Voyager would be able to catch Elder Su off guard. And as expected, before the latter could process what was going on, he had already managed to close the gap between the both of them. With a flick of his wrist, he attacked with a palm strike of his own. The other party had said that the palm of the elephant dragon wielded immense strength, so just to be cautious, he used the most powerful palm art he knew against it in retaliation. Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm. Boom! The two palms collided with one another. What? Not expecting the other party to close in the distance between the both of them so swiftly and even execute such a powerful palm art, Elder Su's eyes narrowed in alarm. Before he could even speak, a force harnessing crushing momentum was already crashing down on him. How could he be so powerful? Feeling as if he had been struck by a comet, Elder Su's lips twitched uncontrollably. In the instant of collision, he felt as if someone had shattered every single bone in his body, and he was immediately sent flying backward. In midair, he attempted to unseal his cultivation to ward off the momentum of the attack, but the relentless might of the other party's palm crushing down on him denied him of any chance of doing so. Boom! His crashed heavily into the wall of the room, creating a massive hole behind him. Kacha! Due to the overwhelming might of the crash, a massive crack swiftly crept up the wall, all the way up to the roof. This? Chun Liao's eyebrows shot up as an ominous premonition arose in her mind. If she recalled correctly, all that supposed king of destruction did was destroy a formation. But what Xianxia had just done was tear down the entire main hall of the branch. Ah! While Chun Liao's expression had turned unnatural, Xianxia was also scratching his head in incomprehension. Where is the might of the elephants and dragons that we agreed upon? Where is the indomitable strength that will be difficult for me to withstand that you spoke of? Just a single palm and you were already sent flying. Not to mention you even crashed through the wall. Is it really fine for you to go that easy on an examinee you are assessing? You? Struggling out of a pile of dust, Elder Su's face was so warped that it almost felt as if he would lose his mind. As an elder invigilating an examination, he had actually been sent flying by the examinee. More importantly, he had even warned the other party to be careful of the formidable might behind his palm. Be careful your head. The one who should be freaking careful is me. This, Elder Su, there are still 2 blows remaining. Actually, I only used a half of my strength in the earlier attack, so... Xianxia said hesitantly. You only used a half of your strength? Elder Su suddenly wobbled on his feet as he became lightheaded. I held back a little when I executed my palm strike earlier, Xianxia explained. That was not a lie. He did rein in his strength a little. He would rarely display his full strength in a battle unless he deemed it absolutely necessary to do so. In view of Elder Su's supposed powerful palm strike, he had chosen to face it with his strongest move, Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm, but he had still held back in terms of strength. On top of that, in order to maximize the might of the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm, the attack should come down a downward trajectory. In order to capitalize on the speed of the unbounded Voyager earlier, he could only execute it with a horizontal trajectory, so its strength was further reduced. Elder Su's lips twitched uncontrollably. Despite only facing half of the young man's strength, he still nearly ended up crippled. If the young man had used his full strength in the previous palm strike, would he have lived to see tomorrow's sun? Are you really sure you are a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator and not a Saint 7 Dan cultivator? Silence drifted in the air for some time, and unable to endure the suspense, Xianxia spoke up once more. Elder Su, if you find that I'm still lacking, I'll put in my full strength for the 2 remaining moves. Cough, cough. It's enough. There's no need for you to face my remaining 2 moves. I believe that you wield strength comparable to a Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator. Elder Su quickly waved his hand. As a formation master, his strength would not be on par with master teachers. Nevertheless, even when suppressing his cultivation, he would still be far stronger than most Grand Dominion Realm cultivators. Yet, despite his strength, He had been sent flying with a single palm strike from the young man. With that alone, there was no need for him to continue with the remaining 2 blows. Thank you, Elder Su. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Since his strength had reached the mark, that meant that he was eligible to take the 8-star Formation Master examination. Once he succeeded, he would be able to contact Xiaoya later in the night. There's no need to stand on ceremony, Elder Su said as he rubbed his 2 trembling hands together. He discreetly whipped out a pill, swallowed it, and released the seal on his cultivation. Only then did he feel his injuries alleviating slightly. After which, he glanced at the massive crack in the middle of the hall, and his mouth twitched slightly. Just as he was about to find someone to repair it, flurried footsteps sounded, and an elder abruptly barged into the room. Old Su, you were right. This time, with the whole lot of us staring at him, that fellow didn't dare cause damage anymore, and he's currently challenging the examination obediently. Do you want to take a look as well? It's not a common sight to see him so calm, the elder exclaimed in agitation. Kacha! Kacha! Before the elder could finish speaking, the crack on the wall suddenly began advancing once more, crawling over the entire ceiling. It seemed that the elder barging into the room and his loud voice had destabilized the condition in the room. Walala! Dust began fluttering to the ground. The elder who had just entered the room finally noticed that something was amiss, and lifting his head to look at the ceiling, he shrieked in shock, "Ah! What's that?" That shriek happened to be the straw that broke the camel's back. Unable to endure it any longer, the room began to shake intensely. Boom! The entire room came crashing down. Rocks, dust, and everything that was in the ceiling collapsed to the ground. Xianxia and the others hurriedly drove their Jinchi to fend off the falling rubble, and only then were they spared from the calamity. When everything finally settled down, Elder Su took a look at the complete wreckage around him, and he nearly burst into tears. It should have been a simple test to assess the lad's strength, resolved with 3 simple blows. How did it come to this? Admittedly, the hall had not been built with durability in mind. Nevertheless, as a work of celestial designers, its resilience was not to be underestimated. For several centuries, he had lived here with nary a problem, and even after the previous visits of the King of Destruction, the hall had managed to remain standing. Yet, just by crossing palms with this fellow, the hall had been reduced to such a state. The more he thought about it, the more stifled Elder Su felt. Eventually, he could not help but direct an accusatory gaze at the standing young man not too far away. Upon catching sight of the daggers in Elder Su's eyes, Xianxia's hands instinctively shot up and pointed to the elder who had just entered, and he exclaimed in an innocent and indignant voice, "I wasn't the one who destroyed the hall. He did. It has nothing to do with me." Elder Su, the elder who had just entered, Chun Liao. A moment later, the elder swept away a brick on his head and the debris on his shoulders before turning to Elder Su with a look of bewilderment. "Old Su, this is just what's going on. It's nothing much. I was in the midst of assessing Xianxia's strength when in a moment of carelessness." Hearing the elder's question, Elder Su's face immediately flushed red. Eventually, he still found himself unable to speak of the exact reason. He was simply too embarrassed to speak of that matter. Even though he did lower his cultivation to Grand Dominion Realm Primary Stage, the opponent he faced was only at leaving Aperture Realm Primary Stage. Furthermore, not only was he sent flying, the impact of his crash even caused the entire hall to collapse. How could he possibly admit to a matter like that before his old acquaintance? Did he not want his pride anymore? If he really came clean, that blabbermouth would surely spread it far and wide, and it would be a matter of hours before every soul in the Sanctum of Sages knew of his humiliation. In a moment of carelessness, the elder scratched his head in confusion, and dust rained down from his hair. "All right, there's no point talking about this matter anymore. Xianxia over here intends to take the 8-star examination, so take him to the steps of formations." Fearing that his old friend would continue pursuing the matter, Elder Su anxiously changed the topic at hand. "He wants to take the 8-star examination too? Very well, follow me." Nodding, the elder began leading Xianxia away. Zhang Xian and Chen Liao quickly followed him. Elder Su hesitated for a moment, but eventually, his gut feeling told him that it might not be safe to leave Zhang Xian alone, so he decided to follow along as well. After leaving the rubble, they walked for some time before a staircase came into view. This staircase was extremely bizarre. There was nothing above or below supporting it, and it simply floated off the ground, ascending straight into the sky, as if leading to a heavenly palace of some sort. "What's this?" Zhang Xian asked curiously. He could tell that there were many formations inscribed on each of the steps of the staircase and in the surroundings in order to allow them to float. Nevertheless, it was still a rather impressive feat. "This is what we call the steps of formations, and this is where we conduct the Formation Master examination," the elder explained with a chuckle. "Steps of formations? Every single step here contains a unique formation, be it illusory formation, slaughter formation, beguilement formation, and many others. Some of them even require one to set up a formation in order to decipher it. All in all, there are 90 steps here, and every 10 steps is equivalent to the increment of a star in rank," the elder explained. "As long as you can reach the 80th floor, that will mean that you have cleared the 8-star Formation Master examination." Zhang Xian nodded in realization. In a sense, this was similar to the sea of formations that he had encountered previously. Basically speaking, the Formation Master had to display their prowess through overcoming all sorts of formations that stood in their way in order to clear the examination. Once the examinee reached a certain mark, that would signify that they had cleared the examination. Also, depending on where the examinee had stopped, that could also be used to determine how far had their mastery of formations had reached. For example, reaching the 75th step would mean that they had achieved the proficiency equivalent to a 7-star high-tier formation master. Of course, this examination was clearly at a different level to the sea of formations. Some of the formations even required one to set up a formation in order to clear. It would be highly testing on one's state of mind, creativity, and knowledge of formations. Even for Zhang Xian, this examination could pose quite a bit of a challenge. While the both of them were still chatting, Chen Liao could not help but ask, "Elders, may I ask if those standing on the steps are all challenging the examination too?" Taking another look, Zhang Xian realized that there was a total of 5 people standing on the staircase. These students did not continue heading up. Instead, each of them was standing atop a step. Their eyes were tightly shut, almost as if they were in a daze or in the midst of deep contemplation. Or maybe they were already consumed by the formation, unable to struggle free. Indeed, they are currently challenging the formation. 2. Elder Su nodded. 2 are taking the 5-star and 7-star examinations, and 1 is taking the 8-star examination. Zhang Xian took a closer look and noted that 2 of the students were standing on steps in the 40s, 2 on steps in the 60s, and 1 on steps in the 70s. After a moment, Zhang Xian asked curiously, "The King of Destruction you spoke of earlier must be the highest student up there, right?" He had heard from the elder who barged in earlier that the King of Destruction had not completed his examination yet. Given so, it would make sense for the latter to still be on top. Previously, Elder Su had said that the King of Destruction was intending to take the 8-star Formation Master examination as well, just like him, so by deduction, he would be the one in the 70s. Elder Su harumphed in displeasure. Indeed, that's him. Who in the world would like to be around someone who could cause massive devastation all of a sudden? Intrigued, Zhang Xian took a closer look at the King of Destruction and noted that he was a young man who seemed to be in his 30s. His figure looked a little slim and slender, and he was dressed in a light gray robe. As the other party's back was facing him, he was unable to make out his facial features, but he could vaguely feel a cold and lofty aura emanating from him. Zhang Xian did a swift calculation before remarking with a smile, "He seems to be on the 79th step. I wonder if he will be able to take the final step forward." In this moment, all the steps suddenly began shaking wildly, as if a rampaging beast had crashed heavily onto it. "The hell? The King of Destruction is attempting to destroy our steps of formations. Hurry up and stop him," an anxious voice yelled. Shortly after hearing those words, Zhang Xian suddenly realized that there were a couple more elders sitting by the staircase. and they were dressed similarly to Elder Su. Most likely, they were the other elders dispatched to keep the King of Destruction in check. The elder who had shouted earlier had an anxious look on his face, and as he spoke, he quickly gathered Xianxia in his palm and pumped it into the staircase before him, seemingly attempting to stabilize the steps of formations. Unfortunately, there were simply too many formations on the steps. As powerful as that formation was, he was not strong enough to stabilize the entire structure by himself. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and help out. In this moment, Elder Su could not pay attention to Xianxia any longer. He quickly flew forth and pumped his Jinqi into the steps of formations as well. With 6 powerful formation masters making a move simultaneously, the staircase's shaking did lessen. However, in this moment, the young man on the 79th step suddenly opened his eyes and lifted his leg. Just as he was about to step on the 80th step, the steps beneath his feet finally reached their limits. Hong Long. With a resounding explosion, everything collapsed. Countless formations flew across the air, causing the spiritual energy in the surroundings to fall into chaos. This, Xianxia gulped subconsciously. He really is the King of Destruction. Who? The steps were eroding and the formations were collapsing. Before the other examinees could process what was going on, they suddenly felt the ground beneath them vanishing, and putong! All of them fell to the ground, creating huge depressions beneath them. Opening their eyes, they scanned their surroundings with a dazed look, unsure of what was going on. We are only here to take the Formation Master examination. Can anyone tell us what in the world is going on? King of Destruction, you must compensate our steps of formations. If you can't fix it well, don't even dream of leaving. You bastard. I'll kill you. Elder Su, don't get reckless. You won't be able to defeat him. Elder Su and the others felt burning rage gushing into their minds, and they immediately sealed the surrounding space as they stared at the young man in the sky with hatred burning in their eyes. The steps of formations had been in the sanctum of sages since time immemorial. Countless geniuses had been assessed by it, but never had any problem cropped up before. Yet, it was reduced to rubble as soon as that fellow came. How could they possibly not be burning with rage? The King of Destruction also didn't seem to know what was going on either. With a dazed look on his face, he looked down at the collapsed staircase beneath him, as if still trying to figure out what had just happened. I really didn't do it on purpose. Could it be that the quality of the steps of formations is made out of inferior materials? The King of Destruction asked with a helpless shrug. Inferior, your sister won. Unable to take it any longer, Elder Su roared in anger. You said that it was made out of inferior materials? So many people had challenged it, but it was still able to remain standing across all those years. Yet, as soon as you came, it ended up collapsing. How can you have the cheek to say it's made out of inferior materials? Su Bing, I have warned you before. Don't you dare insult my sister. Upon hearing the cursing, the King of Destruction's face immediately darkened as a threatening glint emerged in his narrowed eyes. A hint of killing intent emanated from him. Hong Long. In the blink of an eye, the figure in the sky had already appeared right before Elder Su. Alarmed, Elder Su raised his hand to receive the King of Destruction's attack in a fluster, but before he could make it in time, he already felt a sharp pain in his chest. A foot had struck him squarely. Pong! While spurting blood in midair, he crashed right into a wall not too far away and created yet another massive hole in his wake. That fellow is strong. Xianxia's lower jaw fell in astonishment. Elder Su's true strength was at Saint 7 Dan at the very minimum, and yet, he was still unable to withstand a single strike from the King of Destruction. It seemed like despite the young age of the King of Destruction, the strength that he wielded was not to be underestimated. What was particularly impressive was the speed he traversed from the sky to Elder Su at. It was as if he had stepped right through space, achieving a speed that was on par with his unbounded Voyager. Calm down, calm down. Su Bing didn't do it intentionally. It's just out of a moment of rage that he misspoke. Seeing that one of their companions had been sent flying with a kick, The other elders glanced at one another in shock for a moment before hurriedly rushing up to placate the King of Destruction, fearing that the young man would fly into a rage once more. I told you before. Criticize me if you want, but never ever insult my sister. If I were to hear a single word regarding my sister coming out from your mouth, the young man said as he glared coldly at the elders standing before him. Facing the young man's menacing gaze, the lips of the elders twitched in fear. Why yes, old Su, what are you waiting for? Get over here and apologize. One of them turned around and bellowed. Cough, cough. Climbing up from the rubble with difficulty, Elder Su spurted a mouthful of blood upon hearing those words. With a tearfully indignant expression, he walked forward, clasped his fist and said, I apologize for my previous faux pas, and I seek your forgiveness for the matter. To be sent into the wall twice in a single day. What the heck is this? Hearing Elder Su's apology, the coldness on the King of Destruction's face finally alleviated, and he nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. You better take note of it in the future, all right? Zhang Xian and Chun Liao glanced at one another in utter shock. No words could describe what they were feeling at this moment. Too arrogant. That fellow had turned the examination ground to rubble, and yet, when one of the elders reprimanded him for the matter, he actually just rushed forward to beat him up. It was in this moment that a seed of doubt was planted in Zhang Xian's mind. Had I actually been too amiable in the past? Admittedly, he did cause quite a bit of destruction in the past, but he would always try to make up with it by offering all kinds of compensation, sometimes even offering to repair it back to perfection. On the other hand, the young man in front of him was completely unreasonable, not even bothering to apologize for what he had done. So what if I destroyed it? Just try criticizing me, and I'll make you crawl all over the ground, searching for your fallen teeth. All right, there's no need to give me a gift or anything of that sort as an apology. I am a rather casual person, and I don't like to cause excessive trouble either. The King of Destruction waved his hand leisurely. Those words left the elders of the Formation Master Guild branch nearly collapsing to the ground. We are only apologizing to you. Who in the world is going to give you a gift? Furthermore, casual? Don't like to cause excessive trouble? At the rate you are going, even killing all of us here would be a trivial matter to you, right? Is that how it's supposed to go? Overwhelmed with shock, this was the only thing that was on Zhang Xian's mind at this moment. It was no wonder why the other party was called the King of Destruction. He was indeed vicious. Compared to the other party, he was truly lacking. There was really no ground for comparison between the both of them. Regarding the steps of formations, with faces reddened in indignation, Elder Su and the others couldn't stand it any longer, and they pointed to the rubble on the ground. Don't bother with words of apology or that sort anymore. What's more important right now is that I haven't finished my 8-star Formation Master examination yet. You all should hurry up and find a way to repair it first. The King of Destruction interjected. This? The crowd was stifled speechless by those words. Even Zhang Xian was left in a state of shock. Was it really fine for one to be that shameless? It was one thing not to offer any compensation after destroying the other party's property, but to pummel the other party up and even demand it to be fixed as soon as possible. Really, did that fellow have no sense of shame? It seems like I'm still thin-skinned as compared to him, Zhang Xian thought in embarrassment. All those who had chased after me due to the destruction I have caused. Did you see that? That's the real King of Destruction standing right there. What I did can only be considered as a small disturbance at the very most, not even worth a mention. The Steps of Formations was constructed by 8 9-star Formation Masters dispatched by the headquarters, and they took 3 months in total before they finished building it. Our strength isn't sufficient to repair it, Elder Su said with a reddened face. 9-star Formation Masters were basically capable of creating any formations beneath grade 9 in an instant. However, to compress a formation into the size of a single step, and have it trigger immediately as soon as someone came into contact with it so as to assess him, that was definitely no easy task. Even Formation Masters of their rank would need to take a fair bit of time before they could pull off something like that. You aren't able to repair it? but I need to clear the Formation Master examination as soon as possible. I don't have much time to waste. The King of Destruction frowned in anger. Actually, there's no need for you to worry. We have all seen that the circumstances of the examination earlier, and you have already reached the 79th step, just a step away from reaching the 80th. That is sufficient to show that your prowess is already on par with 8-star Formation Masters. We can help you apply for an 8-star emblem straight, so that you don't have to take the examination anymore. At this point, Elder Su didn't even want to argue with the King of Destruction anymore. All he wanted to do was to send the other party away as quickly as possible. It was already bad enough for it to be destroyed once. If they were to allow that fellow to challenge it once again after it was repaired, who knew what would happen the next time around? Since that was the case, they might as well just clear the fellow and send him on his way. In any case, given the previous circumstances, it was apparent that he was about to reach the 80th step when the steps of formations abruptly collapsed. Thus, in a sense, they weren't compromising on the examination either. You want to apply for an 8-star emblem for me? The King of Destruction was taken aback. How can that do? I always seek to clear my examinations with my own ability. Such shortcuts just aren't for me. Besides, formations have always been my greatest weakness, and since I'm already taking the examination, I should use it as an opportunity to temper my skills too. I don't need you to apply the emblem for me. Elder Su and the others clawed at their hair. Are you done yet? We have already admitted defeat, even offering to give the emblem right into your hands, so why are you still rejecting it? Will you only be content after you have driven all of us mad? Elder Su, may I interject for a bit? Seeing how the atmosphere had turned awkward, Xianxia couldn't help but step forward to interject. Sure. Feel free to speak. Elder Su clasped his fist. Xianxia had also destroyed the hall earlier on, but compared to the King of Destruction, the other party still felt pure like an innocent white lily. Furthermore, after what the King of Destruction had done, the contrast between the both of them made him feel that Xianxia's character was actually not too bad. Is it impossible to take the examination now that the steps of formations have collapsed? Xianxia asked. Actually, this was what he was more concerned about. He needed to clear the 8-star Formation Master examination as soon as possible so that he could access the Grade 8 formation books. This way, he would finally be able to meet the disciple that he hadn't met for a very long time. Would the collapse of the steps of formations mean that his plans were going to fall through? A conflicted look surfaced on Elder Su's face. Actually, it's not that there's no other way to conduct the examination, but the time required might be a little longer. Oh? What's the other way? Xianxia's eyes lit up. We can make an application to the headquarters right now and have them send over a brand new formation blueprint over. The examinee will start studying it on the spot and attempt to set it up. As long as the examinee succeeds and the tier of the formation meets the mark, he would be considered to have cleared the examination. Elder Su paused for a moment before saying, in truth, this was the most direct manner to assess a formation master. However, having a 7-star pinnacle formation master set up a grade 8 formation would require at least several months of effort. Due to how exhausting and lengthy the examination was, as well as the great number of examinees that challenged the formation master examination each year, such an ineffective method had been gradually eliminated with time. In order for a formation to display its true prowess, one would have to harmonize it together with the surrounding environment, and considering the complexity of a grade 8 formation, it would indeed be far more time-consuming. Xianxia nodded. However, I'm willing to undergo this examination. It was true that most 7-star formation masters would take a very long time to set up a basic grade 8 formation, but Xianxia was different. With just a sweep of his eye of insight, he would be able to determine the ideal locations where he should plant the formation flags at. Even if that didn't work, he still had the Library of Heaven's path to fall back on. As such, setting up a basic grade 8 formation could be said to be a walk in the park for him. Since there's such a method as well, I want to take the examination too. Before Elder Su could reply to Xianxia's remark, the King of Destruction had already spoken up once more. You wish to take the examination too? Hearing that the King of Destruction was going to continue with the examination, everyone shuddered in fear. That's right. The King of Destruction nodded affirmatively. Seeing the frightened look on the faces of the elders, Xianxia couldn't help but step in. This friend over here. Actually, since Elder Su and the others are going to apply for an emblem for you, there's really no need for you to take the examination anymore. Why do you want to go through so much trouble? Since that fellow could already obtain the 8-star Formation Master emblem, why in the world was he being so troublesome here? Having an emblem applied for one is like being taken pity upon. I don't need anyone's pity. The King of Destruction harumphed coldly. Since the Formation Master Guild is willing to give the emblem out to you, it shows that they have already acknowledged you. Since that's the case, how can that be considered as pity? At this point, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out his emblem. Look, this formation emblem I have over here was applied for me by Guild Leader Han of the Qingyuan Empire Formation Master Guild. I didn't even attend the examination. The King of Destruction frowned in dilemma. It should be hard to get an emblem applied for one, right? To be able to have one's emblem directly applied for one was definitely no easy task. If the other party was able to get the head of a Formation Master Guild to do it for him, could it mean that the other party was an incredible genius as well, just like him? You're right. It's really, really hard to obtain one's emblem through application. After all, how often do you see a person obtaining his emblem through application? With a deep sigh, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a whole string of emblems appeared before him. But well, what can I say? My 7-star Demonic Tunist emblem, applied. 7-star Apothecary emblem, applied. 7-star Painter emblem, applied. 7-star Terpsichore emblem, applied. 7-star Appraiser emblem, applied. 7-star Physician emblem, applied. King of Destruction. The Elders. Chun Liao. Cough cough. Zhang, sure, it's fine. You can keep your stuff. Clutching his heart, Elder Su couldn't bring himself to look at them. What the heck was with all of them? In a sense, having one's emblem applied for one was similar to being given a direct admission into branded schools. Typically speaking, it was extremely difficult to encounter something like that, almost nigh impossible. Yet, the fellow before him actually took out a whole pile of emblems and they were all freaking applied for. More importantly, he even had the cheek to say that it was really, really difficult to obtain emblems by application. Is this really how really difficult is to you? Why does it seem like you are intentionally bragging about it to us instead? You obtain all of these through application? The eyes of the King of Destruction widened as his breathing hastened. Just how much destruction did you cause to receive such treatment? He had to visit this branch thrice and destroy the steps of formations before Elder Su offered to apply for the emblem in his stead. Could he have possibly found a comrade in the same path? Destruction? Of course not. It's not like I'm into destroying stuff or anything. Xianxia hurriedly waved his hand in denial. I had all of these applied for me through my personal charisma. Personal charisma? Humph. I don't believe you. If you weren't destroying any of their stuff, why would they go through so much trouble to specially make an application for your emblem? Alright then, why don't you tell me how you managed to receive your 7-star Formation Master emblem then? Back then, they encountered a grade 8 seal which they were unable to decipher. I managed to open up a hole in the formation, and it's through that which I earned the approval of the Qingyuan Empire Formation Master Guild. Thinking back, he met Guild Leader Han back at the entrance to the Qiuwu Palace. He was attempting to create an opening in a seal containing the rampaging energy in the volcano, and after a series of misunderstandings, he eventually managed to win Guild Leader Han over through his capabilities. Open up a hole in a formation? How is that any different from destroying? The King of Destruction clicked his tongue in displeasure. What about your 7-star Apothecary emblem then? I obtained that through rendering the head of the Qingyuan Empire Apothecary Guild speechless during a pill debate. The spectacle was truly amazing then. The entire apothecary school of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy ended up. It was at this moment that Xianxia realized he had misspoken, but with everyone's eyes staring intently on him, he had no choice but to continue on. being torn down. The lips of the King of Destruction curled up into a smirk. Aha! I knew it. What about your 7-star appraiser emblem? While appraising a painting, I scraped off a layer of it and exposed a problem in it. Xianxia's voice gradually grew more and more diffident. Your 7-star demonic tunist emblem? I ended up knocking out all of the divine cranes in charge of the examination, and as there weren't sufficient cranes to conduct the examination anymore, school head Jiang ended up specially applying for the 7-star emblem for me. Thinking back on those incidents, cold sweat started to rain down Xianxia's back. True, he didn't destroy buildings frenziedly like what the King of Destruction did, but it honestly felt like his actions were not any better though. All along, he had viewed himself to be a good person. But the more he spoke, the more he felt that he was the villain instead. And you still refuse to call that destruction? The King of Destruction stared at Xianxia with a smug look. Earlier, I seem to have heard some explosion sound from the direction where you all came from earlier. Did something happen? While testing out my strength, I accidentally tore down the main hall. Xianxia replied awkwardly. The King of Destruction clicked his tongue. Is this the personal charisma you speak of? Xianxia was rendered speechless. He was still confident in himself a moment ago, thinking that it was how outstanding he was that he managed to get others to apply for his emblems. But looking back now, could they have done so out of fear to placate him so as to prevent him from causing any more damage? But it was not like he did all of that intentionally. Anxious, Xianxia turned to Elder Su and the others in hope of finding some support from them, only to see their bodies trembling uncontrollably and their faces livid in fear. It was already bad enough for a King of Destruction to barge into their home. Just what in the world did they do so wrong for the heavens to send 2 homewreckers into their branch? All they wished for was a life of peace. Was this simple wish of theirs really that difficult to fulfill? Seeing all of the fearful looks directed at him, Xianxia could only lower his head in resignation. Realizing that it was impossible for him to salvage his reputation anymore, he quickly changed the topic. Elder Su, I think you should hurry up and make the application with the headquarter. I intend to take the examination to obtain the 8-star formation master emblem. Really, all he wanted to do here was to take the examination. He had no intention of causing any trouble at all. No wonder why the King of Destruction was unwilling to have his emblems applied for him. At this point, it seemed almost as if the occupation guilds would only specially apply emblems in order to placate troublemakers. I'll take the examination together with him, the King of Destruction interjected. Elder Su looked at the 2 of them for a moment before slowly nodding. Then, he turned around and left the room. An examination to set up formation was troublesome, but it shouldn't be possible to cause too much damage through that. This course of action was at least acceptable to him. Not too long later, Elder Su returned. This is the elementary grade 8 formation which I have just applied for from the headquarters. I'll give you 3 days to study it, and as long as you can successfully construct it within 3 months, I'll consider it as your pass. After which, he flicked his hand, and a formation blueprint appeared before the duo. The blueprint was extremely complex, making it extremely hard to harmonize it with the surrounding environment. Even though it was only an elementary grade 8 formation, it was at least several times more intricate than that of a 7-star pinnacle formation. However, it's still a lot easier to set up than the supporting formation Chen Liao showed me. After taking a look, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he was a 7-star formation master, his understanding of formations was already on par with most 8-star primary formation masters. While he would have trouble constructing some of the more profound grade 8 formations for elementary ones like this, it was still no trouble at all. Haha, I am known to be one of the fastest readers in my clan. It seems like I'm going to complete it faster than you. While Xianxia was still harboring such thoughts in mind, he suddenly heard the hearty laughter of the King of Destruction beside him. You are a fast reader? Hearing those words, Xianxia turned a glance over. Indeed, despite the complexity of this formation, I'm confident that I would be able to fully comprehend it within half a day, the King of Destruction declared proudly. For a young man in his 30s to wield strength which even Elder Su was no match against. There was no doubt that the King of Destruction was a person of great talent, possessing skills that surpassed most ordinary men. What about you? After speaking his piece confidently, the King of Destruction turned to look at Xianxia intently. There was a bright smile of his face, but the look of competitiveness in his eyes was impossible to miss. It wasn't rare for him to find a fellow avid destroyer, and it was even more coincidental that the both of them were challenging the 8-star Formation Master examination at the same time. Considering the various similarities between the both of them, it was inevitable for him to compare himself against Xianxia, wanting to see who would be the superior one. You are asking me? Xianxia was slightly surprised by that abrupt question. He hesitated for a moment, and instead of answering the question straight, he turned to Elder Su and asked, "Are there formation flags for grade 8 formations here?" "Of course, we have them all prepared." Elder Su wasn't sure why Xianxia would suddenly ask such a question, but he still flicked his wrist, and a huge pile of grade 8 formation flags appeared on the ground. "Thank you." With a smile, Xianxia waved his hand, and all of the formation flags immediately flew into the air. Then he snapped his fingers. Voila! The several hundred flags immediately flew into the surroundings, plunging themselves into the ground all around the room. What is he up to? Seeing Xianxia tossing the formation flags all of a sudden, everyone was startled. They had no idea what he was up to. On the other hand, paying no heed to the crowd's shock, Xianxia took a few steps back and stomped his feet. Wang! With a buzzing sound, a formation came into life. Mist immediately crept into the room, hindering the sight of all those who stood within. Grade 8 formation activated. I'm done. Xianxia clapped his hands to rid the dust on them. I have finished setting up the grade 8 formation. The King of Destruction, Elder Su and the others. Chun Liao. Cough, cough. It took a very long time before Elder Su and the others were able to recover from their shock. The various elders quickly checked the various aspects of the formation for the first time, the second time, and the third time, but they were unable to find any single problem with it at all. In the end, they could only give a nod of approval. There's no problem with the formation Xianxia has set up. I hereby declare that Xianxia has cleared the 8-star Formation Master examination. The King of Destruction felt so stifled on the inside that he could hardly breathe. To be honest, he was intending to compete with Xianxia and show off a bit before him. But in the end, he only ended up having his own face slapped instead. He wasn't even done reading through the content in the formation, but the other party was already done setting up the formation. Wasn't this a little too fast? Forget it, Elder Su. I don't want to take the examination anymore. Help me apply for my 8-star Formation Master emblem instead. The King of Destruction waved his hand and harumphed in displeasure. This? All right then. Elder Su nodded. This was what he had offered the other party from the start anyway. Besides, considering that it was the King of Destruction they were dealing with, it was always better to be safe than sorry. Thank you. The King of Destruction nodded. He took a glance at the destroyed steps of formations and said, I'll have my men to compensate the damages here, and I'll find someone to have the steps of formations repaired back to its original state as soon as possible too. We'll be counting on you then. Hearing those words, Elder Su and the others visibly heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Xianxia nodded inconspicuously in approval as well. All this while, he had thought that the King of Destruction was an extremely unreasonable person, causing damage here and there without taking responsibility for his actions. But from the looks of it now, that wasn't exactly the case. While his actions did inconvenience others, he did make reparations for them afterward, so his actions were still barely acceptable. There's no need to stand on ceremony. The King of Destruction replied before turning over. Your name is Xianxia? That's right. Xianxia nodded. You are a freshman who just came in this year? Otherwise, there's no way I wouldn't have heard of your name. The King of Destruction asked with uplifted eyebrows. The ability to set up grade 8 formation instantaneously was, without a doubt, an extremely powerful capability. If there had been such a figure in the Sanctum of Sages before, he would have surely heard of him before. That's right. Not bad. Talented and skilled, yet humble and low profile just like me. I like you. The king of destruction nodded in satisfaction. You're too kind. Xianxia replied with a polite smile. Considering the king of destruction's strength, he was bound to be from an extraordinary background. Being on good terms with a person like the king of destruction was definitely a good thing for him. I'll be leaving now. If you intend to challenge the examinations of any other occupations in the future, feel free to call me along. I have connections in many of them, so they would usually give me some leeway, the king of destruction said. Xianxia quickly thanked the other party, after which the king of destruction began making his way out. Watching at the departing back, Xianxia turned to Elder Su and the others with a doubtful look and asked telepathically, Elder Su, may I know which clan is the king of destruction from? It was apparent that Elder Su and the others had been relatively docile before the king of destruction. While it was true that the king of destruction possessed great strength, Elder Su and the others should have connections in the Sanctum of Sages too, and they were backed by the Formation Master Guild as well, so they shouldn't have been any need for them to treat the other party so respectfully. In other words, the king of destruction must have a powerful background which even Elder Su and the others were fearful of. Otherwise, given his track record, he would have long been expelled from the Sanctum of Sages. You don't recognize him? Elder Su and the others were speechless. After all that had been said and done, you actually don't know who the king of destruction is. Xianxia replied with a nod. He's from the Luo clan, Luo Xianqing. Elder Su replied. Luo clan, as in the Sage clan? Xianxia was taken aback. It just happened that he was looking for members of the Luo clan, but who could have thought that the young man before him would actually be one of them? To wield such strength at his age, he should possess considerable standing in the Luo clan, right? With this thought in mind, Xianxia asked anxiously, May I know what is Luo Xuanqing's identity in the Luo clan? His identity? Seeing that Xianxia really didn't know a thing at all, a helpless look surfaced on Elder Su's face. He's the sixth son of the head of the Luo clan. If you still don't know who he is, you should have heard of the famed little princess of the Luo clan, right? The little princess is his younger sister. He is Ruoxin's elder brother? So, my brother-in-law? Xianxia froze in the spot. In the next moment, he quickly turned around, and upon seeing that king of destruction Luo Xianqing hadn't gotten far, he immediately shouted out, Broth, Luo Xianqing, brother Luo. Hearing that someone was shouting for him, Luo Xianqing turned around with a frown. Upon seeing that the other party had turned around, Xianxia couldn't help but tremble in agitation at the thought that he would be able to learn about Luo Ruoxin's affairs very soon. He began speaking, Your sister, you sister. But before Xianxia could finish his words, a furious bellow boomed across the air, following which Luo Xianqing abruptly appeared before him, and a fist crashed right into his face. Pong! Xianxia was sent flying away, and he struck the wall behind him head first. Boom! Voila! The entire building had already been in a fragile state after Elder Su's crash, and with Xianxia crashing into it now too, everything around them began collapsing. In view that this is your first offense, I'll let you off this time. However, if you dare speak another word about my sister, don't blame me for taking your life. After sending Xianxia flying, Luo Xianqing harumphed coldly and left. In the blink of an eye, he had already vanished from the spot. Rubbing his head, Xianxia quickly climbed up from the rubble. He wanted to stop Luo Xianqing from leaving, but it was already too late. Thus, he could only stare helplessly at the entrance of the branch. All I wanted to ask is some news on Ruoxin. I have no intentions of scolding you or your sister. Do you need to get that agitated? Taking a deep breath, Xianxia drove his Heaven's Path Xinqi to recover from his wounds. He couldn't help but feel a little dispirited. Despite all the breakthroughs he had made recently, he was still too weak. Earlier, the other party had appeared before him in an instant, such that he didn't even have time to react before his body was sealed in place, preventing him from even speaking a single word. If only he was a little stronger, he wouldn't have been in such a passive position, subdued by the other party within a single strike. It was fortunate that the other party had gone easy on him, or else that encounter could have very well claimed his life. Still, this was a very bad first meeting. To think that his future brother-in-law would send him flying in a single punch. Xianxia was helpless for a moment before he raked together his determination, and his eyes turned resolute once more. I really should focus on raising my cultivation as soon as possible. If I can't even defeat my brother-in-law, how can I stand against the Zhang clan and Luo clan and negotiate with them for Luo Ruoxin's marriage in hand? This brother-in-law of his was one of the younger generations in the Luo clan, but even so, the strength that he wielded was already so frightening. Considering that Zhang clan was famed to be the #1 clan in the master-teacher continent, they were bound to be even more powerful. At the very least, he would have to unseal the Sanctum Head token by the 3rd month of next year in order to be able to hold a candle to them. Only so would he be able to wield a standing and power that the Zhang clan and Luo clan would have to think twice before shrugging him off. Xianxia, you? Just as Xianxia was deep in thoughts, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Turning his head over, he saw Chun Liao looking at him with a deeply worried look. Is your head all right? The young man had a punch smashed into his head by the King of Destruction, and ever since then, he had been in a very long daze. It was no wonder why she would get worried. I'm fine. Xianxia shook his head before turning to the other elders not too far away. Elders, since I have become an 8-star formation master, is it possible for me to access the 8-star formation master books now? If it isn't too much to ask, may I ask you to bring me there? In any case, there was no way for him to rush his strength. In order to build a strong foundation, he would have to slowly advance a step at a time. Since he had successfully cleared the Formation Master examination, it would be better for him to bring his mastery of his occupation up to par first before deciding on anything else. You want to visit our library? Follow me. Elder Su nodded. Fairy Liao, I think it would be better for you to return first. After I'm done finding a way to swiftly set up the supporting formation, I'll head over to look for you, Xianxia said with a smile. Very well. Chun Liao nodded before she turned around and left. Following behind Elder Su, Xianxia walked through quite a few corridors before he finally arrived before a room with tall doors. Here is our library. As we are still in the midst of processing your emblem, I'll give you this one-time use token instead. With it in hand, you'll be able to enter the area and browse through any books you want, Elder Su said. He had no idea why the young man would suddenly ask to read at this moment, but showing a desire to learn was always a good matter. Thank you. After taking the token, Xianxia began making his way in. Just like the libraries of most other guilds, it had many shelves, each of them densely filled with books. In terms of quantity and variety of books, it couldn't hold a candle to the Master-Teacher Pavilion, but when it came to the depth of knowledge informations, there were definitely no other libraries that could compete with it. Xianxia began sweeping through the shelves with a swift glance of his eyes. In less than an hour, he had already collected every single book in the room into his library of Heaven's Path. Compile! Xianxia willed, and the library of Heaven's Path jolted. A book appeared before him. With a tap on the book, the knowledge that was concealed within it immediately flowed into his consciousness. Time to start studying. Xianxia quickly scanned the area for a quiet spot before sitting down and fully immersing himself in his study. It was a steep learning curve from grade 7 formations to grade 8 formations, especially when it came to teleportation formations. The enhanced complexity was already a tough nut to crack, but more than that, one would have to possess a firm grasp over spatial laws in order to set them up. Without that, it would be impossible to set it up even if one were to comprehend the full complexity of the grade 8 formation. For hours later, Xianxia stood up while rubbing his glabella. It's really getting more and more difficult. In the past, I would take 2 hours or so to finish browsing through any of the Heaven's Path books. But this time, I actually took 2 times of that. Xianxia sighed deeply. The fact that he took 4 hours to finish studying the 8-star Heaven's Path formation art fully reflected how difficult it was. If not for his excellent state of mind, it was questionable whether he could have lasted that long. Shaking his head, Xianxia decided not to think too much into it. He quickly ran through the knowledge he had just assimilated, and he couldn't help but be astonished by how profound the art was. As expected of the 8-star Heaven's Path formation art, the knowledge contained within really brought his understanding of formations to a far higher level, opening a new world before him. In terms of depth of knowledge regarding formations, he was already comparable to an 8-star pinnacle formation master. However, due to his cultivation still only being at leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, it would still be difficult for him to set up some of the more advanced grade 8 formations. The 4 hours of studying had left him feeling deeply fatigued. The more advanced a formation was, the more complex it would be. This would mean that one would have to make far greater calculations, thus creating a greater burden on one's mind as well. Had Xianxia not possessed decent talent in formations, it would probably have been impossible for him to finish learning the 8-star Heaven's Path formation art that quickly. I should be able to set up Chun Liao's supporting formation easily now. Even though Xianxia was exhausted, there was still an excited glint in his eyes. He rested on the spot for a while, and after feeling that his fatigue had vanished and his mind was refreshed, he walked out of the library and headed back to his own accommodation. Not too long later, he was already standing right before his residence. But instead of entering it, he headed for Chun Liao's residence and knocked on the door instead. "Enter!" Chun Liao's crisp voice sounded from within. Pushing open the door and entering, he saw the young lady standing quietly at the center of the room, her body pulled into a rather peculiar position. This position accentuated her curvaceous features, fully displaying her physical charms. Her acupoints were all opened, and she was drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy into her body swiftly. With just a look, Xianxia could tell that it was one of the alterations he had made to the Yin formula back then. As bizarre as the body posture may seem, it enhanced the rate at which one could absorb spiritual energy at, and on top of that, it also resolved the damage which the yin-yang lake would deal to one's body. If one were to constantly cultivate using this method, it would accentuate one's figure too. Judging from how standard Chun Liao's posture was, it could be seen that she often used this method to cultivate. "Xianxia, you have found a way to set up the supporting formation quickly?" Chun Liao slowly halted her cultivation and returned back to a normal standing position before turning to look at Xianxia with a faint smile. Perhaps too used to maintaining a cold demeanor, she was unable to fully shake off her coldness even when she smiled. However, that only seemed to add another layer to her charm, creating a feeling somewhat reminiscent of the cold moon smiling slightly down upon one. It must be said that Chun Liao was indeed an incredible beauty, on par with even Hu Yaoyao and the others. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have specially called me over to please her either. Where do you think would be convenient to set up the supporting formation?" Xianxia replied. To him, it mattered not whether Chun Liao was beautiful or not. What was most important was that he would be able to get in touch with Zhao Ye very soon. "That room would do," Chun Liao said. The accommodation which the Sanctum of Sages allocated to the students of the elite division was rather spacious, containing several rooms. They could be used as places to cultivate or welcoming one's guests. The room which Chun Liao was pointing to was a room that was neighboring her courtyard. "All right." Xianxia quickly entered the room and scanned the area with his eye of insight. A moment later, he turned to Chun Liao and asked, "Do you have grade 8 formation flags with you?" "Here you go." With a snap of her finger, Chun Liao passed several hundred formation flags over. "Go!" Xianxia bellowed deeply, and the formation flags immediately rose to the sky. They simultaneously shot forth to a different direction in the room, and it took only the blink of an eye for all of them to be in place. After which, Xianxia confirmed his position once more before stomping his feet. Wang! The formation was immediately driven into action. After confirming that there was no problem with the formation, Xianxia turned to Chun Liao and asked in agitation, "Where's the jade communication token?" Chun Liao flicked her wrist, and a jade token fell lightly onto the very center of the room. The fact that she was able to set up the supporting formation too, even though it would take several months, meant that her comprehension of formations had also reached 8-star as well. Naturally, She was able to easily discern where the core of the formation was, as well as where she should place the communication jade token to best amplify its transmission signals. Wang. As soon as the jade token fell onto the core of the formation shook for a bit. A warm glow rippled through it, as if trying to establish communication with someone far away. Knowing that the young man was eager to meet his student, Chen Liao didn't waste any time on words. She walked up to the communication jade token, and with a few strokes she sent a message over. Wang. Not too long later, a slight buzzing sound echoed, and the formation shook once more, following which a round portal similar to a mirror appeared before his eyes. As the mist slowly cleared, a face so beautiful that it could even freeze one's heart gradually came into appearance. Xiaoya. Half a year of absence. The young lady in Xianxia's memories had grown much more mature. She naturally commanded a disposition of elegant, and her facial features had gotten far more ravishing as well, as if they had been painstakingly carved into perfection. With just one look, one would find oneself unwittingly holding one's breath. She was simply too beautiful. Every single aspect of her seemed to be the embodiment of beauty itself, making it impossible to pick out a single flaw in it. Even when compared to the undisguised Luo Ruoxin, her look still didn't pale in comparison at all. Xianxia, feel free to speak of anything to our young court chief. I'll be taking my leave first. Knowing that the reunited teacher and student would have much to say to one another, Chen Liao backed out of the room and took her leave. Teacher, is that really you? Are you at the Sanctum of Sages? Shortly after Chen Liao left, the young lady in the mirror couldn't hold herself back anymore. She asked with a quivering voice, and her reddened eyes reflected the myriad of emotions running through her mind. On the other hand, through the changes Xiaoya had undergone, Zhang Xian could tell that the Glacier Plain Court hadn't been mistreating her, and there was a hint of relief in his eyes. There were countless words that he had thought that he would say when they finally met, but in this moment of reunion, he found himself at a loss for words. All of those feelings and anticipation that overflowed in this moment of reunion left his mind completely blank. He couldn't find the right words to convey what he wanted to say in this moment. Looking at the young lady who had once walked behind his back, calling him teacher again and again, Zhang Xian's hesitant and worried voice finally sounded. Xiaoya, how have you been? In the courtyard, Zhang Xian instructed, Sun Chong, find out if there are any pills, spirit essence, or spirit stones that are more effective than concentrated high-tier spirit stones. I wish to buy some. After the chat with Xiaoya, he had returned to his residence. As his butler, Sun Chong had moved into the Sanctum of Sages to stay together with him. Fortunately, his residence was rather spacious, so even with the both of them staying together, it did not feel cramped at all. Yes, Sun Chong nodded before backing out of the residence. Most of those in the elite division were important figures from powerful organizations, and to them what was most important at the moment was to raise their cultivation as much as possible. As such, they were assigned personal attendants to take care of miscellaneous affairs, just like how Zhang Yu was assigned to Zhang Qian. As Zhang Xian's butler, as long as he was registered with the Sanctum of Sages, he would receive an emblem that allowed him free access in and out of the Sanctum of Sages without coming under the attack of the defensive formation. Watching at Sun Chong's departing back, Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed deeply. I really need to cultivate faster now. When he chatted with Xiaoya the day before, he had found that although it had only been half a year since they last met, the latter's cultivation had already reached Saint Seven Dan. That was many times stronger than him. It was one thing for him to be sent flying by his future brother-in-law, but to be weaker than his students on top of that. With his current strength, how could he win Luo Ruoxin's hand in marriage? All along, he had thought that his talent was still okay, and the rate that he cultivated at was not too bad either. But at that moment, he had realized that he was nothing at all. Those around him were simply too monstrous. For this reason, as soon as he returned, he instructed Sun Chong to find items that were rich in spiritual energy so that he could cultivate. Currently, this was also what he was lacking the most. After Sun Chong left, Zhang Xian stroked his lower jaw and thought contemplatively. There are two ways for me to swiftly raise my fighting prowess. Firstly, I can find leaving Aperture Realm and Grand Dominion Realm cultivation technique manuals and compile the corresponding Heaven's Path divine arts and cultivate them swiftly. Secondly, I can find soul cultivation technique manuals and compile the corresponding Heaven's Path soul art to strengthen my primordial spirit. Either of these two should bring about a significant growth in my strength. Of course, if I have time, it would be best for me to find optic art manuals so as to complete the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld. If I can't cultivate the technique, I won't be able to become the head of the Sanctum of Sages. There were two ways he could quickly raise his cultivation at the moment: Xianxia and primordial spirit. Currently, he had only compiled a portion of the Leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path divine art, and as for Grand Dominion Realm cultivation technique manuals, he had not seen a single one of them yet. He would have to make haste on that. So, Xianxia took out his identity token and took a look at it for a moment before nodding slightly. In order to gain access to the cultivation technique manuals of the Sanctum of Sages, I have to prove my fighting prowess first by clearing the corridor of puppets. The longer I can last in there, the more formidable the cultivation technique manual I will be able to access. The rules of the Sanctum of Sages were vastly different from those of the Master-Teacher Pavilions and Master-Teacher Academies that Xianxia had been to. If anyone wanted to browse the Sanctum's cultivation technique manuals or secret manuals, they would first have to prove that their fighting prowess had reached a level worthy of doing so. The stronger their fighting prowess, the more profound the secret manuals they would be able to access. In a sense, this was aligned with Kong Shi's philosophy of personalized guidance. If top-notch cultivation techniques were given to those who were incapable of cultivating them, it would only harm the person in question. To use an analogy from Xianxia's previous life, this was like giving a racing car to an amateur driver. That would not be goodwill but murder. For this reason, the corridor of puppets served to evaluate the fighting prowess of those challenging it so as to determine the cultivation technique that the individual was suited for. This way, they would be able to better bring out their strength. The corridor of puppets is divided into 10 levels, namely Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gung, Xian, Ren, and Gue 1, and each of these levels corresponds to a couple of cultivation technique manuals. Due to the many different levels in the trial, they are able to segregate the types of cultivation techniques totally. However, what I require is quantity, not quality. Xianxia frowned in distress. To him, it mattered not whether the cultivation technique he practiced was profound or simplistic. This was also the reason he had not been too happy when he obtained the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld and the heavenly art of dimensional unravel, perhaps showing disdain for them even. It was not because he was intentionally acting aloof to humblebrag, but because no matter how profound a technique was, it was bound to have its flaws. Practicing a flawed technique made him feel as if a fishbone was stuck at the back of his throat. If he had a choice, he would rather collect 1,000 ordinary books and compile a Heaven's Path technique instead. As such, the Sanctum of Sages method of segregating the cultivation technique manuals into various tiers worked to his disadvantage. In the past, when the manuals were placed alongside one another, he could collect all of them with just a sweep of his eyes. However, now that they were divided across different levels, compiling them together would not be that easy anymore. After a moment of dilemma, Xianxia was still unable to come up with an alternative, so he could only shake his head in defeat. Forget it, there's no point thinking so much about it at this point. I should just head over to take a look instead. Pushing open the door, he left his residence. The corridor of puppets could be considered as a type of trial, so it was located at the Hall of Solidarity. Through asking those walking along the streets for directions, it did not take long for him to arrive before a gate with a massive Yi, Solidarity, character inscribed on it. Just like the Jur Erudition character that he had seen earlier, there was a deep conception behind it as well, but the sensation that it evoked was completely different. The Jur Erudition character induced sparks within one's mind, cultivating one's wisdom with a prolonged period of examination, granting one greater clarity of thought. On the other hand, the Yi Solidarity character seemed to encourage magnanimity, expanding one's narrow state of mind. All of the petty frustrations and worries that plagued one's mind in the past would vanish without a trace, and feelings of friendship and brotherhood would wrap around one's heart, lingering for a very long time. The calligraphy looked simple on the surface, but it carried an imposing and forthright aura, reminiscent of a soldier charging valiantly across the battlefield. Where my solidarity lies, I shall persist even if the entire world opposes my will, Xianxia muttered in a daze. The conception behind the Yi, solidarity, character served to promote the unity of mankind, encouraging individuals to let go of all internal grudges and unhappiness to unite against external foes. Without a doubt, this character had been left behind by Kong Shi as well. Otherwise, there was no way it could have placed Xianxia in a daze. Vicious voice suddenly sounded at this moment, and vaguely, Xianxia could hear him gulping. Master, if I could just eat this calligraphy, my cultivation will definitely rise by leaps and bounds. Go and play by the side. Ignoring that fellow who was thinking about eating every single day, Xianxia began making his way into the Hall of Solidarity. The corridor of puppets was located at a corner in the Hall of Solidarity. Xianxia swiftly found the trial that corresponded to the leaving aperture realm before heading in. The area inside was not as quiet as the Formation Master Guild branch where he had his examination previously, but there were still not many people inside. According to the details on the Jade token, it seems like multiple people can enter the corridor of puppets simultaneously. Most likely, they are all here to challenge the trial together, Xianxia noted as he walked up to the reception. I would like to challenge the corridor of puppets for leaving Aperture Realm cultivation technique manuals. May I know how I go about doing it? Even though his identity token did contain some details concerning the corridor of puppets, the information provided was very brief. The receptionist was a young lady in her early 20s, and she had a particularly refreshing appearance. Upon hearing Xianxia's question, she raised her head and explained with a smile, "You need to first pay 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones as a registration fee, and of the 10 corridors here, you choose any of them to challenge. However, just a word of advice in advance. Do not try to be too ambitious. The corridor of puppets is not easy, and arrogance may lead to you being severely wounded." I see. Xianxia nodded. Depending on the corridor one entered, there would be a significant difference in the strength of the puppets as well. Xianxia passed 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones over, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "I choose." However, before he could finish his words, a voice suddenly sounded from not too far away. "I'm going to challenge the Bing corridor too. I'll be counting on you, Qingyu." The voice had a clear ring to it, a little reminiscent of the jingling of bells, and it felt very soothing to the ears. Xianxia turned his head over to look, and he saw a young lady dressed in purple standing not too far away. She seemed to be in her 20s, and there was a slightly cold and aloof air around her. Putting aside her refined disposition, the young lady also possessed an exceptional physical appearance. In terms of beauty, she could be said to be on par with Chun Liao. "Senior Shui, you are here again. You really are diligent." The eyes of the receptionist, who had been addressed as Qingyu by the young lady, lit up, and with a chuckle, she passed a card over. "Here is your challenge token." Senior Shui took the card with a nod before she turned around and left. After Senior Shui's departure, Qingyu turned her gaze back to Xianxia and asked, "All right, which corridor do you wish to challenge?" Xianxia contemplated for a brief moment before replying, I think I'll choose the Bing corridor as well." Judging from the looks of it, the Jia corridor was the most difficult one, whereas the Gui corridor was the easiest. Even though his cultivation was only at leaving Aperture Realm primary stage at the moment in terms of fighting prowess, he could be said to be comparable to a Grand Dominion Realm primary stage expert. However, he did not have any gauge of how difficult the corridor of puppets would be yet. If it was too difficult, he would not be able to clear it. If it was too easy, the cultivation technique manuals he received would be riddled with far too many flaws. Since the young lady ahead of him had chosen the Bing corridor, it would be good for him to tag along to get a rough gauge of how powerful the puppets would be. "You want to challenge the Bing corridor? Are you sure?" Qingyu frowned in astonishment. "Yes, I'm certain." Xianxia nodded. "Why? Is there a problem with me challenging the Bing corridor?" "That isn't what I mean." The young lady shook her head before continuing. Senior Shui is a genius who entered the elite division several years ago, and her cultivation has already long reached leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle. Even so, despite devoting an entire month to challenging the Bing corridor, she still hasn't cleared it. Given so, are you really certain that you want to challenge the Bing corridor? If I'm not mistaken, your cultivation should only be at leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, right? A leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle cultivator has challenged it for a month now but has still yet to succeed? Xianxia was shocked. He thought that he would not have much trouble clearing the corridor of puppets, but after hearing what Qingyu had said, he realized that he might have been underestimating the trial. Indeed, the Jia corridor is the hardest corridor to clear in the corridor of puppets, and in the several dozen millenniums since the Sanctum of Sages was established, there has only been a small handful of people who have managed to clear it. There were slightly more people who had cleared the E corridor, but even if one adds all of them up, the number definitely won't exceed 100. Considering how difficult the first two corridors are, it should not be too difficult for you to image the difficulty of the Bing corridor too. In some years, there are cases where not even a single student manages to clear the Bing corridor. In fact, the last person who cleared the Bing corridor was the little princess of the Luo clan. As such, I really don't recommend challenging it. Qingyu shook her head. The difficulty of the Jia, E, and Bing corridors had already reached a horrifying level. Putting aside a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator, even a pinnacle cultivator would find it hard to clear the challenge. For him to challenge it when it was his first time there, truly, the ignorant know no fear. Xianxia was startled for a moment before his eyes lit up in agitation. You said that the little princess of the Luo clan has challenged the Bing corridor previously? That's right. Oblivious to the changes in Xianxia's emotions, Qingyu continued with her earnest persuasion. My view is that, given your current strength, it would be best for you to challenge the Gue Corridor 3 first. It's the easiest one to clear. Even though you are only at leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, as long as you possess a decent knowledge of combat, you stand a good chance of clearing the trial. As for the Bing corridor, it would be best if you dropped that notion from your mind. Shaking his head, Xianxia said, Thank you for your goodwill. However, I still wish to give the Bing corridor a try. If it doesn't work out, I'll return here and give the other corridors a try. Since Ruoxin had cleared the Bing corridor, he was determined to do the same as well. You'll return here to give the other corridors a try? Seeing that the other party was unwilling to listen to her advice, Qingyu frowned. Once the mechanism whirs into action and the puppets move, if you don't have sufficient strength to stand your ground, you could end up suffering immense damage. Knowing that the other party was trying to persuade him out of goodwill, Xianxia replied with a smile. I understand, but I still wish to give it a try. All right then, don't regret it when you get injured. Qingyu shook her head as she passed a challenge token over to Xianxia. If you really can't hold on any longer, just crush the challenge token, and the puppets will stop their attack. Thank you. Xianxia clasped his fist before turning to head in the direction that Senior Shui had headed off in. Watching as Xianxia departed, Qingyu harumphed coldly. He really is courting death. At this moment, another receptionist walked in, and upon seeing the displeased look on Qingyu's face, he asked with a smile, What's wrong? A leaving Aperture Realm primary stage fellow just came by earlier, and he insisted on challenging the Bing Corridor 1. No matter how I tried to talk him out of the idea, he just wouldn't budge. Qingyu replied indignantly, seemingly upset that her goodwill had fallen on deaf ears. The lower jaw of the newly arrived receptionist fell to the ground from shock. A leaving Aperture Realm primary stage fellow actually wanted to challenge the Bing Corridor? Is there something wrong with his head? As receptionists in the Hall of Solidarity, they were well aware of how difficult the Bing Corridor was. Countless leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle geniuses had attempted it, only to return with looks of disappointment on their faces. So, for a mere leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator to attempt to challenge it, that was clearly seeking death. I don't know if there's something wrong with his head or not, but I do know for sure that he's quite a lustful fellow. Qingyu harumphed in disdain. Not understanding what the two matters had to do with one another, the newly arrived receptionist asked in incomprehension. Lustful. Just a moment ago, Senior Shui said that she wanted to challenge the Bing corridor, and a second later, that fellow said that he wanted to head there, too. Given so, aren't his intentions clear for all to see? Qing Yu sneered with a clear hint of derision in her tone. This? The newly arrived receptionist swiftly came to a realization. The corridor of puppets in the Hall of Solidarity is centered around the idea of solidarity. Depending on the number of individuals who enter a certain corridor of puppets simultaneously, the number of puppets that appear will increase correspondingly. As such, participants will have to collaborate with one another and entrust themselves to the others before they will be able to achieve victory. For that fellow to enter right behind Senior Shui, it's apparent that he wants to use this opportunity to forge intimate ties with Senior Shui. How shameless! One could challenge the corridor of puppets as an individual or as a group. As an individual, it would be an assessment on one's individual strength. As a group, it would be an assessment on the team's ability to perform synergistically to fend off the puppets. Considering how that fellow wanted to challenge the Bing corridor despite his lacking strength, it was apparent that he wanted to team up with Senior Shui so as to strike up a connection with her. After all, Senior Shui was blessed with a beautiful appearance, and she came from a good background. Even within the sanctum of sages, she could be considered a celebrity. There were countless students who wanted to get close with her, but that fellow was probably the first one who dared to be so bold about the matter. It seemed like lust had really shrouded his rationality for him to act so impudently. Indeed, however, with strength like his, he will only be a nuisance to Senior Shui in the examination. This will only make him incur her ire. Qing Yu smirked smugly. Senior Shui had been visiting their corridor of puppets for more than a month now, and it was apparent that she intended to clear the trial alone. So, if that young man barged in at this moment and forced a collaboration with her, it would result in the foiling of her plans, and more importantly than that, he would be dragging her down. It would already be a miracle if Senior Shui did not resent him for that, so how could she possibly generate goodwill toward him over such a matter? You're right. Let's just wait and see. He'll probably climb out in a half-death state later, the newly arrived attendant said with a smile. Unaware of the conversation between the two receptionists, Xianxia followed behind Senior Shui, and not too long later, he found himself standing before a door. Inscribed on the door was a Bing character. Senior Shui took out the challenge token that she had been given and swiped it lightly in front of the door. With a deep rumbling sound, the stone door gradually opened. Shortly after the stone door closed behind her, Xianxia headed forward and copied what she had done, and he successfully entered the door as well. The sight before him blurred for a moment, and before he knew it, he found himself standing in a vast room. The room was circular in shape, reminiscent of a dueling ring. There were seals that could isolate auras and neutralize might installed all over the room so as to ensure that the walls would not be damaged. Who are you? Senior Shui had already positioned herself at the center of the room, and she had just prepared herself to face the puppets when she suddenly saw Xianxia walk in. In an instant, her face darkened. If two or more people entered prior to the start of the trial, the collaborative mode would be triggered instead. At least two puppets would appear, and the nature of the duel would become vastly different from before. I'm here to challenge the corridor of puppets, too. Isn't there no limit to the number of people who can participate in the trial? You don't need to care about me. Just do whatever you have to do, Xianxia said with a smile. In his identity token, it was only reflected that it was possible for multiple students to challenge the corridor of puppets simultaneously, but there was no clear explanation of the rules. As a result, he had no idea that the crux to a multi-challenger mode was teamwork. On the contrary, he even thought that it was an independent trial, where everyone would be taking the test one by one. After all, it was rare for there to be any examination involving teamwork. It worked in his favor that the other party had come in earlier. This would be a good opportunity for him to spectate the happenings in the trial, and through doing so, he would be able to roughly gauge the difficulty and make preparations in advance. Don't hold me back, or else I'll make you die a horrible death. Senior Shui narrowed her eyes threateningly and harumphed coldly. Hold you back? What do you mean by that? Xianxia was startled by the abrupt remark. He was just about to probe deeper when the gears of a mechanism in the room began whirring into the action. Jai, following which the door ahead of them opened, and a puppet walked out. Dressed in black, the puppet looked no different from a real man. Upon seeing Senior Shui at the center of the room, it immediately dashed out. Hong Long. At the same time, a formation in the surroundings activated. This formation had an effect similar to a leaving aperture realm cultivator's spatial lock, turning the surrounding air exceptionally viscous, thus hindering one's movement and exertion of strength. Humph! Facing an abrupt assault from the puppet, Senior Shui had no time to say anything at all. Thus, with a swift step forward, she engaged the puppet. It had to be said that Senior Shui did wield considerable strength. While her cultivation was at leaving aperture realm pinnacle in terms of fighting prowess, she would not lose out to any half-grand Dominion realm cultivators. The cultivation technique that she practices is of the water attribute, carrying a concept of relentless. Individually, her strikes don't wield much power, but when they are strung together, they turn into a raging flood that none will be able to withstand. Xianxia noted. In terms of absolute strength of their strikes, Senior Shui seemed to be severely lacking as compared to the puppets. However, what was fearsome about her was how she was able to build on the momentum of her previous move to enhance the might of her subsequent strikes, causing her to build up more and more power over the course of the battle, till the point where she was no longer stoppable. A single droplet of water might seem insignificant, but with time, it could pierce through even a boulder. Such was the type of strength that Senior Shui wielded. Despite her seemingly gentle movements, the rampaging blows from the puppets were still unable to breach her defenses, reminiscent of a steel hammer attempting to strike a flowing river. No matter how powerful one struck, after the might subsided, everything would just revert to its original form. After trading roughly a dozen blows, the young lady's eyebrows shot up as she bellowed furiously. "You aren't going to get the better of me." Then, she raised her palm and pressed it furiously on the puppet's chest during an opening. Pong! With a burst of jinqi, the puppet was forced back 8 steps, leaving a series of footprints on the ground. Roar! However, despite the immense force behind her strike, the puppet still managed to swiftly regain its balance. On the contrary, it seemed to have grown even more enraged due to the attack, and it began moving at a faster speed than before. Sila! Sharp claws tore through the air with a frighteningly shrill gale as they rushed right for the young lady before them. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Even though she's able to maintain the might behind her attack, and her defense is excellent, her flaws are apparent. It's a pity that she takes too long to charge up sufficient power, thus making it difficult for her to strike during opportune moments. It was true that the young lady could become an extremely fearsome adversary once she built up sufficient might, but the problem was that everything would begin anew once her chain offense was broken. Furthermore, there were times where the puppet had shown openings in the midst of the battle, but because her strength had yet to build up sufficiently, she had been unable to capitalize on those opportunities to deal a decisive blow to her opponent. For example, with the previous move, if it had been Xianxia in her place, he would have blasted the puppet's head open with a single punch. However, the young lady had only managed to push it back several steps, failing to deal critical damage. It really is a huge pity. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. While he was shaking his head and sighing, Senior Shui was on the verge of going insane. Watching the overwhelming might that the puppet was attacking her with, her face turned ghastly pale. She retreated hurriedly, forming an elegant trajectory in the air. Tizila. Even though her evasive maneuver was swift, it was still insufficient to outrun the nimble movements of the puppet's claw. With a resounding rip, a portion of her clothes were torn off, and a bloodied gorge appeared on her shoulder. Boom! Seeing that its strike had failed to strike Senior Shui's vitals, the puppet seemed to have gotten a little frustrated. Thus, right after seeing that its claws had missed its mark, it immediately switched its attack to a palm strike and pressed it firmly down on the young lady. While there was no zhenqi devoted to the palm strike, the puppet wielded strength on par with half-grand Dominion realm experts. On top of that, The surrounding formation was making it difficult for the challenger to exert her strength. As a result, when the palm fell, it felt as if the space within the room had completely frozen in place, making it impossible for anyone to escape. Seeing that the palm strike was just about to land on her, Senior Shui gritted her teeth in resolution. It was probably a secret art of some kind, but her figure suddenly elongated into what looked like a long strand of noodle, allowing her to escape from the palm strike in the nick of time. However, when she reverted to her original form, her face had turned visibly paler. It seemed like the secret art had taken a heavy toll on her. As she panted heavily, she turned around to see what the young man, who had forced her independent battle into a team battle, was doing, only to see the latter with one arm crossed over his body and the other supporting his lower jaw, seemingly enjoying the spectacle before him. Seeing this sight, Senior Shui nearly exploded on the spot. Since it's a team battle, you should at least make a move, right? To be standing without moving, as if a corpse, what the heck are you planning to do? Just as Senior Shui was able to beckon Xianxia to join in as well, another door in front abruptly opened with a resounding jia, and yet another puppet rushed out. As the young man had not stepped onto the battlefield, the puppet rushed right for Senior Shui as soon as it appeared. Just one puppet was already enough to corner her, and yet, in this moment, two of them were rushing at her simultaneously. In an instant, Senior Shui felt immense pressure heaping down on her, cloaking her face in sweat. These puppets wield strength comparable to Xianxia. Unaware of the young lady's thoughts, Xianxia continued assessing the situation before him. It was no wonder others would say that the Bing corridor was extremely difficult to clear. The strength of the puppets was indeed fearsome. It was true that Xianxia was unable to even evade a single move from him prior to the entrance examination, but that still did not change the fact that he was a half-leaving Aperture Realm cultivator. On top of that, he also wielded the unique bloodline ability of the Zhang clan. With such prowess, there were few who would be a match for him, and the fact that he had nearly gotten into the elite division was proof of the fact. Considering that Senior Shui was faced against such an opponent, it was truly impressive that she had been able to survive for that long against the puppet. It's a pity. It seems like she's going to fail the trial. Xianxia sighed. Having watched the battle ever since its start, he already had a clear picture of the level of strength that Senior Shui wielded. It would have been difficult for her to defeat a single puppet, let alone subduing the both of them simultaneously. It was just a matter of time before she failed the trial. It was no wonder she had been unable to clear the trial despite devoting an entire month to it. The trial was truly merciless. Later on, when it's my turn, I'll knock out the two puppets simultaneously, not giving them an opportunity to work together at all. Xianxia quickly ran through his decided course of action before nodding confidently. The collaboration between the two puppets was incredible, such that even he could have had trouble dealing with them. Since that was the case, it would be better for him to take the initiative and knock them out as soon as the examination began. At the very least, he should get rid of one of the puppets instantaneously first. Damn it! With her face drenched in sweat, Senior Shui found herself swiftly approaching her limits. She had thought that the young man would step in to help her, but he was still standing by the side, staring at the situation curiously as if he had nothing to do with it at all. Overwhelmed with rage, Senior Shui puffed up her chest and roared. Just how long do you plan on staring at the situation for? Not expecting to be reprimanded over that, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before asking, "Then, what else am I supposed to do? Why you?" So furious that she could explode, Senior Shui accidentally lost her balance in battle, resulting in her being struck by one of the puppet's palm strikes. The fiery pain in her shoulder left her feeling even more frenzied, and she furiously bellowed, "Aren't you going to make a move? What the heck is this? You were the one who barged in to trigger the multi-challenger mode. But in the end, you left me to deal with the puppets by myself while you idle by the side. Even if you are weak, surely the least you could do for the team is to disturb the puppets and hinder them from attacking me. Make a move." Xianxia had a conflicted look on his face. This was the young lady's trial, so if he interfered in it, would he not be flouting the rules? After some thought, an idea came to Xianxia's mind. He placed his fist horizontally against his body, and with earnestness and anticipation written all over his face, he yelled, "Senior Shui, you can do it! Senior Shui, you can do it! Banzai!" Upon hearing the shouting, Senior Shui looked as if she had seen a ghost. She turned her head over to look at the young man cheering fervently for her, and unable to withstand it any longer, she spurted a mouthful of blood. The hell? While other teams have reliable experts to watch their back, what is with this fool I was assigned? You can do it? Banzai? Banzai your head. I am about to be killed over here, and I'm seeking for your help. Yet, why the heck are you cheering for me over there? Do I look like I need your cheering? I want you to make a move. Make a move. Senior Shui's body trembled uncontrollably from frenzy, and she felt as if she was on the verge of losing her mind. If two challengers were to enter the corridor of puppets within a short interval of one another, the mechanism of the trial would immediately deem them as a team. This was common knowledge among those of the Sanctum of Sages, and even those who did not know would at least have enough sense to ask about it. We are in a two-player challenge mode, so how can you stand idly by the side? How am I supposed to deal with so many puppets by myself? Initially, Senior Shui thought that the fellow had entered the trial in order to claim her affection. But from the looks of it now, it seemed to be the complete opposite. The young man was not trying to claim her affection but her life. Otherwise, why would he continue spectating by the side when the second puppet had already appeared? Hoo-la! On the verge of exploding, her first instinct was to lash out at the young man. Unfortunately, the puppet before her did not give her a chance to do so. The first puppet sent a fist flying toward her. The deafening sonic booms around her made Senior Shui realize that if she got distracted at this point, she might very well lose her life. Cold sweat broke out all over her body as she activated her secret art once more. Her body immediately began to thread through the attacks of the puppets nimbly, reminiscent of a water snake. It was a close shave, but she managed to escape from the punch. After escaping from the attack, her breathing visibly hastened further, and her face turned even paler. Her secret art was actually the ability of her unique bloodline, and it drained her deeply each time she used it. She would have to rest for an extensive period before she could recover from her exertion. Over the past month, she had not used it once. That day, she had made up her mind to go all out, especially since she had already gotten accustomed to the fighting pattern of the puppet, and she was planning to create a new record this time around. But who would have thought that she would end up being dragged down by this atrocious young man? Being forced to face two puppets alone, she ended up using her secret art twice in a short interval. At this point, her body was already nearing its limit. This won't do. If this goes on, I might very well lose my life. Do I really have to admit defeat? Senior Shui gritted her teeth in indignation. It had already taken an entire month for her to grow accustomed to the fighting style of the puppet, and she was certain that she could have cleared the trial with relative ease by tapping into the power of her unique bloodline. Yet, such a situation ended up happening instead. Once her bloodline was activated, it would take at least a month of rest before she would be able to return to her peak condition. Too many things would have to be put back like that. I can't give up. Senior Shui clenched her fists tightly in determination. I must find a way to throw one of the puppets to that fellow, and once I get rid of one of them, the rest will be easy. While panting heavily, she made up her mind. Competition in the Sanctum of Sages was extremely strife. She could not afford to lose a month over this, so she could only gamble. While that fellow who was shouting "do your best" by the side was unreliable, as long as she could get the puppet over to his side, as one of the teammates, he would come under attack as well. If she could fling off one of the puppets to him, she would be able to find a chance to turn the tables around. Of course, she understood that the young man would be put in danger as a result of that, but there was nothing that could be done. Since he had chosen to challenge the Bing corridor, he would have to shoulder some of the danger. As long as that unreliable fellow can last a dozen breaths for me to destroy the first puppet, I should be able to come to his aid afterward. Senior Shui harumphed. Humph, who told him to sabotage my attempt in the first place? He ought to suffer a little bit for his actions. Without any hesitation, she jolted her body slightly, a little reminiscent of the strings of a zither being pulled on. Who? As if a taut rubber band being released, her figure abruptly vanished from the spot. The next moment, she was already in Zhang Xian's vicinity. Do your best? Zhang Xian was still in the midst of cheering when the young lady abruptly appeared in front of him, and he froze in astonishment. I'll be leaving one of them to you. Looking at the startled look on the young man's face, even though Senior Shui felt a little infuriated on the inside, she still felt obliged to warn him. You will be leaving one of them to me? While Zhang Xian was confused by the situation, two puppets had already rushed up to him. The immense might that they wielded caused an overwhelming pressure to weigh down upon him. Gotcha! One of the puppets smashed a fist right toward Zhang Xian's face. Isn't this against the rules? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He was there just to watch the commotion and learn from his senior. If he intervened in the duel, wouldn't her results be invalidated? Would he be disqualified from the trial as a result of that as well? However, considering the furious assault that one of the puppets was launching against him, this was not the time for him to be thinking about such stuff. He dodged the puppet's attack nimbly with a sidestep, and at the same time, he shot a glance at the young lady not too far away. She was currently dealing with the other puppet. A spurt of fresh blood escaped her mouth, and an immense power was swiftly engulfing her body, bringing her fighting prowess up to great heights in an instant. Is there a need to go this far to challenge a trial? Zhang Xian could tell that she was using a secret art more potent than the one before, and he could not help but shake his head. Secret arts had the ability to enhance one's fighting prowess greatly in the short term, but they had their downfalls as well. For one, they were extremely damaging to one's body. While secret arts allowed a cultivator to exceed their limits temporarily, this overexertion would result in an unbearable toll on their spirit, jinqi, and physical body, thus placing them in a long down period. In fact, there were some that would sap one's life force, causing one's lifespan to be shortened. It was for this reason that Zhang Xian never used secret arts. Well, another reason was that he did not know any of those secret arts. The young lady was already spurting blood, and yet, she was still insistently using her secret arts. She was really putting her life on the line. Zhang Xian sighed deeply, but before he could delve deeper into his feeling of lamentation, the puppet before him was already charging toward him with a body slam. Wait a moment, you are supposed to be assessing her. Aren't you attacking the wrong target over here? Zhang Xian exclaimed as he halted the charging puppet back by placing a finger of his on the latter's head. Just who the heck designed the corridor of puppets? Shouldn't the puppets at least have the basic ability to discern who the challenger is? I am only here to watch how the trial works. It isn't my turn yet, so why are you flinging your fists and howling at me? Roar! Roar! Being blocked out by a single finger further enraged the puppet. An aura of ferocity emanated from it as it drove its strength to its very limits, rotating its arm so swiftly that it almost appeared like a wheel. However, with its head being kept at bay by Zhang Xian's finger, no matter how fast its hands rotated, it was unable to hurt Zhang Xian. Instead, it felt like an electric fan, bringing a cooling breeze to him. Since I didn't harm the puppet at all, this can't be considered as an infringement of the rules, right? Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. As he did not really interfere with the trial of another, his actions could only be considered as legitimate self-defense, and he did not destroy anything. His right to challenge the trial should not be revoked. After all the trouble he had gone through to come here, it would really be a huge annoyance if that was the case. After keeping the puppet before him under control, he turned his sight back to the battling young lady and puppet. After executing her secret art, while Senior Shui's complexion appeared to have considerably worsened, her fighting prowess did soar by leaps and bounds. She was nearly twice as strong as before. Pung 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 pung. Previously, she had been forced to evade the puppet's attacks and find an opening to strike, but with her enhanced strength, she was already able to go head-to-head with the puppet. Under their furious clash, even the formation around the corridor of puppets seemed to shake unstably. Her secret art is powerful, but, as a practitioner of water attribute cultivation techniques, she's abandoning her own strengths by going head-on with the enemy. Zhang Xian frowned. With his current comprehension of combat, even without using the library of Heaven's Path and Eye of Insight, he could still be considered a grandmaster. Those who cultivated water attribute cultivation techniques were capable of encompassing everything, and yet the young lady actually chose to go head-to-head with her opponent. She was clearly abandoning her very own roots. It's true that this is the most efficient way for her to defeat the puppet given the current circumstances, but she will suffer tremendous damage as well. In fact, even her state of mind might waver. Cultivators pursuing their own paths had to have absolute confidence in their cultivation techniques. Considering that the young lady practiced arts of the flexible water, it would be in contradiction to her own beliefs to engage in rigid and forceful offense. This would be a reflection that she had started doubting her path, and just like how the mind could influence the body could also influence the mind. Even if she managed to eventually defeat the puppet, this seed of doubt planted in her mind could have massive repercussions in the future. Since I have already seen it, it wouldn't do for me to just watch idly by the side. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia still chose to speak up. That, Senior Shui, you won't last long like this. I won't last long like this? Senior Shui was in the midst of battling against the puppet when she heard those words and jolted for an instant. She had thought that by dumping a puppet with him, the young man would surely be chased all around the room like a rat running across the street. Yet, why was his voice still so clear, devoid of the slightest hint of exertion? He even had the leisure to say that she could not last long. She was a lady, so who said that she could not last long? The one who is unable to last long enough should be you. Senior Shui harumphed coldly as she shot a glance in the direction where the voice originated from. The next moment her body froze. The puppet that had left her in such a tough spot was currently throwing its arms forward like a shrew, and it was running forward so forcefully that a huge depression had been left on the ground. Yet, due to a finger placed on its forehead, it was simply unable to advance a single step forward. What the heck is going on? Wasn't the puppet extremely ferocious and powerful when it was fighting against me? Why does it seem like it is acting coquettishly at this moment instead? Could it be that this unkempt leaving Aperture Realm primary stage fellow is actually a hidden expert? Hula! Even though Senior Shui was shocked beyond words, the puppet she was facing could not possibly give her any time to take a breather. It immediately launched its second wave of attacks. Left with no time for thought, she could only put aside the matter and hurriedly raise her guard. However, due to her guard being put up in a rush, she was eventually overpowered and was forced several steps back. A suffocating sensation devoured her chest, and she felt her blood running erratically in her body, causing her body to ache greatly. Suppressing the urge to vomit blood, Senior Shui asked with gritted teeth, "What do you mean by I can't last long like this? It won't do for you to go head-on against the puppet. Given your strength, there's no need for you to do this to defeat it," Xianxia explained. Hula! An abrupt gale of wind blasted toward Senior Shui's face. Astonished, she hurriedly backed away, but the shockwave from the puppet's punch still resulted in a red streak forming across her face, dealing her a searing pain. With a few swift maneuvers, she quickly created some distance between her and the puppet before asking anxiously, "Then how else should I face the puppets? Will it be against the rules if I offer you guidance?" Xianxia asked hesitantly. "Of course not." Senior Shui's body staggered upon hearing those words. "We are in a two-player challenge mode. How in the world would you offering guidance to me be against the rules?" "That's a relief." With a quick sigh, Xianxia was just about to impart some wisdom to Senior Shui when the puppet before him suddenly went on a rampage. Roar! It had struggled free from the might of his finger and charged forward. "What are you roaring for? Can't you see that I'm busy?" Displeased, Xianxia sent a casual slap toward the puppet. Pa! The puppet's head rotated twice on its neck before being sent flying. Pudong! Collapsed on the ground convulsing, clearly losing all fighting prowess. Not expecting that a casual punch from him would cause that fellow's head to be sent flying, Xianxia's lips twitched in frenzy. "Did I accidentally use too much strength? But I didn't do it on purpose." He honestly did not do it on purpose. The puppet was simply moving too fast, so he subconsciously dealt it a slap. Who was to know that it was so fragile, such that its head would be blown right off? Senior Shui was dumbstruck as well. While the puppet had her tortured to the point where she nearly wanted to die, she had used everything at her disposal but was still unable to defeat it. That fellow had managed to knock off the puppet's head with just a casual slap. Did it really have to be that exaggerated? He's actually that powerful? Senior Shui's body trembled out of sheer astonishment. No matter how slow-witted she might have been, it was apparent that the young man before her was an extremely powerful expert. With just a finger, he was able to keep the puppet at bay, and with a palm, he was able to slap away the puppet's head. His fighting prowess was countless times more powerful than hers. I really didn't do it on purpose. Why don't we do this instead? As long as you don't revoke my right to challenge the trial, I'll help you fit back your head, and you can continue on your attack. With how things had played out, he could not be bothered with offering guidance to Senior Shui anymore. He quickly squatted down and placed the puppet's head back onto its neck. He had only entered the corridor of puppets to gain some insight into how the trial worked. It would truly be a tragedy if he was disqualified just because he accidentally interfered in another challenger's trial. Just as she finally found a slight bit of respect for the young man, the latter's subsequent actions caused her rage to surpass previous levels. There are plenty of challengers who accidentally destroy the puppets in the midst of the trial. Do you really need to be so apologetic? Besides, it's useless for you to install the puppet's head right back on. While puppets, unlike humans, would not die just because their heads had been lopped off, their internal structure was still an intricate system of gears and so on. Only professional celestial designers would be able to fix them. What in the world do you hope to achieve by pressing the head back on? Just as Senior Shui was just about to lecture the young man on the matter, the puppet she was facing suddenly charged at her once more, leaving her with no choice but to turn her attention back to the battle. After trading a few blows, she finally managed to knock back the puppet and gain a temporary moment of respite. She immediately turned her gaze toward the young man and saw the latter helping the puppet up. In this moment, the puppet's head had already been placed back onto its neck. I'm done. Xianxia patted his hands together as he nodded in satisfaction. Not only did I help you repair your damage, I also fixed some of your flaws as well. With this, you should be able to exert your full strength once more. Roar. The puppet glanced at Xianxia with a look of incomprehension. Don't worry, I didn't mean to interrupt in your battle earlier. Feel free to continue what you were doing. I won't intervene. Xianxia waved his hand. Ah! The puppet scratched its head as it slowly extended its fist toward Xianxia. Just as it was about to hit Xianxia, it suddenly recalled how the latter had managed to lop off its head with a single slap, and it hurriedly retracted its hand and leaped backward fearfully. It looked at Xianxia with a slightly tilted head, as if asking, "Are you really not going to intervene?" "I won't, don't worry," Xianxia replied with an affirmative nod. Roar! With an excited war cry, the puppet turned around and dashed for the young lady in the room. Senior Shui's goosebumps immediately rose from her arms, and she nearly fainted on the spot. Brother, did you really come here to sabotage me? Do you know that we are a team? By smacking off the head of one of the puppets, we were already halfway there to victory, so why in the world are you fixing the puppet's head? Is the issue perhaps in your head? It's already difficult for me to cope with one of them, but you want me to face two of them simultaneously? Will you only be glad after killing me? Initially, Senior Shui had thought that the other party had come here to catch her attention and win her fancy. But from the looks of it now, to be honest, she would rather it have been the former. At the very least, she would not lose her life. Just as she was about to curse Xianxia, the other puppet arrived before her. Its punch was way faster and more powerful than the puppet she was facing. Even before it came close to Senior Shui, she already felt as if her body had been suppressed by a dominion, preventing her from moving at all. What's going on? Senior Shui narrowed her eyes in bewilderment. She had fought with the puppet of the Bing corridor for a month now, and even if the puppet was more powerful than her, the disparity between the both of them should not have been too great. When did the puppet become so strong? However, this was not the time for thought. She quickly raised her fists to defend against the latter's attack. Pa! As soon as her palm came into contact with the other party's fist, a crushing pressure pushed at her chest, leaving her feeling as if something heavy had crashed into her. The next moment, her entire body shot backward. Pooh! Even while she was in midair, fresh blood spurted from her mouth. She crashed heavily into the wall behind her, creating a da-shaped imprint behind her. You? While hanging on the wall, Senior Shui's body convulsed non-stop. The world seemed incomparably dark to her. Previously, the strength of the puppet had been acceptable to her. If she were to use her full might, she would have been able to achieve victory. But why was it that, after its head had been lopped off and it had been modified slightly by the young man, it grew so powerful? How were they supposed to fight like that? Forget it, it might be better for me to just admit defeat. It really felt like she had used up her entire lifetime's worth of frustration on this trial. Just as she was about to crush her challenge token to halt the trial, she suddenly recalled that it was a collaboration. If one of them were to admit defeat, it would be deemed as a loss for the entire team. So, with gritted teeth, she turned to the young man standing not too far away. I can't defeat the puppets, so I'm going to admit defeat now. As this is a team battle, you will be deemed to have lost as well. Team battle. Xianxia was startled by those words. What do you mean by that? You really don't know? Senior Shui harumphed coldly. As you entered the Bing corridor right after me, the mechanism automatically registers both of us as a team. As long as one of us admits defeat, it'll be considered a loss for the entire team. We are actually a team, and if you admit defeat, I will lose as well. Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. All along, he had thought that the trial would be an individual assessment, especially since this was how most examinations worked in the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Yet, after the whole farce that they had been through, it turned out to be a team battle? There was actually such a system in the Sanctum of Sages? Of course. What else did you think would happen? Senior Shui snapped impatiently. In the end, it turned out that the young man really did not know anything at all. That explained everything. Nevertheless, even knowing that he did not do it intentionally could not quell the rage and frenzy she was feeling at that very moment. Wait a moment. Don't admit defeat, Xianxia exclaimed in shock. If she admitted defeat, his trial would finish before he could do anything at all. He had not even collected the cultivation technique manuals in the corridor yet, so how could he admit defeat? I apologize for doing nothing earlier. I honestly did not know that it was a team battle. Give me a moment. I'll get rid of those puppets right now. After understanding what was going on, how could Xianxia still dilly-dally? He turned to the two puppets on the field and declared, Your opponent is me. Come at me together. Roar. The puppet whose head had been sent flying by Xianxia earlier took a step back as it shook its head fervently, indicating its complete refusal toward the notion of fighting against Xianxia. Didn't you say that you wouldn't intervene in the battle earlier? Why are you looking at me with that cold glint in your eyes? You aren't coming? I guess I'll have to go over there myself then. With a cold harumph, Xianxia took a step forward and entered the battlefield. Roar. Facing Xianxia's provocations, the other puppet could not hold itself back anymore and charged at him. However, before it could get far, it immediately felt something grabbing at its arm, holding it back. Turning around, it saw its puppet comrade shaking its head desperately, seemingly pleading for it not to go. Roar, roar. The other puppet was completely bewildered by the actions of its comrade. It tried to shake off the grip of its comrade to challenge Xianxia to a fight. Roar, roar. Seeing that the other puppet refused to back down, the puppet comrade decisively sent a slap over to its face. Not expecting its comrade to make a move on it, the other puppet blacked out before it could even process what was going on. Put on. Unconscious, it collapsed flimsily to the ground, after which the puppet carefully turned its gaze to Xianxia and bowed slightly. He roar. Then it struck its head with its own palm. Pada collapsed to the ground as well. That's more like it. Seeing how obedient the puppet he had modified was, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. He turned his gaze to Senior Shui and asked, "This should be considered a clear for the trial, right?" Senior Shui. It took quite some time before she managed to recover from her daze. She looked at the young man in front of her with a look that was even more shocked than she would have been if she had seen a ghost instead. To make the puppets fight among themselves and even knock itself out, just how in the world did he manage to do that? We really cleared the trial? After consuming a pill and recovering slightly from her injuries, Senior Shui struggled out from the wall while panting heavily. To be honest, she could still hardly believe what was going on. It was already extremely difficult to clear a trial by oneself, and the difficulty of a team battle was many times greater than an individual battle. To succeed under such circumstances, she could not help but feel as if she was dreaming. But again, it was no wonder she would feel like that. Even after a month of hard work, she still had not succeeded in clearing the Bing corridor. It was a little hard for her to believe that she had really cleared the trial just like that. Zhang Xian was not too sure about the rules, and he took a glance at the two unconscious puppets on the ground before remarking, "Since we have defeated the puppets, it should be considered a clear for us." The modified puppet seemed to have noticed Zhang Xian's gaze on it, and its body trembled slightly. It hurriedly shut its eyes tighter. Senior Shui nodded. There were many questions that she would have liked to ask, but in her moment of shock, she had no idea how she should construct her words. In this moment, the sound of whirring mechanisms sounded, and a door slowly opened. "Let's head in to take a look." Walking into the door, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. Inside was a bookshelf with several books stacked on it. This was probably the prize for clearing the Bing corridor. Senior Shui's motive for challenging the Bing corridor was to obtain these cultivation technique manuals, so she hurriedly walked up to the bookshelf in agitation. There were only 10 books or so, but they were all extremely profound cultivation techniques, far stronger than those he had seen in the black market. Grandiflora cultivation technique, Jade tree sky piercing formula, art of golden flames. With a swift sweep, Zhang Xian collected them into the library of Heaven's Path, and after compiling them together with the other books, he could not help but shake his head in disappointment. He had thought that he would be able to compile a complete leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path divine art like this, but it seemed like quantity was indeed far more important than quality when it came to compilation. Geez! Zhang Xian sighed deeply, thinking that the compensation was not worth the effort at all. To spend 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones just to see 10 or so books, that really was not worth the price for him. At this moment, a female's voice sounded. "All right, I've made up my mind." Shifting his gaze over, Zhang Xian saw that Senior Shui had picked out the rippling water profound art, the only water attribute cultivation technique in the limited collection. "That book is indeed not too bad." Zhang Xian nodded in approval. While that cultivation technique was not necessarily stronger than the one that Senior Shui was already cultivating, it did complement her current cultivation technique well. Studying the manual could serve as a great source of inspiration for her future cultivation. I'll begin copying the content now. Have you chosen your book yet?" Senior Shui asked. Those who had cleared the corridor of puppets could not take away the physical copy of the manuals inside, but they were allowed to copy them. "Me?" Zhang Xian shook his head. "I won't be copying any. I still need to continue with the trials, so I'll be taking my leave." He had already collected all of those books in his library of Heaven's Path, so there was no need for him to copy them again. Continue with the trials? Senior Shui was taken aback for an instant before her eyes lit up in agitation. "It can't be that you are going to challenge the E-Corridor one?" Considering how easily the young man before her had managed to clear Thebian Corridor 2, it was a given that he would not be interested in the cultivation techniques here, especially since he stood a good chance at clearing the higher levels. It would already be a blessing if a single student cleared the E-Corridor every decade. Would the young man before her be able to successfully clear it as well? In an instant, she felt as if she might just be lucky enough to see a miracle being forged right before her eyes. E-Corridor? That's not it. Zhang Xian shook his head. "I intend to challenge the Gue Corridor 3. "What?" Senior Shui's body jolted, and her eyes widened in shock. In this moment, she felt as if blood was flowing to and fro her throat, threatening to spill out at any moment. You are going to challenge the Gue Corridor? The Gue Corridor was the easiest trial of all, and only the weakest students of the Sanctum of Sages would head there. Given how you were able to easily defeat 2 puppets of the Bing Corridor so easily, why in the world do you want to challenge the Gue Corridor? While others were slowly advancing forward, that fellow was actually regressing with time. Are you here just to brush up your existence? That's right. The manuals in the Bing Corridor isn't too good, so I'm intending to head to the Gue Corridor for a look. Xianxia replied earnestly. The more profound and powerful a cultivation technique was, the fewer of them there would be. What Xianxia needed was to collect as many cultivation technique manuals as possible. As such, he was extremely disappointed when he saw the pitiful collection of books that was at the end of the Bing Corridor. He felt that he had made the wrong choice and should have gone to the Gue Corridor instead. There were bound to be many more books there, and that would be more useful to him than challenging the Bing Corridor. Senior Shui clutched her hair. Are you a lunatic? Every single cultivation technique in the Bing Corridor is extremely profound and powerful. Admittedly, they can't compare with the cultivation technique I have inherited from my ancestors, but they still wield formidable prowess. Are you honestly comparing such treasures to the trash in the Gue Corridor? Just what in the world is going through your mind? All right, you should continue copying your notes. I have to get going now. Xianxia turned around and began making his way out of the Bing Corridor. As he walked, sighs of lamentation would escape from his lips. This trip had truly been a huge waste. By the time he walked out of the Bing Corridor and arrived before the reception once more, he found that other than the female receptionist named Qingyu, there was another male receptionist sitting beside her. Seeing how the young man had come out so quickly without any injuries on him, Qingyu was stunned. She couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, "Are you fine?" She was certain that the fellow would be pummeled to the point that no one would be able to recognize him anymore. An incomparable sight of misery, so how could he still be completely fine? One must know that the Bing Corridor was a trial which even the talented Senior Shui had yet to clear after a month of hard work. Fine? Why would I not be fine? Taken aback by the abrupt question, Xianxia was startled for a moment. Then, seeing that there was no response from Qingyu, he took out 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones and passed it over. I wish to challenge the Corridor of Puppets once more. Here are the spirit stones. You want to challenge it once more? Qingyu frowned in bewilderment. Each person can only challenge a Corridor of Puppets once a day. I'm afraid that you will have to return tomorrow. If each challenger could keep challenging the same Corridor of Puppets again and again, putting aside that he would be depriving other challengers of the opportunity to challenge, the Corridor of Puppets would not have sufficient time to recover as well. As such, each challenger was limited to challenging a Corridor of Puppets once per day. And under normal circumstances, those who had managed to clear the Corridor of Puppets wouldn't challenge the same corridor once more, and those who failed would be left in a tragic state, possibly being unable to move even after an entire day of rest. Only someone as tenacious as Senior Shui would be able to persistently challenge the same Bing Corridor every single day for a month straight. I'm not going to challenge the Bing Corridor, Xianxia explained. So, you have finally thought things through. Qingyu heaved a sigh of relief. Which Corridor of Puppets will you be challenging then? Feeding Corridor 1. No, I'm intending on challenging the Gue Corridor 2, Xianxia replied. The Gue Corridor. Qingyu was rendered speechless. She was still wondering how formidable that fellow was when he challenged the Bing Corridor as soon as he came, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like the results had been rather disastrous for him. In the end, he still had to start from the very bottom. Well, to be fair, for a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator, even the Gue Corridor would pose a great difficulty. In a sense, it was good that the young man was able to think things through and pursue something that was more feasible to him than to cling on to his meaningless pride. I told you earlier that you should have just challenged the Gue Corridor. It's really a huge pity for you to have wasted 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones just like that. But nevertheless, It's still good to see that you have come to your senses. Qingyu smiled as she took out another challenge token and passed it over. Right, where's the challenge token you have used in the Bing corridor? Regardless of whether you have used it or not, you'll have to return it to us. Here it is. Zhang Xian took the challenge token which Qingyu was offering him before passing back the Bing corridor's challenge token he had received earlier, after which he turned around and headed off to the Gue corridor. Shortly after he left, the male receptionist turned to Qingyu and asked, "Is that the lustful fellow that you have spoken about earlier?" "That's right." Qingyu nodded. "I have to say that he's rather handsome, but to challenge the Bing corridor with his leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivation, he's indeed a little over his head," the male receptionist remarked. "It's apparent that he's not a person who lacked money. He probably did that in order to strike up a connection with Senior Shui, but from the looks of it, his efforts seem to have ended in futility." Realizing the limitations of his strength, he had no choice but to challenge the Gue corridor instead. Qingyu shook her head as she prepared to toss the challenge token which she had received from the young man earlier back into the drawer, but all of a sudden, she froze on the spot. "This challenge token? What's wrong?" The male receptionist turned his gaze over as well, and in the next moment, his body stiffened as well. "There are actually golden marks on it. Isn't that a sign that he has cleared the trial?" Speaking up to this point, the male receptionist traded gazes with Qingyu, and the both of them gulped down a mouthful of saliva in shock. It can't be that he managed to clear the Bing corridor. As receptionists of the Corridor of Puppets, they were well aware of the difficulties surrounding the Bing corridor. Many geniuses of the Sanctum of Sages had marched in confidently, only to return with dispirited looks on their faces. There were years where not even a single challenger would manage to clear it successfully, and that leaving Aperture Realm primary stage fellow actually managed to clear it? How in the world was that possible? And if he had already cleared the trial, what about Senior Shui? Considering how she had entered the trial before him, why was she nowhere to be seen? "I'll head over to take a quick look." The bewildering situation left Qingyu feeling completely crazed. Unable to hold herself back anymore, she stood up from her seat and prepared to make her way over to Bing corridor to check the situation out. Wait a moment. But before Qingyu could leave the area, the male receptionist beside her abruptly grabbed her hand. Perplexed, she turned around to look at the male receptionist, only to see the latter pointing at the area in front of him with eyes widened in disbelief. She traced the male receptionist's finger and looked over as well, and the sight she saw left her entire body freezing on the spot. The young man who had just left for the Gue corridor a moment ago had returned. With a brilliant smile on his face, he took out another 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones along with a challenge token and passed those over to them. "I wish to challenge the Ren Corridor 3 now." Despite her dazed state, Qingyu still managed to instinctively take out a challenge token from the drawer and passed it over to the young man before her. "Thank you," the young man replied before turning around elegantly to take his leave. He managed to clear the Gue corridor too. Taking a glance at the challenge token which had just been returned, Qingyu's lips twitched once more. Even if the Gue corridor was easy, surely it should be impossible to clear it that quickly? How long had he been gone for? 1 minute? 2 minutes? In any case, it was not any more than 3 minutes. Within such a short period of time, even getting there and back would take 2.5 minutes, which meant to say that he only spent a couple of seconds to clear the Gue corridor. Trading gazes with the male receptionist, the both of them could see the horror in each other's eyes. Just as they were stunned with fright, the young man's voice sounded once more. "Sorry to interrupt, but I would like the challenge token for Exxon Corridor 4. Thank you." While shuddering in fear, Qingyu passed a challenge token over before taking the other party's spirit stones and challenge token. Then, taking a glance at the challenge token once more, her body jolted. It was another pass, to clear both of them equally quickly. Did this mean to say that the difficulty levels of both the Gue corridor and the Ren corridor were no different to him? She widened her mouth so wide that it almost seemed as if she was a fish that had fallen on shore. Just as she was about to check with the male receptionist to see if she was dreaming, the young man walked over once more. Give me the challenge token for the Gung corridor. Qingyu, the male receptionist. Who? I'm finally done copying down all of it. By coupling this rippling water profound art with my current cultivation technique, I would surely be able to bring my fighting prowess up to a new level, Senior Shui remarked with a satisfied smile. As soon as the young man left, she immediately started copying, and all in all, it took her 20 minutes in order to finish copying down the thick manual entirely. Of course, she would be able to memorize the entire book within a shorter period of time if she wanted to, but while cultivators of her caliber possessed a photographic memory, that didn't mean that their memories were infallible. Ultimately, it would still be safer to keep a physical copy of the manual. Even a word of difference for a cultivation technique as profound as this would result in a vast difference in its conception. She didn't want to take on this needless risk. She had spent an entire month challenging the Bing corridor, only to fail each time. If not for that young man she had encountered earlier, it was doubtful whether she would have been able to obtain the rippling water profound art or not. It wasn't easy for her to come by this opportunity, so it was best not to waste it. I wonder if he has finished clearing the Gue corridor yet. Given his strength, it should be a walk in the park for him. Placing the cultivation technique manual carefully back onto the shelf, Senior Shui slowly made her way out of the room, returning back to the front reception. What's wrong? As soon as she arrived at the front reception, she immediately noticed that something was amiss. The boisterous and cheerful Qingyu from before was, at this moment, sitting on a chair with a completely dazed look, reminiscent of a lifeless zombie. Her eyes were staring blankly at the ground, as if someone had stolen her soul. The male receptionist beside her wasn't doing any better either. His mouth was wide open, as if his lower jaw had been dislocated. Qingyu, what's wrong with the two of you? Senior Shui asked out of worry. Senior Shui, you are finally back. Some spirit finally returned back to Qingyu as she raised her head up slowly. Then she anxiously stood up and asked, there was a young man named Xianxia who entered the Bing corridor right after you, right? Did he really clear the trial? He did. His strength is truly extraordinary, Senior Shui replied. After a 20 minutes rest or so, she had mostly recovered from her exertion. While her complexion still looked unnaturally pale, she was in a much better state than before. It seems like all of that really isn't a dream then. With a pale face, Qingyu staggered back onto her chair. Her hand opened up and voila! A bunch of small tokens fell all over the ground. These are... Perplexed, Senior Shui bent down to pick up one of those small tokens, and her eyes widened in shock. These are all challenge tokens? Furthermore, cleared. After an entire month of challenging the corridor of puppets, she had come to know what the golden marks on the challenge token represented. But why would there suddenly be so many cleared challenge tokens here? That's right. These are the doing of Xianxia. Qingyu nodded in a daze. You mean to say that he cleared all of these trials? Senior Shui could hardly believe what she was saying. She quickly picked up all of the challenge tokens with a sweep of her jinqi and examined all of them closely. Gue corridor, Ren corridor, Xian corridor, Gung corridor, Ji corridor, Wu corridor, E corridor 5. He cleared so many of them. Senior Shui's body began trembling uncontrollably. In the short 20 minutes that she spent copying down her rippling water profound art, the other party actually cleared 7 corridors. How could he possibly do it so quickly? Fighting so many puppets in succession, wouldn't he run out of jinqi? Wouldn't he feel exhausted? That's right. He cleared all of those without taking a breather at all. Qingyu nodded. Then, where is he at the moment? Senior Shui asked. He's currently challenging the Jia Corridor 6. Qingyu replied. The Jia Corridor? Senior Shui hurriedly lowered her head to take a look, and indeed, there was no Jia Corridor amongst challenge tokens. In other words, the young man hadn't cleared the hardest corridor yet. Wait, that's not right. Since he has already cleared the Bing and E corridors, why didn't he challenge the Ding Corridor 7? Flipping through the challenge tokens once more, Senior Shui frowned in bewilderment. That fellow had started from the Gui corridor, and he had challenged every single corridor from the bottom up. So why would he skip the Ding corridor? Ah! Qing Yu's face flushed red, and after a long moment of silence, she swallowed a mouthful of saliva and finally spoke up. He said that the name of the corridor didn't sound nice, and as an upright man, there was no point challenging it. Senior Shui. Jai. Standing at the very center of the room, Xianxia watched as a puppet walked out from a door ahead of him, and he heaved a deep sigh of helplessness. He had already cleared 8 of the 10 leaving Aperture Realm corridor of puppets, but he was still unable to compile a complete Heaven's Path divine art. Left with no choice, he could only head over here to challenge the most difficult trial of all. In the long several dozen millennium years of history behind the Sanctum of Sages, only 7 people had cleared the trial in total. From this, it wasn't too difficult to imagine how difficult the trial was. The puppet in the E corridor has already reached Grand Dominion Realm intermediate stage, so the one in the Jia corridor one is bound to be even stronger. Xianxia thought as he assessed the puppet before him with narrowed eyes. Challenging the E corridor had already posed a great challenge to him. He had to use the flaws he had found in the puppet from the Library of Heaven's Path and the keen discernment of his Eye of Insight in order to design a whole series of maneuvers before he was finally able to corner the puppet and subdue it. But even so, he still suffered some injuries in the midst of the challenge. It was fortunate that he was able to recover swiftly through his Heaven's Path Xianxia, or else he might have to retire for the day. According to what the female receptionist, Qing Yu, has said, Ruoxin has cleared the Jia corridor, so the least I can do is to clear it as well. Xianxia thought determinedly as a powerful fighting spirit flowed forth from him. Of the 7 people who had cleared the Jia corridor, Luo Ruoxin was one of them. Since his girlfriend was able to clear it, he mustn't lose out either. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to ask for her marriage in hand? After walking out from the door, the puppet abruptly opened its eyes and announced grandly, "To dare to challenge the Jia corridor, you must be really confident in your strength. Very well. Let me see what you are capable of then. You are able to speak?" Xianxia frowned in bewilderment. Even the puppet he had modified earlier in the Bing corridor was only capable of muttering a couple of incoherent syllables. Yet, the puppet before him was actually capable of voicing human speech. This was inconceivable. Let's begin the battle. Couldn't even be bothered to waste its breath on words anymore. The puppet uttered coldly before charging forward. Who? Its movements were as swift as a bolt of lightning, and it took only an instant for it to appear before Xianxia. On the other hand, Xianxia didn't expect the puppet to move so quickly, covering the 10 meters between them instantaneously as if teleportation. He quickly took a step forward as well to build up some momentum as he thrust his palm toward the puppet. In an instant, countless palm prints materialized all over the area, as if a garden of resplendent flowers had blossomed in the midst of the battlefield all of a sudden. They converged with one another to form a seemingly relentless current of force that threatened to wear down any opponent. This was a battle technique he had obtained from the E corridor, overlapping palm. This palm art worked in a manner strikingly similar to the Thousand Hands of Rulai II. Its prowess would stack up layer after layer on one another, leaving one feeling as if one would be washed by its might. While this attack wasn't as powerful as the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm in terms of offensive, it was an excellent move when used in defensive maneuvers. More importantly, due to how complex the technique was, it was extremely difficult to distinguish real threats from feints, thus possibly creating unexpected results in battle. Hong Long. But while Xianxia's palm strike was formidable, the puppet was even stronger. Using some sort of bizarre battle technique, the sheer might of its fist seemed to seal the surrounding space completely, preventing the countless palms from converging with one another, thus rendering it completely ineffective. The puppet has cultivated overlapping palms too. Xianxia frowned in realization. To be able to make such instantaneous judgment to effectively neutralize his attacks, there could only be one possibility. The puppet must have a deep understanding of overlapping palms as well, and it knew the ideal moments to strike in order to nerf the offense. While Xianxia did improve the palm strike significantly through compiling it with various other palm art manuals in the Library of Heaven's Path, those who were familiar in the technique would still be able to find an opportunity to step in and counterattack. This wasn't about exploiting the flaws in the palm technique, but simply the natural manner how the certain maneuvers would curb one another. Break. Knowing that he would only be placed in a deeply disadvantageous position if he were to continue pushing his overlapping palms on, he decisively changed his palm strike into a sword art instead. With a flick of his finger, a powerful surge of sword chi burst forth. Having comprehended sword quintessence, every single movement that Xianxia made could be considered as a sword art. Even though he didn't execute any battle techniques, he could exert at will was still not beneath any ordinary sword art. Pooh! The sword chi instantaneously sliced through the space which the puppet had constructed and flew straight for the latter's glabella. Humph! In face of the swift transformations in Xianxia's attacks, it harumphed coldly. Without the slightest hint of panic, it calmly opened up its tightly clenched fist like a blossoming orchid, and several surges of sword chi shot forth from it. Puh! 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 The sword chi collided with one another, causing a resounding explosion in the air before vanishing simultaneously. The clash in sword chi left Xianxia with suffocating sensation welling up in his chest. It seemed the backlash of the collision had caused some internal injuries to him. Sword quintessence? A puppet actually managed to achieve the level of sword quintessence? He had known that the puppet of the Jia corridor would be formidable, but he didn't think that the latter would be such a powerful opponent. It was one thing for it to have grasped the overlapping palms, but to actually possess such a deep comprehension of swordsmanship as well, achieving the level of sword quintessence. This was really unbelievable. From how Zhang Wuxia was able to rely on his half-quintessence comprehension of swordsmanship and his shallow understanding of the three swords of Lingshu to get into the sanctum of sages, it could be seen how rare top sword practitioners were. For a puppet to actually wield such deep understanding of swordsmanship as well, it would have been a lie if he were to say that he wasn't astounded. Wait a moment, it's impossible for a puppet to comprehend sword quintessence by itself. Its innate flaws render it incapable of comprehending such conceptualizations. From the looks of it, it appears that an expert sword practitioner who has comprehended true quintessence had infused a part of himself into the puppet's body, thus granting it the ability to execute such a powerful sword chi. A moment after his shock, Xianxia swiftly realized that something was amiss with the situation. Puppets weren't capable of cultivation or comprehension unless under certain unique circumstances. They could fight on command, but every single moves they made would be programmed beforehand. In other words, the sword quintessence which the puppet had displayed wasn't its own comprehension but merely a fragment of memory of a sword expert. In other words, even though the puppets were capable of executing moves that wielded the prowess of sword quintessence, its failure to grasp the fundamental principles behind it would limit the flexibility of its moves. But even if that was the case, it still wouldn't be easy to deal with the puppet. It'll be difficult for me to outmaneuver the puppet in terms of swordsmanship since it has grasped sword quintessence and wields far greater strength and speed than me, and in terms of palm arts, I'm not an opponent for it either. Xianxia's mind swiftly whirred into action. If the puppet was still of equivalent cultivation realm as Xianxia, he might still have been able to outmaneuver it in terms of swordsmanship with time, but the vast disparity in their fundamental abilities would make it nigh impossible to do so. Also, in the previous clash using his overlapping palms, the puppet had displayed prowess far above his. How in the world was he supposed to win this battle? The odds were overwhelmingly against his favor. Dominion. A light sphere of roughly a meter radius appeared around Xianxia's body. It seemed like there was no other choice than to use his ultimate skill then. Wang. But before Xianxia could make any move with his dominion, he suddenly felt the surrounding space crushing heavily down upon him. The puppet had released its dominion as well. Astonishingly, the puppet's dominion was 20 meters in radius, and just by standing in its perimeter, Xianxia felt as if steel chains were wrapped tightly around his body, rendering it impossible for him to move even a single inch. This is Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle? Xianxia's lips twitched in frenzy. It was no wonder why every single move he executed was neutralized so easily. The puppet's cultivation had already reached Grand Dominion Realm pinnacle. Currently, Xianxia wielded the strength to subdue a Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator without any problem. Perhaps a little strenuous against intermediate stage cultivators, but definitely still possible to achieve victory. But against advanced stage and pinnacle experts, he barely stood a chance at all. Who? With cold sweat breaking throughout Xianxia's body, he immediately executed the unbounded Voyager and forcefully escaped from the shackle-like restraints of the puppet's dominion to a corner of the room. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he took out the challenge token and crushed it. Wang! An aura rippled from the token, and the puppet who was just about to charge toward Xianxia once more immediately halted its attacks. It took a few steps back before asking coldly, "Are you admitting defeat?" Despite how intricacies behind their exchange of blows, in truth, the three moves that they had traded, a fist art, a sword art, and dominion, lasted less than 3 breaths in total. Considering how they had barely explored the depths of each other's strength yet, it seemed a little too early to be admitting defeat at this point. "I'm no match for you in my current state." Xianxia shook his head helplessly. In the first place, this trial was designed for leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle experts, whereas he was only at leaving Aperture Realm primary stage. To be honest, it was not entirely impossible for him to emerge victorious if he were to utilize all of the means at his disposal. But the circumstances hadn't grown so desperate for him that necessitated such a course of action yet. "Farewell." Xianxia turned around unhesitatingly and left the room. "But without clearing the Jia corridor, I won't be able to compile out a perfect leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path divine art to cultivate. It's almost like a paradox. It seems like I'll just have to find other alternative methods to raise my fighting prowess then," Xianxia thought as he made his way over to the front reception. "Currently, the greatest room of improvement for me should lie in the 3 swords of Lingshu and the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld." There were 2 direct ways of raising one's fighting prowess. First, through raising one's cultivation, and second, through cultivating formidable battle techniques. He wouldn't be able to advance his cultivation without compiling the complete leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path divine art, so it seemed like he could only pursue the second route. He had 2 extremely powerful battle techniques at hand, and the successful cultivation of any of them would raise his fighting prowess immensely. However, it was a pity that they were terribly flawed, which was why he had put off cultivating them up to date. "I should ask around to see where I can find sword art manuals," Xianxia thought as he arrived before the front reception. "Xianxia, did you clear the Jia corridor?" Senior Shui had been lingering around the area out of curiosity, and she immediately spoke up in agitation as soon as she saw Xianxia. "I didn't." Xianxia shook his head. "The puppet in the Jia corridor is simply too powerful. I'm still unable to match it with my current strength." "I see." Senior Shui instinctively heaved a sigh of relief, but after realizing the rudeness of her action, her face immediately reddened in a fluster. It was already unbelievable how the young man had managed to clear 8 of the corridors successively without any rest, and if he could clear the Jia corridor as well, she might have really been scared out of her wits. "Excuse me, do you know where I can learn sword arts in the Sanctum of Sages?" Paying no heed to Senior Shui's actions, Xianxia passed the challenge token back to Qingyu as he asked, "You wish to learn swordsmanship?" Before Qingyu could reply, Senior Shui had already interjected with a frown. "That's right." Xianxia nodded. "If you intend to learn swordsmanship, you are in luck. Senior Shui over here happens to be the most formidable sword practitioner amongst the younger generation in the Sanctum of Sages, and her teacher is the most powerful swordmaster around here," Qingyu said. "You are a sword practitioner?" Taken aback, Xianxia turned his sight to Senior Shui. Back at the Bing corridor, the young lady had used all kinds of battle techniques and secret arts to deal with the puppets, but sword art wasn't one of them. Of course, hearing those words of skepticism, Senior Shui frowned in displeasure. With a flick of her wrist, she whipped out a sword and said, "Why? Do you want to try my swordsmanship?" The usage of weapons and artifacts were banned in the corridor of puppets, and the lack of a sword would have severely limited the might of her swordsmanship, so she decided against using it altogether in the battle. However, This didn't mean that she would allow others to question her accomplishment in swordsmanship. She raised her sword up, and concentrated sword intent burst forth from her. Not too bad, but there's still room for improvement. Seeing that Senior Shui had achieved the level of upper sword heart, Xianxia offered a few rare words of compliment. If it isn't too much trouble, may I ask you to lead me to where sword art manuals are stored? There's still room for improvement? Let me see how deep of an understanding you have in swordsmanship then. With a cold harumph, Senior Shui's body seemed to warp into a sharp sword as she charged forward with imposing momentum. Paji! But before she could even come close to Xianxia, the sword she was wielding suddenly dragged her entire body down to the ground, shaking uncontrollably in her hand.